Along the way, through Shark One's introduction, Yi Yuan got to know that the Merman clan's king was called Tong. His strength was fearsome. Upon meeting today, it indeed lived up to the reputation. Yi Yuan has seen your majesty. Yi Yuan cupped his fists, considered to have paid his respects. His way of doing things made the group of powerhouses behind his majesty change countenance agitatedly. Audacious human, to actually dare be so impertinent towards his majesty. Insolence, seen his majesty and still not bowing. Your majesty, this boy is haughty and rude. He definitely doesn't have much capability. Perhaps he's here to swindle the Pearl have tears. Tong had yet to say anything when those Merman clan powerhouses behind him already erupted. Yi Yuan's attitude made them very displeased. In their view, humans were lowly. Seeing his majesty, they should give a solemn bow. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, that was all Shark One saying it when he returned. They all had not witnessed with their own eyes. Now, when they saw that Yi Yuan was only 7th level Dao Profound, all of them could not help looking down on him, thinking that Yi Yuan was deliberately deceiving them. Alchemists capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill also had to reach divine king realm no matter what, right? Not just them, even when Tong saw Yi Yuan, he had a disappointed look too. Shark One praised how very powerful Yi Yuan was previously, but he did not
mention Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation.
Him coming out to welcome in high spirits could be said to be very sincere already. But seeing that Yi Yuan was only 7th level Dao Profound, he was naturally greatly disappointed. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone, and his expression turned intent as he said, "His Majesty hasn't even spoken yet, and each and every one of you jumped out. Do you have any respect for His Majesty at all? Could it be that the Merman clan's officials are all so insolent?" With just one sentence, it made those merfolks who were jumping around instantly become mute. "Why, Your Majesty, we didn't mean that." Tong waved his hand, indicating for them to shut up. He then said to Yi Yuan, "Young man, you really have confidence in refining the purple void vitality spirit pill? I'll say the nasty things first. If you let this king discover that you're making a fool out of our Merman clan, this king definitely won't spare you." Only when those Merman powerhouses saw that His Majesty did not have the intention of pursuing it did they let out a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I haven't even entered the front door yet and you're threatening me. Could it be that this is your Merman clan's hospitality? Also, doesn't Your Majesty know that alchemists can't be offended? Your attitude, this young master don't dare to guarantee what the hell I'll refine out." Yi Yuan originally did not want to be overbearing. Who knew that this bunch of fellows went from bad to worse? He originally saw Tong receive personally and was even a little bit moved. He did not think that Tong was also a stuck-up fellow. If not for the Pearl have tears, he would have just left without saying goodbye. Alchemists naturally could not be offended, because it was seriously too easy for them to want to do a little underhanded trick in the medicinal pill. At that time, they would not even know how they died. Tong had underestimated Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, he would not say such words either. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. This was a blatant threat. In this underwater world, there was actually someone who dared to threaten the Merman clan's king. Truly had no idea of death or danger. "You dare to threaten this king?" Tong's eyes glared.
A terrifying aura
Pressed over towards Yi Yuan. However, when this aura arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it actually directly dissipated into nothing, as if it had never appeared before. Seeing this scene, Tong's two eyes could not help turning intent, and he put away the belittling intent. This young man did not seem to be as simple as on the surface. By the side, Shark One saw that the situation seemed to be getting rather out of control and hurriedly stepped forward to resolve the awkwardness by saying, "Haha! Everybody, calm down, calm down. Your Majesty, Master Yi is absolutely the most formidable alchemist that this official has seen, not one of, don't. Humans have a phrase called seeing is believing, not personally seeing his strength. How can one easily deny it? Tong gave him a glance and said coolly, all right then, whatever there is, go back to the clan first before talking. Shark One hurriedly came before Yi Yuan and apologized vigorously. The clansman did not know Yi Yuan's terror, but he was deeply aware of Yi Yuan's terrifying aspects. How Yi Yuan killed the Heavenspan Island master, he did not see it. But the spectacle of Yi Yuan killing He Meng was still vivid in his mind. Too astonishing. It was just that saying this sort of words nobody would believe at all. A 7th-level Dao profound martial artist actually finished off a peak void mystic powerhouse so effortlessly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, this minor thing I naturally won't take it to heart, but I don't wish for people to come and provoke me. The moment Shark One heard, he hurriedly nodded his head and voiced his assent. Your Excellency, rest assured, when Shark One returns to the clan, I'll explain to His Majesty. Bad terms on the first meeting. Actually, Yi Yuan was very understanding of the Merman clan's thoughts too. He was seriously too young. It was very easy to give people the impression that young people could not be trusted with important tasks. In reality, it was also not once or twice that he encountered such a thing. As long as these people did not act blind and provoke him, everything could be discussed. After all, he really needed a 1,000,000-year-old pearl have tears too. Shark One, look what you've done. You sent Shark 3 back saying that you found a very formidable alchemist. But what kind of person did you bring back? Upon returning to the clan, Shark One first arranged residences for Yi Yuan's party, then hurriedly came to find Tong to explain. Of course, what greeted him was Tong's raving bellows. Exactly. Shark One, His Majesty saw that you're normally sharp, that's why he let you go to the 9 Phoenix Island to handle affairs. But you brought back such a brat whose hair isn't even fully grown. What can he do? Shark One, don't think that we don't know if we don't go ashore. The human race's apex alchemists, how can they be of this age? You, aren't you, messing around here? Not just Tong, the Merfolk clan's clansmen also started to reprove Shark One. It was seriously that the feeling Yi Yuan gave him was too unreliable. Originally, they heard Shark One boast until flowers cascaded from the skies. Now, upon seeing Yi Yuan, this contrast was too great. Shark One did not defend himself either, just quietly waiting for these guys to finish reproving before laughing coldly and said, 9 Phoenix Island? That has already become the past. In? Shark One, what's the meaning of your words? Tong's gaze turned intent, and he asked. No idea why, he had a feeling that the meaning in Shark One's words seemed like this matter had some connections with Yi Yuan. Shark One gave a bow toward Tong, then told the events that happened on the 9 Phoenix Island exactly as it was.
Impossible.
That He Meng is the blood brother of the Black Shark clan's king. His cultivation was only slightly inferior to the Black Shark clan's king. How can a mere 7th-level Dao profound human possibly kill him? Shark One, your ability of cooking up wild tales is getting more and more impressive. That brat looks to be around 30 years old. Even though his strength is decent, to say killing He Meng, isn't it preposterous? Shark One met with the clansman questioning the moment he finished telling this sort of words, nobody would believe it either. However, Tong became lost in thought. You're saying that the 20 feet in front of him is a restricted area? Tong asked with furrowed brows. Shark One nodded his and said, ain't that right? When Master Yi was transcending tribulation, so many people were watching. The power of that heavenly tribulation absolutely rivals the all-out attack of a void mystic powerhouse. But that heavenly tribulation actually spontaneously dissipated when it reached 20 feet in front of him. Thinking of Yi Yuan's god slaying like 20 feet restricted area back then, Shark One still had lingering fear in his heart until now. But Tong fell silent when he heard it. Him releasing pressure previously also carried the intention of probing. But just as Shark 1 said, when his aura arrived 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was no longer able to advance an inch further. With his strength going to pressure a 7th level Dao profound, such a bizarre situation had never occurred before. Shark 1, then how confident do you feel this Yi Yuan refining the purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill is? You're also aware of the importance of the purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill to Sooner? Tong inquired. When Shark 1 heard, he said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, pill. Refinement, this sort of thing, who can guarantee? Even our sea races. Alchemists. Likely no one dares to say this sort of words to Your Majesty. Either, right? However, I witnessed Master Ye's alchemy skills with my own. It absolutely reached the acme of perfection. This point Shark 2 can bear witness. Shark 2 immediately said when he heard, Your Majesty, Shark 2 can bear witness. Master Ye's alchemy Dao is absolutely seldom seen in my lifetime. High Priestly. Talking up to here, Shark 2 suddenly felt like he spoke too much and hurriedly shut up. However, everyone understood his meaning. High Priest Li was far inferior to Master Yi Yuan. High Priest Li was the most formidable alchemist of the Merfolk clan. His alchemy Dao strength was also among the very best in the entire sea race. It was just that his temper was very explosive. The matter of finding Yi Yuan to come and refine pills, Tong deliberately hid from him. He was afraid of him jumping out and causing trouble. When Tong heard that, he let out a sigh and said, Although that's the case, the purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill is Sooner's last hope. Tong also knew that the purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill was not easy to refine, but he lost himself in his concern and somewhat lost his composure for a moment. Mystic-grade medicinal pills, how many alchemists dared to guarantee that they could 100% refine it? The purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even Yi Yuan also just saw it in records. The difficulty of refining could be imagined. Forget about 100%. The sea race's alchemists did not have even 5% assurance. Listening to what Shark 1 saw and heard on the Nine Phoenix Island, those Merfolk powerhouses all felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. They were still half doubtful, half believing. Could a 7th level Dao, profound human martial artist, have such terrifying martial Dao strength and alchemy Dao strength? This sounded like a fairy tale no matter what. But they were not worried either. Alchemy, this sort of thing, ultimately needed one to showcase their true abilities. If they discovered that Yi Yuan was only here to swindle the Pearl Heftiers, his outcome would definitely be very tragic. This large group of people was discussing official matters when all of a sudden there was a subordinate who came to report flusteredly. Your Majesty, not good. Things are not good. Tong's expression turned sullen, and he reproached, kicking up a big fuss for, What? Don't you see that we're discussing official business? That subordinate said, High Priestly, he went to challenge that human alchemist. That subordinate's words made everyone's expression change. Tong's face turned black and he said, Didn't I say that nobody is allowed to let him know? What's the matter with you all? Who let it slip out of their mouths? Beat them to death for me. Wait a minute, Your Majesty. Since High Priest Li wants to go and challenge him, then why don't we push the boat along the current and witness his alchemy Dao's strength a bit? At this time an elder stopped Tong. Tong's eyes lit up, thinking that this idea was good. But the expression of Shark 1 by the side changed. But when he saw His Majesty's highly spirited appearance, he sensibly shut his mouth. He knew that if he did not let them take a look at Master Ye's strength, they would not give up. After reaching the residence, Yi Yuan studied the black tortoise treasure body. Divine art. This cultivation method was indeed incomparably powerful. If he could cultivate the human path chapter to the realm of Tier 9 Great Circle of perfection, it was virtually impervious to blades and swords. Unless it was the 10 great divine kings, that kind of powerhouses who grasped Divine Tao laws even if he stood there and did not move ordinary martial artists probably could not even breach his defenses. The Black Tortoise clan's defensive prowess was indeed powerful until it made people despair. It was just that this cultivation method was not easy to cultivate. Even if Yi Yuan's horizons were exceedingly broad and his foundation was exceptionally good, he could only cultivate to the 5th level too. There was still a very great distance away from the 9th level. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds interrupted Yi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Clearly, he was very displeased towards this sort of interruption. Opening the door to take a look, it was a Merfolk clan's little girl. Different from the Merfolk clan's men's hideousness, this clan's women were all beautiful like celestials. They were even more beautiful than the vast majority of human girls. This young lady in front of him was precisely the girl that Shark One arranged to be in charge of his daily life and accommodations, called Lian Qiu. Toward this little girl, Yi Yuan was still very satisfied. She was beautiful, obedient and very sensible. He instructed her not to come and disturb. Could it be that something happened? Yi Yuan had yet to figure out what was happening and was dragged out by Lian Qiu. As she ran, she explained, "Your Excellency, quickly go." High Priest Li heard that His Majesty invited a human alchemist over and is greatly enraged, and is already rushing over here. High Priest Li's martial Tao's cultivation is extremely formidable. Furthermore, his temper is very bad. I'm afraid that he will hurt you. Hurry up and leave from the back door. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled. He did not expect that this little servant girl was actually still so concerned about him. Yi Yuan's figure stopped. How could Lian Qiu be Yi Yuan's match? With a bounce, she actually bumped into Yi Yuan's embrace. A masculine figure hit her head-on, making Lian Qiu involuntarily flush bright red. Yi Yuan asked with a smile, "I'm just a human, so why do you want to help me?" Lian Qiu used pure eyes to look at Yi Yuan and said in puzzlement, Lord, Shark One made me take care of you. I naturally can't let anything happen to you." Talking up to here, she suddenly came back to her senses, dragging Yi Yuan's hand and was about to go, saying anxiously, "Oh no, Your Excellency, there's no time, quickly leave. High Priest Li is going to reach soon." But Yi Yuan was unwilling to go and said with a faint smile, "Hoo-hoo, if I can't, even best your clan's high priest, do you think that Shark One will invite me back? Relax. On account of your face, I won't fuss over trifles with him." The moment Lian Qiu heard, she was dumbstruck. Not fuss over trifles with the high priest? In her eyes, the high priest was a paramount existence, second only to his Majesty. But this young man before her eyes looked to be merely 30+ years of age. No matter how one looked, what right did he have to say such raving words? But Lian Qiu also felt that what Yi Yuan said was very reasonable. If Lord Shark One felt that Yi Yuan was inferior to the high priest, why would he invite him back? Just as Lian Qiu was wavering hesitantly, High Priest Li rushed over in great haste. "Where's the human alchemist? Where's the human alchemist? Quickly get out here for this seat." A boorish, loud voice shook until the building was about to collapse. "Stop shouting, I'm here." Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out, while Lian Qiu followed behind him. Carefully, her eyes filled with worry. When Li saw Yi Yuan, his gaze was filled with disdain. Did Shark One that brat lose his head? Finding a brat like you over, is this making fun of our Merfolk clan? This seat already came to an agreement with His Majesty and was going to help sooner refine the purple void vitality. Spirit pill. Is Shark One this punk finding trouble? Li's voice was like a resounding bell, shocking until people's eardrums hurt. This appearance did not look like a person who did pill refinement, this kind of meticulous work. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You say making fun, that works too. It's just that wonder if you have enough strength or not to amuse me." With Yi Yuan's perception, he had long detected that there were quite a few people currently spying upon here. He knew that if he did not bring out a bit of ability, he would really be looked down upon by this bunch of fellows. Might as well, Yi Yuan would simply teach this old man a good lesson and let the Merfolk clan's people know the terror of his, Yi Yuan's, alchemy Dao's strength. You, age isn't big, but your tone isn't small. A brat like you hasn't even fully grown your hair, and you dare to speak this sort of big talk? Originally, I even thought that Shark One that punk invited some experts. Seeing you, I can't be bothered to even take action. Brat, take the chance. When this seat is in a good mood today, hurry up and scram out of the Merfolk clan. Otherwise, you can forget about ever leaving, Li said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What? You, as the Merfolk clan's high priest, could it be that you're still scared of me? This junior. Li's fish eyes glared, and he shouted at the top of his voice. Scared? You, brat. I think you're tired of living. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said coolly, Not scared, so then, let's have wager. How's that? Betting with this seat? Brat, this seat wagers your life, do you dare or not? Li said with a cold smile. What's to not dare? If I lose, take away this life. If you lose, kneel down, and give this young master 3 kowtows, and acknowledge me as your master. How's that? Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance of cornering him, how could Li still endure it? He barked. Compete then. Would this seat be scared of you, this brat? As he said, his fish eyes swiveled, and he said with a cold smile, Boy, you set up a trap for this seat? Don't tell me that we're competing in refining human medicinal pills. This seat won't. It was already pretty good for the sea race's alchemists to be able to refine demonic pills well. Having them refine human medicinal pills, that was impossible. Yi Yuan said indifferently, Compete in demonic pills then. As for the pill formula, you pick it. Li's face turned black. Yi Yuan's attitude was looking down on him from the start. As the high priest, how could he endure such triggering? Ha ha ha. What an arrogant boy. Letting this seat choose the pill formula. Don't you regret it? Li was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, There is no regret, this word in this young master's dictionary. Just pick the one that you're best at. To this young master, there's no difference. Good, arrogant enough. Since you have no idea of life or death, compete in the demon whirl pill then. Don't blame this seat for bullying you. If you don't know the pill formula, this old man can give you 3 days' time to deduce the pill formula, Li said. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled. This old man's temper was a little explosive, but he seemed to be identical as Shark One. His thoughts were very pure. He actually even wanted to give him 3 days' time to deduce the pill formula. However, this demon whirl pill was just a very ordinary tier 9 demonic pill. It did not count as much. Yi Yuan naturally knew the pill formula. At once, Yi Yuan said coolly, No need. Begin right now. Gong. Yi Yuan directly brought out the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron and started refining. The demon whirl pill was just an ordinary demonic pill. The spirit medicines it required, Yi Yuan did not lack any inside his storage ring. He scoured the entire immemorial medicine garden. The spirit medicines in his storage ring were too numerous to count. As long as it was not overly valuable spirit medicines, he really did not lack. However, when Li saw this scene, his eyeballs popped out. Before refining pills, didn't one need to take a bath and burn incense? Meditating to concentrate? What kind of pill refinement was this? Furthermore, when he came out, he did not bring along the demon whirl pills, spirit medicines on him. At this time, he could stand at one side blankly and watch Yi Yuan refine pills. Hee, you all look. This human alchemist is displaying meager skills before an expert in front of the high priest. High priest is one of the very best alchemists in the entire sea race. This human is merely 7th level Tao profound. Compared to high priest, he's far too lacking, right? Isn't that so? Heard that this is the human alchemist that Lord Shark won invited back, saying to refine the purple void vitality spirit pill for young patriarch. Isn't this messing around? At this time, quite a few servants also crowded over. However, they were clearly not optimistic about Yi Yuan. They were all not alchemists, but more or less still knew a little about alchemy. They had never seen before which alchemist would refine pills unprofessionally like this in front of everyone. Ha ha ha! Ignorant child. Refining pills like this, how is there the logic of forming the pill? Wasted a bunch of Tier 9 spirit medicines in vain. Li laughed loudly and was full of disdain. Yi Yuan did not care about him and started refining on his own. His actions were completed from the beginning to the end without stopping. Soon enough, Li could not laugh anymore. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's set of alchemy technique was simply too pleasing to the eyes and mind. Not just the high priest, those servants surrounding and watching could not laugh anymore either. They were completely brought into a daze with this pill refinement by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forcefully turned the dreary pill refinement into a grand banquet of art. Those who knew the profession, they gleaned considerable benefits. Those who did not know, they had a feast for their eyes. Li had long tossed the matter of the competition beyond the ninth heavens. He was already completely absorbed by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. The refinement of demonic pills was not exactly the same as the human race, but all roads led to Rome. In Yi Yuan's eyes, there were originally no distinction of whatever human race, demon race. When researching medicinal pills in his previous life, he had always broken down the medicinal pills to the most primitive makeup to research. This solid foundation skill was not done in vain. Alchemy Tao would not be divided into human and demon. Grasping the true great Tao, many things were drawing parallels from inferences. Previous life, Yi Yuan's researching into demonic pills similarly reached the degree of the acme of perfection. Turns out that when refining the demon whirl pill, I need to reduce the flame's intensity at this time. So that's how it is. Using the complete extinguishing method here to quench the medicinal pill. Why didn't I think of it? Li was just like a curious baby at this time, contributing emoticons by the side non-stop. How was there still that fierce and awe-inspiring appearance? Earlier, Yi Yuan's alchemy skills brought him into another world. Condense. Following Yi Yuan's light cry, only then did Li came back to his senses from inside the world of pill refinement. Seeing the transcendent grade demon whirl pill in Yi Yuan's hand, Li involuntarily shuddered. Only at this time did he remember the bet. High Priest, it's your turn. Yi Yuan looked at Li and said with a smile that was not a smile. Li's face turned red, and he stammered, This doesn't count. The demon whirl pill is merely the simplest tier 9 demonic pill. Want to compete? Let's compete in high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills. This Li actually acted scoundrelly. High Priest, the demon whirl pill was suggested personally by yourself. How? Can you go back on your words? Lian Qiu said this sentence at the behest of supernatural powers. This sentence made Li even more embarrassed. His face turned back, and he glared with his fish eyes as he said fiercely, Little lass, you dare to say such words to this seat? Lian Qiu was frightened by him and instinctively hid behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan scoffed. What? Is it very impressive to put on airs in front of a little girl? Li's expressions alternated between green and purple. Actually, he already admitted defeat in his heart. It was just due to a matter of face that he did not wish to kowtow and acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master in front of so many people. Letting him refine a transcendent grade demon whirl pill, if he had pure dumb luck, he could still refine it. But it was absolutely impossible to be so relaxed and cheerily like Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, Don't want kowtow and acknowledge, as your master also can. But you have to agree to a condition of mine. The moment Li heard this, it was like he was granted amnesty, and he hurriedly said, Okay. As long as you don't let this seat kowtow, any conditions will do. Yi Yuan pushed Lien Qiu in front of the high priest and said, "Take her in as a disciple." Li was stunned, somewhat perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. He even thought that Yi Yuan would state some harsh conditions. He did not think it was actually to have him take a servant girl as disciple. This was a huge favor. He did not expect that Yi Yuan used it up so easily. It was just that to Lien Qiu it was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue. She turned around and looked at Yi Yuan strangely as she muttered, "Why, Your Excellency, I. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What? You're not willing?" Lien Qiu's head started nodded like a chicken pecking for rice. Of course she was willing. In this place, she was merely a servant. She had no resources, no background, fading away into the masses. But if she became the high priest's disciple, that was really the carp leaping over the dragon gate one. "Good that you're willing. What are you still standing there for? Why haven't you hurry up and acknowledge as your master?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lien Qiu turned around again and looked towards Li timidly, fearful that he would not agree. Li's face turned back, and he said, "What are you still standing there blankly for? Kowtow and acknowledge me as your master. From this day forth you're my Li's final disciple. What's your name called?" Lien Qiu was overjoyed and knocked her head to the ground and said, "Lien Qiu pays respect to master." Lien Qiu never would have dreamed that she could actually have such a day. The sea race's social stratum was stringent. A little servant girl like her absolutely did not have the chance to see daylight. But now, Lord Yi Yuan gave her this opportunity, changing her life. "Ha! Good disciple. All of you listen up for me from today onwards. Lien Qiu is my last disciple. If any one of you were to dare bully her, that's setting yourselves against this seat. Now all get lost for this seat." Li's expression changed, saying to everyone, these people were all aware of the high priest's prowess. How could they still dare to stay? They immediately dispersed in an uproar. However, those clansmen who had once bullied Lien Qiu before, each and every one of them was alarmed and on tenterhooks at this time, fearful that Lien Qiu would come and find trouble with them. Lien Qiu was only a little servant girl. There was naturally no lack of people bullying normally. It was just that they never thought that this little servant would have a 180-degree transformation, becoming the high priest's disciple. The high priest's disciple in the clan, even some elders could not compare. Seeing everyone disperse, Li actually changed to a smiling face and said to Ling Qiu, "Ha! Good disciple, you go out first. Tomorrow come and report to Master. Right now, I still have matters to discuss with Master Yi." Lien Qiu looked at the high priest with a look of surprise, as if feeling like she did not recognize him. When did the high priest become so amiable and friendly? However, Lien Qiu still used soliciting eyes to look toward Yi Yuan. To her, Yi Yuan was her greatest benefactor. This point she was deeply aware of it. Yi Yuan naturally knew what ideas Li had. At once he smiled and said to Lien Qiu, "You go out first then." Lien Qiu, no. Lord Lien Qiu, that the things in the past, it was all me who was blind and didn't have eyes. Why, Your Excellency, just treat me as a fart and let me go. The moment Lien Qiu came out, a merman came up to greet, kneeling down with a thud, slapping his own face desperately. But it gave her a fright. This merman, Lien Qiu, was naturally familiar. It was her direct superior who had no lack of bullying her normally. But now he was kneeling in front of her like a dead dog. This sort of change made Lien Qiu have a feeling like she was dreaming. Lien Qiu suddenly realized that the current her actually already had the power to control the life and death of the people who bullied her originally. However, Lien Qiu was still that kind-hearted little girl. She attempted to pull a long face and said, "The past matters. Forget about it, but if you let me discover that you bully my sisters, I definitely won't let you off." It was like that merman was granted amnesty, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Lord Lianqiu, rest assured. I won't dare any more in the future, won't dare any more in the future." Those waiting for Lianqiu were not just that one. When the others saw Lianqiu spare that merman, they all scurried out all at once. There were those who fawned on her, those who begged for forgiveness, those who relied on connections to request for help, so on and so forth. Lianqiu did not refuse the arrivals, handling them one by one, but she deeply sensed that she really seemed to be different already, and all of this was bestowed upon by that man. Lianqiu thanked Yi Yuan from the bottom of her heart. After Lianqiu left, High Priest Li followed Yi Yuan into the room. Subserviently, seeing Yi Yuan sit down, High Priest Li did his utmost to please and actually took the initiative to pour tea for Yi Yuan. If this scene were to be seen by other people, their eyeballs would probably fall out. The fiery-tempered High Priest actually served tea for someone. Yi Yuan received the tea that Li passed over and said coolly, "Whatever you don't understand, ask away. If your appearance was seen by your clansmen, wouldn't they exterminate this young man?" Li glared and said angrily, "They dare." Immediately after, he changed to another expression and asked carefully, "That demon whirl pill, how can it be refined like that still?" Yi Yuan smiled and countered with a question. "Why can't it be refined like that? However, with your alchemy Dao standard, better don't think anymore." For the time being, Yi Yuan's pinnacle refinement was established on his extremely solid foundational skills. This level of refinement was not what anybody could achieve. Disregarding other things, for Li to want to refine a demon whirl pill, it needed at the very least 3 days and above too. But Yi Yuan only used 2 hours plus and was done. It was also precisely because of the refinement this time that Li knew how great the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was, although he did not wish to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master due to face. If he was able to obtain Yi Yuan's guidance, it could let him glean considerable benefits. "Shark One, this matter you did very well. Letting you go to the 9 Phoenix Island was truly a wise decision. This Master Yi, this king, is satisfied to the extreme." Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, Tong's tightly knitted brows finally eased up. He had heard that the high priest had been hanging around Master Yi constantly. These 2 days like a little attendant just missing calling master this word. Shark One smiled simple and honestly when he heard that and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. The purple void vitality spirit pill hasn't been refined yet." Shark One doesn't dare to claim the credit. Towards Shark One, Tong was extremely satisfied. Seeing that Shark One was actually so modest, he felt even more pleasing to the eyes no matter how one looked. If sooner is able to recover this time, I'll reward you to enter the ancestral land and comprehend divine inscriptions," Tong said in great delight. The moment Shark One heard, his heart involuntarily raced wildly. A powerful tribe like the Merfolk clan, their ancestors had deity realm powerhouses too. Their legacies were preserved very holy. But this inheritance could not be exhausted without moderation. The quotas for entering the ancestral land each time were extremely limited. 2. With Shark One's present strength, it was not sufficient to enter the ancestral land at all. But because he found Yi Yuan this time and obtained Tong's approval, he actually obtained the reward of entering the ancestral grounds. How could this not make him beside himself with joy? "Thank you very much, Your Majesty," Shark One said agitatedly. The clansmen all looked at Shark One with extreme envy, thinking inwardly that this guy really got lucky. Tong waved his hand and said, "Sent the pill formula to Master Yi yet?" Shark One said, "Already sent over. He said that starting tomorrow he's going to deduce the pill formula and go into seclusion for 10 days' time. In these 10 days, nobody is allowed to disturb him." Tong nodded and said, "Okay, tomorrow you bring him to the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion for close seclusion, then personally guard there. Within 10 days, nobody is allowed to disturb him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shark 1 received the order and left. To Yi Yuan, refining a medicinal pill that he had never refined before was similarly a challenge. The purple void vitality spirit pill was not an ordinary mystic grade medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining was rather great. This point he was perfectly clear. Li was also considered to have barely managed to touch the threshold of peak alchemy emperor. But with high priest then, to what degree do you think Master Yi will deduce the formula to? Something wouldn't have happened to him, right? Shark 1 said worriedly. How is that possible? When alchemists are deducing pill formulas, they will naturally do their best. Those who truly pushed themselves to death were either fools or had no other options. How much Yi Yuan's limit is, I really can't say for sure, but I reckon that he has hopes of working it out to the extent of 30%, right? Li thought about it and said, feeling rather uncertain. The moment Shark 1 heard, he couldn't help saying somewhat disappointedly, only 30%? Then, the purple void vitality spirit pill most likely isn't that easy to refine. The moment Li heard this, he suddenly burst into anger and said, "You fool! The purple void vitality spirit pill is a pill formula left behind by a deity. Realm powerhouse. Being able to deduce 30% is already a heaven-defying existence." Shark 1 did not dare to rebut and mumbled, Aren't I worried that Master Yi can't refine the medicinal pill here? Young patriarch is waiting for the medicinal pill to save his life." Li calmed down too and heaved a sigh as he said, "Whether or not he can refine it out will depend on Sooner's luck. In my view, if even Yi Yuan can't refine the purple void vitality spirit pill, probably no one can refine it in this world too." These few days he followed behind Yi Yuan while fussing around and indeed learned quite a bit of stuff. The extensiveness of Yi Yuan's knowledge in alchemy made Li ashamed of his inferiority. Although Li was hailed as one of the sea race's strongest alchemists, compared to Yi Yuan it was simply comparing a firefly to the full moon. Just as the two people were sighing, the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion's front door behind them opened with a creak. Yi Yuan walked out in a calm manner. "Apologies, I made you guys wait a long time." The mental strength expended from deducing the purple void vitality spirit pill was too great. "I slept for 3 days and nights in one go," Yi Yuan said with a guilty look. In truth, he already finished deducing 3 days ago. Just as Li said, deducing pill formulas exhausted mental strength too much. Hence, he dozed off for 3 days and nights. Li had an expression like he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, "You're done resting in 3 days? I previously deduced 1/10,000th and rested for a full 10 days before recovering." Honestly speaking, although Yi Yuan said close seclusion for 10 days, Li actually did not have much faith for Yi Yuan to come out in just 10 days. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Pretty much recovered." Li scooted over and asked, "Then, how much did you deduce in 7 days?" "How much? Of course it's deduced fully. Deducing all of it can't even guarantee refining a finished medicinal pill. Not deducing fully, is there still any meaning?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question. Li opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but did not know what he should say. What was the meaning of fully? 100%. Was this really something that humans could do? This guy must be bragging. Yes, definitely bragging. Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, he was absolutely convinced. But to say that Yi Yuan fully deduced the pill formula in 7 days, he did not believe even if he was beaten to death. Of course, he was totally unaware that not only did Yi Yuan's heart realm reach the great circle of perfection, his calculation ability far surpassing normal people, his alchemy Tao even comprehended divine Tao laws. Although the deduction was hard, it still could not stump Yi Yuan. "Alright, begin refining the pill then. Haven't felt my blood boil like this for a long time. This purple void vitality spirit pill has enough of a kick," Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. To him, ordinary mystic-grade medicinal pills were already unable to enter his arcane sights. With his current alchemy strength, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills would not be too troublesome. But the purple void vitality spirit pill was different. This medicinal pill successfully stirred up Yi Yuan's wild fervor from the depths of his heart. The Emerald Tranquil Pavilion was originally the pill refinement venue, prepared for Yi Yuan. At this time, inside the hall of the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion, it was already packed with the merfolk clan's powerhouses. There was even a young merman lying horizontally in the great hall. It was precisely young Patriarch Sun. Toward these people surrounding and watching, Yi Yuan did not have much objection. To him, once he entered the pill refinement state, he would concentrate 100%. And do not need to be like others, chasing everyone away before they could maintain a peaceful state of mind. Regarding Shark 1 finding Yi Yuan, Tong was still very gratified. But when it really came down to the pill refinement, he became somewhat hesitant again. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he already did not doubt in the slightest. But, as the king, he was deeply aware of this purple void vitality spirit pill's terror. Ever since Sun was injured, he was still unconscious until now. His injuries already could not endure the time to find another set of spirit medicine. If Yi Yuan's refinement failed, then what awaited Sun was only death. High Priest, in your view, how much is Master Ye's success rate? Tong could not resist asking. Li mused for a moment, but he finally still shook his head and said, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm speaking up for Yi Yuan, but wanting to refine the purple void vitality spirit pill in 2 refinements is truly making it too hard on him. Although he said that he fully deduced the pill formula, deduction and refinement are 2 separate matters. Even if he really fully deduced the pill formula, wanting to succeed in 2 refinements, that's
virtually impossible.
Hearing Li's words, Tong's heart involuntarily sunk. Could it be that Sun'er's fate is meant to be like so? If Sun'er meets with any mishap, this kind will make the Black Shark clan pay the price even if I have to risk this old life. Tong gnashed his teeth in hatred as he talked. Li gave him a glance and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to despair either. Sun'er might not be without hope. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao's strength, this seat, is wholeheartedly convinced. If there are people capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill in this world, nobody is worthy except for him. Although there are only 2 chances, with his strength there should be hopes of refining out a defect purple void vitality spirit pill. If his luck is good, low grade might not be impossible too. Tong's eyes lit up and he said, Seriously? Li nodded and said, If it were me, I absolutely can't refine it. But he absolutely have hope. It's just that, if it's a defective product, for Sun'er to want to recover his strength, it will likely have to expend a great deal of effort. Talking to the back, Li also let out a sigh. While talking, Yi Yuan already started refining. Yi Yuan directly used the 9 stars Imperial Heaven art. The 9 stars formation diagram opened up fully, covering the clouds and obscuring the sun. Seeing this scene, everyone revealed a deep look of astonishment. Especially Li, he even had an excited look. The 9 stars Imperial Heaven art was the human race's alchemy skill. But, reaching this level, alchemy skills were already different roads leading to the same destination. Previous life, Yi Yuan had once researched the demon race's alchemy skills before and improved the 9 stars Imperial Heaven art. It was similarly able to refine demonic pills. Following the progression of the refinement, the 9 stars on the 9 stars formation diagram were lit up in proper order. In a twinkle, a day's time passed. The 9 stars formation diagram already had 5 lit up. Everyone was beside themselves with excitement. The refinement seemed to progress very smoothly. But right at this time, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron emitted intense vibrations. Everyone's faces changed. Among them included Yi Yuan. The 9 stars formation diagram in the sky dissipated with a loud bang. The medicinal cauldron also gradually cooled down. Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. They knew that this first refinement was considered a catastrophic failure. It failed. What a pity. It clearly already lit up 5 stars. If the 9 stars were all lit up, it should be able to succeed, right? What's to pity? Just 5 stars, it's still far away. This whatever Master Yi boasted to the skies previously. Looking at it now, he's also merely thus. Sigh. Could it be that young patriarch soon really can't tide over this hurdle? The patriarch, he's clearly so nice. I'm really unreconciled to it. The 9 stars formation diagram collapsed, making everyone's faces reveal a look of disappointment, while on Tong's face, a look of hopelessness revealed even more. One failure was equivalent to Sun's life cutting in half. If Yi Yuan condensed the 9 stars to 7 stars, or even the extent of 8 stars, he would not be so hopeless either. After all, that was already very close to success. However, Yi Yuan merely condensed 5 stars. The 9 stars formation diagram, even a fool could tell that 9 needed to be lit up before on could form the pill. 5 stars only barely managed to go over half. Seeing this sort of outcome, Tong seriously could not sit still anymore. He was just about to go up but was held back by Li. Li shook his head at Tong, and then he said to the others solemnly, "All shut your mouths for this seat." With his yell, everyone understood that this was to keep them from disturbing
Ye Yuan.
At this time, Yi Yuan was currently sitting with his legs crossed, propping up on his knees, his head in his hands. He actually went into a daze. But everyone knew that he obviously did not really go into a daze here. "High Priest, Tong said in puzzlement softly. Li shook his head and said, "I don't understand either, but at this time we'd best not disturb him. Looks like he wants to carry on refining." Carry on refining. Tong could not resist raising his voice for a bit, drawing numerous gazes. But he realized the inappropriateness very quickly and lowered his voice and said, "At this time, shouldn't he sum up the experience of failure and refine again? After a few days?" Li said, "Logically speaking, it's like that. But I really can't figure this Yi Yuan out. But no matter what, our only hope lies on him." The two people were currently discussing at length when the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth suddenly curled up. Yi Yuan immediately leaped up. With this, everyone burst into an uproar. What's Master Yi doing here? How long has it been only? Could it be that he's going to continue refining? He wouldn't be abandoning himself to despair, right? Yeah, this is also too reckless. At this time, how can one carry on refining? However, Yi Yuan treated them as air, completely living in his own world. Other people's discussion, he did not take in a word from start to end. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly started purifying the remaining half of the medicinal embryo, then threw it into the dragon. Sovereign Cauldron. The 9 stars formation diagram activated once more. It happened as if it was simply natural. It was smooth and spellbinding. It was just that everyone's confidence in him became even more lacking. Tong said in a solemn voice, "This guy is also acting too recklessly. If he wastes this final chance because of his arrogance, this king definitely won't spare him." Li gave Tong a glance and showed a bitter smile. Honestly speaking, he was also very perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. To be able to light up 5 stars already made Li greatly astonished. Li felt that as long as he accumulated and deduced the pill formula one more time, perhaps he would really have hopes of refining it. But Yi Yuan just thought for 15 minutes with his head in his hands, and he immediately started refining. What could 15 minutes of time do? Except Yi Yuan refined like nobody else was around just like that. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Gradually, 1 star after another was being lit up. When it reached the 5th star being lit up, everyone held their breaths, eyes glued onto the 9 stars formation diagram. The refinement earlier, Yi Yuan toppled here. This time, would it still be here or not? Time slowly trickled by. The merfolk powerhouses did not dare to breathe loudly. They felt that this was simply torturous. Finally, a beam of light shot straight for the 9 stars formation diagram. From inside the dragon sovereign cauldron, the 6th star was lit up. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a light sigh in relief without prior agreement. This refinement was seriously too exciting. But Lee had a black face and lowered his voice and said, "What are you all agitated for? Starting now, it is the most difficult time. At any moment, he has the possibility of failing. All of you shut your mouths for this seat. If the refinement failed because of you all, I'll annihilate you guys." When everyone heard that, each and every one of them sensibly shut their mouths and did not dare to make a tiny bit of noise anymore. But the subsequent refinement following that was unexpectedly smooth. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. 9 stars formation diagram. Withdraw. Following Yi Yuan's light cry, the 9 stars formation diagram was directly taken into the dragon sovereign cauldron. Condense. Light faded away. Everyone crowded over. Tong had an appearance of being concerned about personal gains and losses as he asked Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, how is it? Can it reach low grade or not?" "Low grade." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, as he said rather surprisedly. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Tong said with a disappointed look, "Could it be that it's only a defective product?" Although he did not take the purple void vitality spirit pills grade to heart. Too much low-grade and defective product still had a difference in the end. If it was a defective product, it was basically equivalent to Sun being crippled. If it was low-grade, Sun still had hope to recover to his peak state in his remaining years. But a hint of a light smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he said, "You all are also looking down on this Yi too much. See for yourselves." Done talking, Yi Yuan opened the furnace. Beckoning with one hand, a medicinal pill shot out and landed on the jade tray. All those present were dead silent. They gathered in front of the table, all shocked until their mouths could not close. Only after a long time did Li come back to his senses and said stammeringly, "TT transcendent grade. How is this possible?" He was seriously unable to understand. Yi Yuan already failed the first time. Based on what could he refine out a transcendent grade purple void vitality spirit pill on the second try? This was the purple void vitality spirit pill. A medicinal pill refined for the first time, even a mystic grade medicinal pill. He actually refined out transcendent grade. Was this possible? Yi Yuan smiled and retorted with a question. "Whether impossible or not, didn't you already see it?" Li opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but did not know what he should say. Everything before his eyes gave him an extremely unreal feeling. The best expectation he gave Yi Yuan was also merely just low grade. Between low grade to transcendent grade, the jump was too great. How could there possibly be an alchemist who could accomplish to this extent? However, Yi Yuan did it. Don't be staring blankly anymore. Since the medicinal pill is already refined, quickly let him consume it then, Yi Yuan urged. "Ah? Oh right. Stop looking. Quickly let Sooner consume the medicinal pill." Li shouted at the top of his voice and changed all of the clansmen away. A group of people was bustling about, all waiting upon Sun for him to swallow the medicinal pill. But right at this time somebody suddenly came to report. The person exclaimed, "Your Majesty, not good. The Black Shark clan is bearing down upon the borders in great forces, and already enclosed us in, at this time in the faraway Great Xiang region. Inside Bright Moon City, killing sounds shook the heavens. Violent essence, energy suffused everywhere. Some powerhouses of unknown identities were slaughtering without restraint in the city. Apart from these people, there was still another group of people. These people were shockingly the vast Sun City's martial artists. Zhou Jia, you actually broke our 2 clans' agreement and allied with other forces to overthrow my Bright Moon City. You'll die a horrible death. Jianxiu said fiercely. The person opposite him was precisely Vast Sun City's city lord, Zhou Jia. This morning, Zhou Jia got Bright Moon City's gates to open through, hoodwinking, leading a group of black-clothed people with unknown identities. On a wanton massacre in Bright Moon City. The entire Bright Moon City already fell into an abyss of suffering. You Jianxiu don't think that I don't know. The Sun-Moon heavenly pupil is already not in the vast Sun Bright Moon realm anymore. Since there's no more Sun-Moon heavenly pupil, then why is there a need for our two families to be tied together anymore? At present, your Yu family's ancestor is already dead, while my Zhou family is akin to the noonday sun. This great Xiang region naturally has to belong to my Zhou family, said Zhou Jia, who was incomparably pleased in his heart. Yu Jianxiu's face turned cold, and he said, "Fine, today you and I will determine a victor. I want to take a look at just how much capability you have." Finished talking, Yu Jianxiu wielded his sword and stepped forward. Peak. Divine King strength erupting with full power. Right on time. Ha ha. Zhou Jia was not alarmed but rejoiced instead. Laughing wildly, his divine King domain instantly opened up. Seeing this scene, Yu Jianxiu's expression changed drastically, his figure abruptly stopping. Divine King domain. You broke through to the realm of void mystic, Yu Jianxiu said in shock. Hoo, now do you know the gap between you and me? Surrender without resistance. Zhou Jia laughed savagely. Advancing forward, Yu Jianxiu turned pale with fright, but behind him were all the Yu families, dependents not allowing him to shrink back in the slightest. Yu Jianxiu gritted his teeth and urged his essence energy to the limits, toughening his scalp and receiving it. Right at this time, an enormous palm charged out from diagonally, heading straight for Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia was just about to crush Yu Jianxiu when his expression changed. Drastically. Boom! A palm smacked out and actually directly sent Zhou Jia flying. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the enormous figure behind Yu Mengli, incredibly shocked. Her battle soul already virtually condensed into a corporeal body. Lia, your strength is actually already comparable to Void Mystic powerhouses, Yu Jianxiu said in surprise. But Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said to Yu Jianxiu, "Father, you bring the clansmen away first. I'll bring up the rear with Wu Luo." After exiting the city, escape in the direction of the demon region. Wu Luo and I will rush over soon after. Yu Jianxiu was stupefied. He did not quite understand. His daughter already clearly had the strength of a void mystic powerhouse. Why would they still have to run? This Bright Moon City was the Yu family's several 100,000 years of foundation. How could they give up so easily? Yu Mengli could not help saying furiously when she saw that father did not have any movements. No time to explain. If you don't go, you won't be able to leave. This matter is absolutely not that simple. Quickly go. Yu Mengli was a good-natured and gentle daughter. Yu Jianxiu had never seen such an enraged side of her before. He realized that the matter seemed to really not be that simple. Okay, I'll bring them away right now. Yu Jianxiu nodded and said, "Heh, leaving? No need. Today, none of you can leave." A black-robed man blocked everyone's path of retreat, his aura astonishing, involuntarily making Yu Jianxiu's expression change greatly. Your Sun Man. Medicine King Hall, Sun Man. Yu Jianxiu said panic-strickenly. This black-robed powerhouse was shockingly the Sun Man who escaped from the immemorial medicine garden by chance on that day. The Medicine King Hall party that went to rescue Holy Mother Devil Flower at that time were virtually all killed by the evil extermination sword. Fortunately, the evil extermination sword's primary objective was Holy Mother Devil Flower. Sun Man still escaped by chance while severely wounded. At this time, Yu Jianxiu finally understood. Turns out that the vast Sun City actually colluded together with the Medicine King Hall. Go! Yu Mengli said frostily. This Sun Man gave her immense pressure. Li Sun Man. is a middle-stage void mystic powerhouse. Go! Yu Mengli's voice practically fell to freezing point. Yu Jianxiu gritted his teeth and said, "You family members listen up, follow me. Hee, wanna go? How can it be that easy?" Sun Man said with a cold smile. At this time, a large group of divine king powerhouses showed up, blocking their retreating route. Yu Jianxiu said in a cold voice, "Kill!" The Yu family's divine king powerhouses clashed together with those divine kings. Yu Mengli was just about to move when Sun Man already charged over. Heh! Indeed, a first-rate beauty. No wonder Ji Qingyun that brat would be moved. Little lass, surrender obediently without resistance, Sun Man said, with a cold laugh. Dream on. Phaseless divine palm. Garner Sky Sea region underwater world. The Black Shark clan joined forces with the seabed's 5 great royal clans, encircling and suppressing the Merfolk clan. Tong's expression darkened, and he instructed, "Looks like the Black Shark clan is planning on fighting it out to the bitter end. But is my Merfolk clan really that easy to annihilate?" At this time, Sun slowly opened both eyes, with a look of absent-mindedness on his face. Sun. Seeing Sun wake up, Tong's face revealed a look of surprise. "I actually didn't die? Yi? My demonic essence is actually recovering rapidly. How is this possible?" Sun suddenly discovered the changes within his body and was incomparably shocked. He remembered crystal clear that he had his inner core shattered by a Black Shark clan's powerhouse. But now, his strength was actually in the midst of rapid recovery. Tong smiled and said, "It was Master Yi who saved you. He refined a transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill, restoring your inner core completely. Why haven't you quickly thanked him? Purple void vitality spirit pill. Transcendent grade." Sun drew a cold breath. He naturally knew what the purple void vitality spirit pill was. This shock was by no means insignificant. There was actually really someone who refined the purple void vitality spirit pill. He hurriedly prostrated toward Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for Master Ye's grace of rebirth." Yi Yuan helped him up and said smilingly, "Get up. It's not worth thanking. Didn't gift you the medicinal pill for free either. It's considered a transaction between His Majesty and me." Sun was extremely surprised when he heard something that could rival the purple void vitality spirit pill. The clan most likely paid a considerable price. Tong smiled by the side and said, "As long as I can bring you back, what does a drop of 1 million-year-old pearl have tears count for? In fact, it was us who took advantage of Master Yi. A transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill is much more valuable than a drop of pearl have tears. Shark 1. Order people to go inside the spirit stone cave and retrieve a drop of 1 million-years-old pearl have tear." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, you all are confronted by a formidable enemy. Better go and deal with it quickly." Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed drastically, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. Thud, thud. His heart started pounding fiercely, his entire person sweating profusely. In just a blink of an eye, he was already soaked in sweat from head to toe. "Master Yi, are you all right?" Sun asked concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, but he did not hear Sun's words at all. The foreboding feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Sudden impulse. This was definitely sudden impulse. But could there be an existence that could threaten him here? Right now, apart from the 10 great divine kings, those kind of existences, there should not be anyone capable of threatening him, right? Even if he could not beat them, at least preserving his life was still not an issue. Tong's strength was at the very most on the same level as Han Qingzi. He could not threaten him at all. But why would he have a feeling like he was almost suffocating? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The more he thought, the more likely it felt. Could it be that something really happened to Lier? Yi Yuan's heart suddenly raced. Master Yi, are you all right? Soon shook Yi Yuan and asked worriedly. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake and said weakly, I'm fine. Help me to the bed. And lie down for a while will do. Tong gave an apology and said, Master Yi, a great enemy lies ahead. I'll have soon take care of you first. This king will go and meet the enemy first. Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. But at this time he had strength, but could not muster it up. He could only nod and said, Your Majesty, go ahead. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Refining the purple void vitality spirit pill already made Yi Yuan somewhat drained. Sudden impulse, this rush, heaped on one disaster after another, making him virtually unable to move already. My lord, are you all right? Hearing that Yi Yuan was not well, Ao Qian and the rest hurried over when they heard the news. All of them turned pale with fright. Seeing Yi Yuan's ashen pale complexion, they were even more stricken with worry. I'm fine. I'll recover for a bit first. You guys go outside the door and guard. Taitsong, go and take the pearl have tears. We're leaving here right away. Resting for a while, Yi Yuan gradually recovered some strength and started consuming medicinal pills, restoring essence energy. Yi Yuan was racked with anxiety currently, but he knew that the more anxious he was, the calmer he had to be. Great enemy forces were bearing down upon the border outside. If he did not even recover his strength, then that was no different from courting death. A day later, Yi Yuan finally recovered completely. Going out, Ao Qian already guarded outside for a day and night, but soon was already gone. Most likely he was worried about the war outside, and already went to rendezvous with his clansmen. My lord, what in the world happened? Ao Qian asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Something might have happened to Lier. We must hurry back to Bright Moon City as soon as possible. An unexpected change will occur if late. The expressions of Ao Qian and the rest changed drastically. They knew that Yi Yuan had the ability of sudden impulse. These words were likely not baseless. Putting away the pearl have tears, Yi Yuan directly led Ao Qian and the rest, and left the Merfolk clan. Ha ha ha! Tong, you didn't expect it, right? The Garner Sky Sea region's 5 great royal clans already all pledged allegiance to this king. Now there's just your Merfolk clan left. Today I, Hei Wu, shall rule the Garner Sky Sea region. Those who bow to me will prosper, and those who resist will perish. The Black Shark clan plus 5 great royal clans, a massive group formed by 6 major ethnic groups, blocked the entire stretch of sea region until not even water could flow through. In front of the array, the Black Shark clan's king, Hei Wu, was in high and vigorous spirits, laughing wildly to no end. On the opposite side, Tong already sustained heavy injuries. This Garner Sky Sea region, the strongest was the Black Shark clan and the Merfolk clan, while the 8 great royal clans took second place. In this period of time, Tong's attention was all on the purple void vitality spirit pill, resulting in overlooking the Black Shark clan's moving direction. He did not think that Hei Wu actually took the opportunity to subdue 5 great royal clans among the 8 great royal clans. Moreover, surrounding the Merfolk clan with a sneak attack approach. After a bout of bloody battle, Tong and the Merfolk clan's powerhouses all suffered heavy injuries. The Black Shark clan was very powerful in the first place. Adding in 5 great royal clans, the powerhouses were even more numerous beyond counting. How could the Merfolk clan resist such an offensive? Into formation. Under Tong's command, the Merfolk clan's warriors each unleashed moves, individually condensing a powerful array formation, sheltering everyone inside. When Hei Wu saw the situation, he could not help laughing hard as he said, Already at this point, do you still want to put up a last-ditch struggle? Even if I don't breach your array formation, how long can your demonic essence sustain? Tong said solemnly, Hei Wu, you despicable person. Previously you ambushed my son. Now you made the Octopus clan submit with devious schemes. Even if I die today, This king will also drag you down. Before coming out, Tong also did not expect that the war this time would actually be so grim. He Wu could be said to have put in painstaking efforts for the sake of today. First was sneak attacking Soon, diverting the Merfolk clan's attention. Then, plotted to capture the Octopus clan's young patriarch, causing the Octopus clan to be cautious in taking action, and could only join their camp. Finally, He Wu avoided the other 3 royal clans with heaven deceiving means, slaughtering straight to the Merfolk clan's main camp. All these schemes were intricately woven together. By the time Tong reacted to it, it was already too late. Haha, don't humans have a phrase called all's fair in war? When this king rules the Garnersky Sea region, who dares to call this king despicable? Tong, do you wish to get into formation and wait for the other 3 clans to come over to assist? Haha. Do you think that this king will give you this chance? He Wu said with a wild laugh. Tong's expression changed when he heard that. Did not think that he was actually seen through by He Wu. What he was planning was precisely this. At this time, the other 3 great royal clans should have already gotten the news and were currently rushing over here. As long as they rushed over, the crisis this time might be able to weather through. Ha ha ha, all attack for me. Break their grand array. I want to see how long they can last. He Wu ordered. The densely packed crowd of sea people all pressed over towards the Merfolk clan. This commotion was truly earth-shaking. But, just as they advanced, a figure slowly passed through from inside the Merfolk clan's grand array. When He Wu saw this scene, he could not help saying with mild surprise, "Human? Heh, brat. If you don't want to die, get lost for this seat." Seeing that figure, Tong and the rest could not help being startled, similarly. Saying in surprise, Master Yi?" Sun had just recovered. Seeing Yi Yuan, he could not help being greatly alarmed and shouted, "Master Yi, it's dangerous. Quickly return into the grand array." It was as if Yi Yuan was deaf, turning a deaf ear to Sun's shout, and still walked towards He Wu neither too fast nor too slowly. "Father, Master Yi is this child's savior. We can't look on with folded arms," Sun said anxiously. At first, Tong's face indeed had a look of bewilderment. Very quickly, he thought of the words that Shark One had once said, and he could not help revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He said to Sun with an excited look, "Sooner, Master Yi, might be our Merfolk clan's last hope. All Merfolks listen up. Kill. Today fight to the death with the Black Shark clan." Tong did not hesitate anymore, directly giving up on the array formation and charged towards the Black Shark clan. Seeing this scene, He Wu could not help being stunned. Was Tong's brain damaged? But at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived in front of him and said coolly, "Get lost." He Wu was stupefied again. Then he grinned hideously and said, "A mere human. 7th level Dao Profound also dares to speak to this king like this. Truly. Tired of living. Forget it, this king will kill you first, then exterminate the Merfolk clan. After today, the Garnersky Sea region will be my world." Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he lightly spat out a word. "Noisy. Conceited and ignorant human. Go to hell." He Wu was utterly enraged by Yi Yuan's attitude. Instantly expanding his divine king domain, he was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. In his view, exterminating a 7th level Dao Profound human was too effortless. Shark's roar. The divine king domain that carried divine Dao laws instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. He saw that Yi Yuan actually did not try to avoid it, standing there without making a move. A hint of a hideous grin involuntarily flashed past the corners of his mouth. However, his smile froze on his face very quickly. What's going on? When He Wu's shark's roar arrived 10+ feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was actually unable to advance an inch further anymore. This shock was by no means insignificant. One had to know that his divine king domain carried the power of divine Dao laws. Forget about a measly little 7th level Dao Profound, even divine king domains of void mystic powerhouses, he could instantly shred it too. But facing Yi Yuan, the all-conquering divine king domain actually failed. However, because of the influence of the power of his divine Tao laws, it still compressed Yi Yuan's domain of sword a little bit. It was just that this bit of distance did not affect Yi Yuan much at all. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he thought of a possibility. His face revealed panic as he said, Impossible! Could it be a pure, divine Tao domain? Just this bit of strength? Then you can go and die already. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out beside his ear. He Wu's expression changed drastically, only coming back to his senses now, and instinctively wanted to run away. Yet, it was already too late. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. He Wu's eyes became wide circles, and he said in alarm, Greater teleportation. He Wu knew that he really encountered a monster today, a terrifying monster. These were all abilities that were impossible to come into existence in the present divine realm, but they appeared before his eyes over and over again. Except, he already did not have time to regret it. Yi Yuan broke through and came in front of him effortlessly with his domain of sword's firepower releasing fully. He Wu was dead. Just one exchange and a great king of the Garner Sky Sea region fell at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. When the Black Shark clans and the 5 great royal clans powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes became wide saucers. What happened? What in the world did that human youth do? Lord He Wu, he was finished off just like that? Lord He Wu is dead. Lord He Wu is dead. Quickly run. Those sea folks all finally reacted to it. Each and every one scattered in all directions desperately. Capture the ringleader first in order to round up the bandits. He Wu already died. This 6 great royal clans alliance instantly collapsed and dissipated. For a moment, the underwater world fell into chaos. Kill! Kill! The originally low-morale Merfolk clan immediately roused in spirits greatly. When they saw He Wu being killed, battle cries shaking the heavens. Tong's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body all along. At this time, he stared at that tall and straight figure of Yi Yuan's, incomparably astounded in his heart. What did he do before?
Tihreten Ye Yuan.
Tong felt a chill run down his spine, hit by waves of lingering fear. If he really fell out with Yi Yuan back then, the one dead right now would probably not be He Wu, but him, the Merfolk clan's king. This young man's strength was truly too frightening. Not only condensing a divine Tao domain, even cultivating heart realm to the great circle of perfection realm, comprehending greater teleportation. Such talent was simply unheard of. He previously still had some doubts about Shark One's words, but only now did he know that Shark One's description was not exaggerated at all. It was even somewhat lacking, because Shark One did not see the scene of Yi Yuan cutting down Han Qingzi at a swoosh. In the midst of chaos, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. Tong's pupils constricted and actually could not sense Yi Yuan's moving direction. Arg! In the midst of the disorderly army, a shrill and miserable cry was suddenly heard. The crimson silk starfish's king was directly blotted out. Tong was dumbfounded. He had never seen before that killing a peak void mystic powerhouse would be so easy. The 8 great royal clans kings were all peak void mystic powerhouses. Was just that they did not comprehend divine Tao laws. That was why their strength was a notch weaker. But these 8 great royal clans kings, their strength could virtually already catch up to Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, that kind of degree. However, he was easily written off by Yi Yuan just like that. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's figure disappeared once more. In a blink of an eye, another king was killed. Merely 15 minutes of work from start to end, the 5 great royal clans kings all died. Yi Yuan was simply a killing machine. His figure moved. Yi Yuan appeared not far from Tong. Your Majesty, this Yi still has urgent matters on hand and will take my leave. First, this is considered gifting your Merfolk clan a present then. In the future, Lian Xiao is my younger sister. You all have to treat her well. Otherwise, I'll come back and settle scores. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. Lian Xiao, as Li's disciple, she was also at the rear of the merfolk clan at this time. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, her entire body involuntarily shuddered. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed just now was simply akin to a deity up in heaven to her. Lian Xiao also did not imagine that just a few simple words of reminder from her would actually obtain such care from Yi Yuan. But Lian Xiao was not dumb either. She knew that her life in the future would have an upheaval change. Master Yi, thank you. Lian Xiao's face actually left behind tears. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly penetrated the crowd and looked over in Lian Xiao's direction, giving her a smile. Tong's heart went cold, and he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Lord Yi, rest assured. Lian Xiao will be my merfolk clan's most honorable princess in the future. Absolutely no one will dare to be disrespectful towards her. Unknowingly, Tong's term of address toward Yi Yuan underwent a change. Yi Yuan nodded his head, figure flashing, and disappeared. Tong did not think that Yi Yuan actually left so urgently, and also did not think that he actually paid special care to Lian Xiao before leaving. Looking at Yi Yuan's fading back view, Tong let out a long sigh. Shark One, you've performed exceptionally meritorious services this time. Truly didn't expect Master Yi that you brought back was actually so monstrous, Tong said to the Shark One beside. Shark One smiled good-naturedly. He also did not think that accidentally stumbling upon this time it actually brought such a change to the merfolk clan. With Hei Wu's death, the Garner Sky Sea region situation would undergo an upheaval change. The merfolk clan had never liked to lord over everyone, but now, due to Yi Yuan's appearance, they already become the Garner Sky Sea region's irreplaceable overlord. A human youth actually changed the underwater world situation in a blink of an eye. This was something that everyone did not expect from start to end. Want to blame, people could only blame Hei Wu himself for courting death. Lian Xiao, Tong suddenly yelled out. This lowly servant is present. The moment Tong heard, he could not help laughing in spite of himself. This last still did not change yet, regarding herself as the identity of a maidservant. Hoo-hoo, from today onwards, you mustn't call yourself lowly servant anymore. Now this king will acknowledge you as my goddaughter. In the future, you're my merfolk clan's princess. Tong called out in a clear voice. Chapter 1161. What's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? Asterisk asterisk. You, come over. Dispel ownership of the storage ring, then get lost. Bright Moon City is under martial law. Nobody is to enter. Outside Bright Moon City, a Tao Profound Realm martial artist had just come out of the transmission array and was threatened like that. The moment that martial artist heard, he could not help flying into a great rage and said, You all are not Bright Moon City's people. Who the hell are you guys? You're simply committing highway robbery here. That Solder sneered coldly and said, So what if committing highway robbery? Bright Moon City is already finished. The Great Xiang region will only have Vast Sun City from now on, no Bright Moon City. See the corpses over there? Anyone who doesn't hand over their storage rings, they will be put to death. Without exception. Looking over in the direction that soldier pointed, that martial artist's expression changed. Outside, dead bodies were sprawled all over the ground messily. Clearly there were already quite a number of people who were killed off because of refusing to hand over their storage rings. Looking at the soldiers guarding the transmission array, they were actually all Tao Profound Realm powerhouses without exception. Not far away, two black-clothed men were even sitting, drinking tea very leisurely, as if they paid no attention to this. This Tao Profound Realm martial artist was helpless and could only hand over his storage ring. The news of Bright Moon City being sealed already spread out. The people coming to Bright Moon City now are already getting lesser and lesser. Sigh. The brothers' side allowances also reduced significantly all at once. Enough, be contented. In this half a month we've already reaped no idea how much resources. Although what remained in our hands are very few, we also got quite a bit. Hoo-hoo, true. The higher-ups are still pretty good to us. With these resources, we won't have to worry for the next 5 years. It's just that we don't know when that Ji Qingyun will show up. Show up? Bullsh asterisk T. Clearly aware that this place is a huge trap, could he still dare to come and deliver himself to death? And that might not be so. I heard that Ji Qingyun is a besotted soul. He'll definitely come for the sake of the person he loves. Then it's perfect. We have a big feast waiting for him here. The two soldiers exchanged a glance and smiled, but their gazes flitted towards those two black-clothed men without prior consultation. Just what background these black-clothed men had, they were not clear either. They only knew that these two people were both some holy sovereigns. But without a doubt, these two people were characters whose strengths were formidable to the extreme. There's a dish delivering to the door again. Go take a look. At this time, light flashed, and a figure walked out from inside the transmission array. Swoosh, swoosh. Several dozen streaks of sword energy immediately sprayed out, killing all of the surrounding Dao Profound Realm soldiers. At this time, the two black-clothed men casually waved their hands and directly extinguished the sword energies. The two drank another mouthful of tea. One of them said, "Brother, business has come knocking. Finish it off quickly." After done talking, the two actually slowly stretched lazily and stood up, sluggishly, showing an appearance of not putting the arrival in their sights at all. This arrival was naturally none other than precisely the Yi Yuan, who ran at full speed all the way. Along the way, he forcefully hijacked several dozens transmission arrays, crossing several dozen major regions, before reaching Bright Moon City within half a month. But on the way, Yi Yuan already heard of the news about Bright Moon City being destroyed. His heart sank to the rock bottom. At this time, the berserk killing intent on Yi Yuan could not be concealed, no matter what. Hehe, you're Ji Qingyun? Truly an infatuated soul. Looks like Lord Holy Sun guessed correctly. You indeed came. I didn't think that not seeing you for a couple of days, this punk already broke through to the 7th level Dao Profound. Fortunately, Lord Holy Sun sent the two of us over. If he were to send a holy king over, it might really be incapable of suppressing him. Ha ha ha, brat, are you surrendering without resistance, or do you want the two of us brothers to take action? Whoa, killing intent isn't small. Brat, stop racking your brain in vain. You aren't our match. We, holy sovereign powerhouses, are existences comparable to peak void mystic. The two people had disdainful looks, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition was poles apart from in the past, giving people a bone-piercing cold feeling. On the way, he heard quite a bit of news concerning Bright Moon City being destroyed. He could not differentiate whether they were rumors or truth, either. But without a doubt, Lier was in a very dangerous situation right now. Maybe Yi Yuan did not dare to carry on thinking. He was really very scared that the situation of losing his beloved would happen to him once more. I'm only asking you a sentence. Where is Lier right now? Yi Yuan asked, coldly. Toward the two people's attitudes, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He only wanted to know Lier's situation, right, whether she was alive or dead or escaped or captured. Lier? Hoo-hoo, you're talking about that chick from the Yu family? Dead. Ha-ha. Don't you worry, before long you'll go down and reunite together with her. The two people chortled with laughter, but it made Yi Yuan's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. A cold and sharp killing intent virtually materialized, blanketing over towards these two holy sovereign powerhouses. Ha-ha, decent killing intent. But it's no use, said one of them as he laughed without a care. The two people were currently laughing when all of a sudden, their expressions became rather surprised. This, such terrifying talent. killing intent soared continuously and actually directly broke through the bottleneck, said the other person in amazement. Do it, don't waste time anymore. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. Since that's the case, the both of you go to hell then. Yi Yuan's icy cold voice sounded out, his figure abruptly disappearing. Greater teleportation. The expressions of the two mighty holy sovereigns changed. Only now did they know that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Yi Yuan they knew. This 1 to 2 years' time, Yi Yuan's improvement speed could simply be described using terrifying. That whatever holy sun still misjudged Yi Yuan's strength in the end. Roar! 2 clouds of black qi erupted. The auras of the 2 great holy sovereigns instantly skyrocketed. But to Yi Yuan it was of no use at all. Swish! Swish! A cold light flashed. Heads and torsos ended up in separate places. Evil extermination swords sword energy directly ground the fiendish energy into shreds. Fiend race again. Yi Yuan's killing intent billowed to the skies. The slaughter concept actually gradually advanced towards the great circle of perfection realm. Although Yi Yuan shattered his divine king domain, it did not mean that his supreme true intents were gone. The slaughter supreme true intent and scorching supreme true intent, Yi Yuan, was still in the midst of steady progression. But just now, when Yi Yuan heard the news of Yu Mengli's demise, his killing intent could not be held back anymore. I truly didn't expect that my slaughter concept actually attained perfection. Under such circumstances, such a perfection, I'd rather not want it. Lier, where on earth are you? Slaughter concept reached the great circle of perfection, but Yi Yuan's life became bleak. At this time he became despondent, his entire person like he lost his soul, becoming a walking corpse. The blow of Yu Mengli's death to him was too great. Arg! Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl, roaring loudly. This villainous heaven! Do you really want to toy with me to death? If I don't have Lier, what's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? Monstrous killing intent surged to the sky. Yi Yuan's eyes actually became a blood-red color. This killing intent, even inside Bright Moon City, it could be felt clearly. A dense crowd of martial artists flew out from inside Bright Moon City. Very clearly, they were all startled by Yi Yuan's killing intent. Kill! Yi Yuan's eyes were scarlet. Sensing those experts who flew over, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, there were already several figures who dropped down from the sky. Swoosh! 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 The current Yi Yuan was like a killing machine. Places that he passed through, not a blade of grass survived. Regardless whether was it the vast Sun City's powerhouses or that mysterious divine martial hall's martial artists, not one survived. Yi Yuan's killing intent virtually materialized. His formidable strength practically made everyone despair. Whatever Tao profound realm martial artists or divine king powerhouses, even void mystic powerhouses, could not last past 1 second under Yi Yuan's hands. Seeing such an astonishing spectacle, how could those people still dare to remain? Arriving with a fierce and imposing momentum, fleeing in a wretched plight. Don't kill me. Ah! Quickly run. Ji Qingyun went mad. Devil! This is a devil. Quickly run. For some time, miserable cries lingered on the ears. The entire sky became a field of carnage. No matter how fast they ran, how could they be faster than Yi Yuan's sword? The more he killed, the redder Yi Yuan's eyes got. Gradually, he actually already lost his original heart. 2 figures soared to the sky and actually acted in contravention, welcoming Yi Yuan. One of them had fiendish energy billowing into the sky. His strength was very formidable at one glance. Lord Bloodrain. Looks like this Yi Yuan seems to have entered bedevilment. The one talking was precisely Zhou Jia. When he saw Yi Yuan's appearance of crazed slaughtering, he felt the delight of rejoicing over other people's misfortune instead. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was acquired by Yi Yuan. How could Zhou Jia not hate him? Bloodrain smiled lightly and said, Looks like Lord Holy Sun's scheme is very effective. This Ji Qingyun indeed fell into madness when he heard news of the Yu family's lass's demise. Zhou Jia hurriedly fawned as he said, "Ha ha! Lord Holy Sun truly took every conceivable possibility into account. No matter how strong Ji Qingyun is, he's a cripple after entering bedevilment too. Ha ha ha! Kill away. The more you kill, the deeper you'll lose yourself. We prepared sufficient baits for you. When you kill finish, you'll become a walking corpse that only knows slaughter." A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Bloodrain's mouth, looking towards Yi Yuan rather interestedly. Poochie. A streak of bloodlight flashed past. The first person to escape back was directly killed by Bloodrain. Deserters in the battlefield. Die! Bloodrain's cold voice sounded out, making everyone's heart turn cold. He's only one person. Everybody attack. Kill him. This is your only way out. Bloodrain said coldly. Everyone's heart turned cold. Front and back. Both were death. Lord Bloodrain's strength, they were very clear. While over there it was just Yi Yuan alone. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. Countless figures charged over towards Yi Yuan. However, all of the struggles were futile. Under Yi Yuan's hands, they did not have the least bit of strength to retaliate. Zhou Jia was still watching Yi Yuan kill people with a broad grin. But to the back, the expression on his face became increasingly solemn. Yi Yuan was too strong. Just how long has it been? How can his strength be terrifying to such a degree? Zhou Jia's complexion was white as a sheet as he said in shock. Bloodrain swept a glance over him and said with a cold smile, "What? Scared?" Zhou Jia was startled inwardly, his expression ugly as he said, "How can that be possible?" Swish! Just as they were talking, a streak of terrifying sword energy whistled past, directly slaughtering a large swathe. Force wind swept past, scaring Zhou Jia until he shuddered. Zhou Jia looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable terror and alarm. He seriously could not figure out how that youth could grow to such an extent. "Relax. With me around, he can't hurt you," Bloodrain said fully confident. Actually, he looked down on Zhou Jia from the bottom of his heart. It was just that he still had some use right now. That was why he did not kill him. Only when he heard Bloodrain's words did Zhou Jia loosen up considerably. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, it was long in utter disarray already. Milord entered bedevilment. At this rate, Milord will thoroughly lose himself. Ao Qian said incredibly worriedly. "What to do here? Without Milord's permission, we can't go out at all." Zhang Taizong also had a panicked look. Luer did not speak by the side, but the worried expression on her face betrayed her. "Oh right, Elder Tongue. Elder Tongue is the vast heaven pagoda's artifact. Spirit. He must have a way." O Qian suddenly thought of something and shouted. Right at this time, Long Tang's figure materialized. The moment he came out, everyone crowded over. "Elder Tang, quickly think of a way." "Yeah, Elder Tang, hurry and think of a way. At this rate, His Excellency will be a goner." Everyone clamored to speak, all burning with anxiety. Long Tongue waved his hand and said, "You guys can't go out now. He'll kill you. Guys together. Moreover, even if you all go out, it's useless too. Then what should we do?" Jiang Taizong said anxiously. Long Tang's gaze turned towards Luer. Then, everyone's gazes looked towards her. Luer. That's right. Apart from her, nobody can save Yi Yuan here. Only she can stir up the soft spot in the deepest part of Yi Yuan's soul. However, there's a possibility of failure too, and the price of failure is death. At that time, not only will Luer you die, Yi Yuan will utterly enter bedevilment too, never to awaken again. "Luer, are you willing to give it a try?" Long Ting said with a serious expression. Clearly, he was also not very confident. But the matters between Yi Yuan and Luer he was still aware. Yi Yuan walking from the endless world until now, if talking about who was the person he was closest to, it had to be Lu'er. Only the person that he was closest to could rouse Yi Yuan, who currently entered bedevilment. The moment Lu'er heard, she said without hesitation, "Grandpa Long Tongue, let me out then. Even if I die under young master's sword, I'll have no regrets." 2. Long Tongue let out a sigh and said with a nod, "All right, but right now isn't the time yet." The Yi Yuan with 2 bloodshot eyes finally detected Zhou Jia's existence. The moment his 2 eyes turned back, Zhou Jia's entire person almost shrunk, as if there was a feeling of being stared at by the god of death. When Blood Rain saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from sight. Greater teleportation. However, Blood Rain captured Yi Yuan's trail. Boom! An intense collision. It actually directly blasted Yi Yuan back. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. Instead, he seemed to become even more berserk. His target was Zhou Jia, because in his subconscious, Zhou Jia should know Lier's whereabouts, regardless of whether alive or dead. Even though Yi Yuan entered bedevilment, his combat instincts were still there. Bloodrain's strength was indeed formidable. It was even a notch above Han Qing. Z. But this time, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up. Qi. A rain of blood scattered everywhere. The insufferably arrogant Blood Rain was actually killed in one exchange. Blood splattered, splashing all over Zhou Jia's face. The scalding hot blood made his entire person tremble, abruptly startling. Awake. His eyes became round circles. Up until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that he saw in front of him. Someone as powerful as Blood Rain was finished off in one exchange? They were clearly still gloating over others' misfortune earlier. Blood Rain even said that there was no problem with him around. But what kind of situation was this right now? Lier. Where's Lier? Yi Yuan's icy-cold voice bored into his ears, making Zhou Jia shudder once again. It was not long before he thought that he could finally let vast Sun City lord over a region when he broke through to Void Mystic. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was still weak like a toddler learning how to walk. Swoosh! Zhou Jia only hesitated slightly, and Yi Yuan suddenly disappeared. He had yet to react to what was happening when fresh blood sprayed everywhere. On bright Moon City's walls. Arg! A miserable cry sounded over. With Bloodrain's death, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. When Zhou Jia came back to his senses, all the hairs on his body stood on its and Yener. Zhou Jia felt like his entire body was sapped dry as he shouted at the top of his voice. That person observing the situation far away over at this side on the city wall was precisely his son, Zhou Yan. He was a divine realm heaven's pride, who had once tramped Yi Yuan underfoot, but now he finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Zhou Yan thought that he hid very well, but under Yi Yuan's perception, everything in the surrounding was laid completely bare, and Yi Yuan was just a killing machine right now. He completely only relied on instinct when doing things. His final trace of reason told him that Zhou Jia was the instigator of this war and should know Lier's whereabouts. Maybe Lier was not dead yet, but these were all thoughts in his subconscious. Hence, he instinctively killed Zhou Yan. He thought that this way it could make Zhou Jia feel afraid and tell the truth, but he completely did not know Zhou Yan and Zhou Jia's relationship. In the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, Zhou Yan was just an ant that was casually trampled to death. Back then, when Zhou Yan descended upon the endless world, he kept on saying that Yi Yuan was just an ant. At that time, he definitely did not imagine that he would be trampled to death like an ant by Yi Yuan today, as casually as that. Of course, Yi Yuan was completely clueless. His figure moved, returning in front of Zhou Jia again. "Tell me, where's Lier?" Yi Yuan asked icily again. "Lier? You say Lier? Ha 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 ha. That slut didn't know how to appreciate favors and is already deader than dead." Yener was deeply in love with her, but she actually remained completely unmoved. Before dying, she was even... Zhou Jia's voice abruptly cut off. He was no longer able to talk. With Zhou Yan's death, Zhou Jia did not want to live on anymore. He fell completely into madness. Since Yi Yuan already fallen into depravity, then let him thoroughly enter bedevilment. Zhou Jia knew that the words out of his mouth would be the final straw that crushed Yi Yuan. From henceforth, that genius Ji Qingyun would be utterly reduced to a killing machine. In fact, he wanted to be even more bloody and bloodthirsty than the fiend race. On his deathbed, a hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Zhou Jia's mouth. That was the smile of a treacherous scheme prevailing. Arg! Berserk killing intent practically condensed into a physical entity. It was akin to an enormous storm billowing into the sky. Yi Yuan was currently thoroughly sinking into becoming a devil. At this time, a green silhouette appeared. Young master! Luer's voice exuded thick concern. Yi Yuan abruptly turned his head back. His eyes filled with icy cold killing intent. Those scarlet-red eyes, Luer was too unfamiliar. Was this still that gentle and caring young master? Young master! Wake up, young master! Luer said with tears in her eyes. Facing Luer, Yi Yuan actually had a rare moment of not directly exterminating. He was currently on the critical point of bedevilment. He was still hanging onto that last trace of reason in the depths of his heart. Luer was the kin that Yi Yuan cared the most for all along. Protecting her was virtually Yi Yuan's instinct. Hence, he did not make a move. But the virtually materialized killing intent made Luer practically unable to breathe. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. But the next instant, the evil extermination sword stopped at Luer's neck. Drip! A drop of fresh blood flowed out of Luer's fair skin, flowing down along the evil extermination sword. On Yi Yuan's savage face, a look of struggle actually surfaced. Very clearly, his instinct was currently battling with his mental demon. If the evil extermination sword went another inch forward, Luer would die. Time slowly trickled by, as if it had frozen. But Luer's face did not show a hint of a change in countenance. From start to end, her gaze never left Yi Yuan's face. She trusted Yi Yuan. She believed that Yi Yuan would not kill her, even if Yi Yuan fell into deprivation. Young master, I'm Luer. Young master, did you forget that you taught Luer the heaven illusionary ice? Soul? Young master, have you forgotten that back then, in order to save Luer, you killed Lin Tiancheng and challenged the Nine Heavens Road? Yi Yuan reminisced the past in detail, looking into it to call back reason. The dainty neck and the evil extermination sword rubbed non-stop. More and more blood flowed out, but she was seemingly oblivious. Young master, why are you so foolish? Ambushing the bright moon city there. Target is definitely you. If they really caught Big Sister Lear, how can they possibly not make use of her to deal with you? You didn't see Big Sister Lear with your own eyes, so how can you determine that she died? If she's fine, but you fell into depravity, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Young master, the people who care about you isn't just Big Sister Lear, either. Me, Grandpa Longteng, Ao Qian, Jiang Taizong, each one of us cares for you very much. You can't let yourself to fall into depravity unchecked. One sentence after another, they impacted Yi Yuan's heart. The instinct of slaughter and his consciousness was undergoing an intense struggle. Gradually, that surging killing intent finally lessened gradually, while Yi Yuan's scarlet-red two eyes also gradually faded away. Luer. Yi Yuan called out dryly. When Luer saw that young master finally regained his senses, tears flooded. Why, young master, you finally woke up. What happened to me just now? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that his sword was actually pressed against Luer's throat. Luer's throat was already stabbed by his sword until fresh blood flowed steadily. This shock was by no means insignificant. His entire body trembled, finally thoroughly regaining consciousness. Young master, you Just now you. Luer's words had yet to finish saying when her eyes rolled back, her entire person toppling over weakly. Yi Yuan was alarmed and hurriedly supported Luer. Luer's distance from Yi Yuan was merely the distance of a sword. Yi Yuan's great circle of perfection slaughter concept, Luer practically withstood it completely. This degree of slaughter concept, even if divine king powerhouses were situated inside, they might not be able to withstand it either. Sensing the piercingly cold killing intent from such a close distance, how could Luer be able to withstand it? Up until now, she relied on a strand of willpower to forcefully hold on. If not for young master, she would have long crumbled. This was all done by me. Yi Yuan looked at the dead bodies all over the ground outside the city, his eyes filled with disbelief. All the martial artists in the city were actually massacred clean by him alone. The current Bright Moon City was already a ghost city, without even a soul, looking incomparably spooky. When you heard from those two people about the news regarding Lier, your heart suffered an impact all at once. You suddenly went insane. By the time we came to our senses, it was already too late to stop it, Ao Qian said with lingering fear in his heart. Yeah, my lord, you were like a killing god before. The other party had a major power who was finished off by you in one exchange. You really don't know how harrowing you were. Recalling the scene of finishing Bloodrain off, Jiang Taizong was similarly incredibly alarmed. His Excellency, who almost fell into depravity, was simply too terrifying. He even suspected that once they showed face back then, they would most likely be instantly one-shot. Lightly stroking Luer's long hair, Yi Yuan was filled with self-blame in his heart. Sigh. Looks like my heart realm is still not perfected. If I really took action against Luer today, I'd really find it hard to absolve myself from the blame. Yi Yuan was endlessly remorseful in his heart. Long Tongue looked at Yi Yuan and had a look of tenderness too as he sighed and said, I can't blame you for this matter either. You had once experienced the pain of losing your loved ones. I didn't expect that such an accident would happen again now. Suddenly hearing about the grievous news, nobody is able to withstand this kind of psychological impact too. Yi Yuan fell silent. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Senior, do you think Lier Shi? Even if he already recovered now, Yi Yuan still did not dare to go and think about this matter. He lost himself in concern. Because he cared too much about Lier, his heart was weighed down with worry along the way. Suddenly hearing Lier's grievous news, Yi Yuan's heart suffered a tremendous impact. That was why he lost control for a moment and almost fell into depravity. This scheme of the Holy Sons was insidious and viscous. Even someone as strong as Yi Yuan nearly succumbed too. But Lier's death became an unresolved case presently. This group of people's strength was very powerful. That Bloodrain's strength was even a little stronger than Han Qingzi. Whether or not Lier was still alive, Yi Yuan was really rather uncertain. When Long Tongue heard that, he said, I know what you're thinking about, but it hasn't reached the point where all hope is lost yet. As long as there's a spark of hope, we can't give up. Isn't it so? At least this time we didn't. Lier. This is perhaps good news. You're also aware, Lier's innate battle soul physique is extremely powerful. Perhaps she really had the chance to escape with her life. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, Right now, I can only think like this. It's just that Vast Sun City actually dared to do such a resolute thing. From henceforth they have no need to continue existing anymore either. Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone seethed with killing intent. Killing the Zhou father and son, not only did Yi Yuan not regret it in the slightest, he was actually invigorated instead. Even though Vast Sun City was not the main culprit for Bright Moon's unexpected turn of events this time, they helped the wicked by perpetuating wicked deeds. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them off. Especially Zhou Jia, the words that he said previously on his deathbed, the Motive was even more apparent. This bunch of fellows was clearly baiting him into depravity. Why, young master, are you all right? At this time, the lure in Yi Yuan's embrace slowly woke up. But who she was concerned about right away was Yi Yuan. In her eyes, her young master's life was much more important compared to hers. Yi Yuan was full of tender care as he said, "Of course I'm fine, all thanks to my lure." Otherwise, this young master would have sunk into deprivation for all of eternity. The moment Lure heard, she could not help weeping from extreme joy and said, sobbingly, That's great. Young master, you really frightened Lure badly today." Lure's display of true feelings made Yi Yuan blame himself even more. He sighed and said, "Silly girl, do you know that I nearly killed you today?" But Lure cried while smiling as she said, "I know that young master dotes on Lure the most. Even if you really fell into depravity, you definitely won't kill Lure too. Even if you really killed Lure, Lure have no regrets too. This life of Lure's was given by young master." Hearing Lure's words, Yi Yuan was visibly moved. Between him and Lure, there was already no need to use any words to prove anything. Their relationship was even closer than family. Silly girl. Yi Yuan pulled her a little tighter into his embrace. In the Bailing region, situated in the northwest direction of the Great Xiang region, at this time in a desolate plain of the Bailing region, over 10 figures surrounded a beautiful woman. "Haha, you family's lass, with this you can't run anymore, right? Surrender obediently without putting up resistance." The one talking was precisely Sun Man, and the beautiful woman surrounded by them in the center was naturally Yu Mengli. Speaking of the Bright Moon City great battle back then, it was also Yu Mengli who acted fast when the opportunity arose, bringing the Yu family's members to break out of the encirclement. At that time, Sun Man thought that he had cornered Yu Mengli, who knew that Yu Mengli's strength was unexpectedly powerful, and she actually tangled up in a struggle with him, especially that battle soul behind her. It was incredibly troublesome. Ever since awakening the innate battle soul physique, Yu Mengli's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long ago she broke through to the divine King realm, and at this time, the might of her battle soul finally erupted. She who had just entered the divine King realm actually fought to a draw with Sun Man. Yu Mengli protected the Yu family members, fighting as they retreated, withdrawing from Bright Moon City. Of course, during this process it was naturally unavoidable for the Yu family to suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, there was a void mystic realm Wu Luo. That was how they barely managed to ensure the Yu family members' safety. Speaking of which, it was also thanks to the Medicine King Hall that misjudged Yu Mengli's strength, thinking that by sending only Sun Man over, he could take her down completely. They completely did not expect that Yu Mengli's strength was actually so great. When Blood Rain rushed to the Bright Moon City, he had to hold down the fort and await Yi Yuan's arrival as well. As a result, that was how Yu Mengli could run until now. On the way, Yu Mengli discovered that their target was actually her. Hence, she had Wu Luo escort everyone to flee in the direction of the demon region, while she lured away Sun Man, this expert. Sun Man's strength, after experiencing the Holy Mother Devil Flowers, devilification already increased substantially, and these people that he brought over were all void mystic powerhouses, without any exceptions. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was already a turtle in a jar. In order to take care of the Yu family's members, Yu Mengli was already covered in wounds. It seemed like at this moment, she indeed did not have any strength to retaliate already. Yu Mengli gave Sun Man a glance and retorted with a question. "You all schemed so laboriously. It's in order to deal with Big Brother Yuan, right?" "Heh, that is, of course. You are that Ji Qingyun's life. Grasping you in our hands, it will naturally break his destiny. The child of Destiny 1 will also no longer exist. However, perhaps he has already thoroughly entered bedevilment at this time. Ha ha ha. talking about what he was pleased with. Sun Man could not help letting out a roaring laugh. Yu Mengli's brows knitted. She sucked in a deep breath and said, "All right, since that's the case, I can send you all on the way already." Sun Man froze, then immediately burst into laughter and said, "Send us on our way. Ha ha ha." Boom! Yu Mengli's battle soul suddenly condensed and formed, but it made Sun Man's expression changed greatly. This battle soul's aura was actually several times more powerful compared to when they exchanged blows previously. Above the sky of vast Sun City, Yi Yuan stood in the air. Looking at the city below, the Zhou family was already utterly annihilated. This time, the Zhou family's actions and conduct touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Therefore, the Zhou family naturally had no reason to exist anymore. "Young master, for the next step, what do you plan on doing?" Behind Yi Yuan, Luer seemed rather worried. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said loftily, "It's been over 20 years. It's time that I settle all the scores." Yi Yuan's words made everyone alarmed in their hearts. The long-awaited day finally had come. "Aokia, your subordinate is present. I'll entrust everyone here to you. Bring them all back, go the Dragon Clan, and await my news." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change drastically. Luer said anxiously, "Young master, I want to go together with you." Ao Qian said, "My lord, you aren't planning on going to the Medicine King Hall alone, right? This is also too reckless." "Yeah, my lord, that Medicine King Hall might be the fiend race's lair. Too dangerous for you to go alone," Zhang Taizong said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "No matter how many people they have, it's meaningless to me too. If you all go, I'd need to divert attention to take care of you all instead." Yi Yuan's words, they made everyone's faces incomparably ugly. Messing around for half a day, Yi Yuan was actually complaining about them being a hindrance, especially Ao Qian. He, a former Dragon Clan's strongest expert, could not poke his nose into this matter either. This result made him very embarrassed. But thinking about it, numbers indeed already did not have too great of a significance to the current Yi Yuan. His domain of sword did not even need him to trigger it, and nobody could approach within a 20-feet radius of him. All right, young master, then you need to be careful," Luer said worriedly. "Relax, after I kill Ji Kanglin, I'll go to the Dragon Clan and rendezvous with you all," Yi Yuan said. Watching everyone vanish in the transmission array, killing intent gradually thickened on Yi Yuan's face. Old grudge yet to be resolved. New enmity was added again. Jia Kanglin was truly unscrupulous and stopped at nothing. Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events made the monstrous killing intent Yi Yuan head toward Ji Kanglin unable to be contained anymore. Several days later, at Bright Moon City, a pretty figure appeared. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Looking at the Bright Moon City is utter dilapidation as well as the corpses sprawled all over the ground. Yu Mengli's brows knitted together. Looks like Big Brother Yuan already came by. She was very certain that this was done by Yi Yuan. It was just that such a ghastly sight made Yu Mengli alarmed and on tenterhooks. Yu Mengli's figure moved, vanishing from where she was. The present Medicine King Hall exuded a strange atmosphere everywhere. In a hidden pavilion, covered densely in array formations, a large vat was placed in the middle. Diagrams all around, extremely complex array formations were set up. Looking closely, the large vat was actually filled to the brim with blood, looking sanguinary and horrifying. At this time, a black-robed man actually spoke to the blood vat. Bright Moon City's matters are already settled. Even though there was some minor interlude, Ji Qingyun finally still fell into depravity, said the black-robed man. At this time, a voice actually came out from inside the blood vat. "This matter you did very well. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, nobody is capable of stopping my fiend race anymore." The voice inside the blood vat was clearly very happy and even had a feeling of being fired up with boundless enthusiasm. The black-robed man said, "It's just that I didn't think that even blood rain died at his hands. The Son of Heaven's mandate indeed lives up to the reputation. His improvement speed is too astonishing. That is, of course, this seat has fought with several generations of Sons of Heaven's mandate. Which one isn't a character that startled the heavens and shook the earth? This seat has such means and even tumbled with a big fall. Still haven't recovered all the way until today. It's just, Sun Man's side hasn't sent over any news yet. I'm a little worried. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, the overall situation is decided. Just a little last, there's no big deal. How are the preparations for the blood soul beads?" The black-robed man said, "Already fully prepared. There are a total of 58,000 beads. I already sent Blood Evil to bring people to the Divine Marshal Hall. He'll be reaching within the next few days." Blood soul bead was precisely the thing that was refined in the Endless World. Back then, the Endless World and Fierce Gale World, two worlds martial artists had casualties numbering in the hundreds of millions before condensing just one. For over 58,000 beads, one truly no idea how many were plunged into misery and suffering. "And you did very well. This seat's painstaking efforts to groom you back then were not in vain," said the Divine Master. The black-robed man bowed and said, "Divine Master is too kind. You're a paramount existence. Serving you is part of Emolan's duty. Haha, this seat sealed your divine soul inside the soul of a human with the soul extraction method. Only then did it was hidden from the eyes and ears of the human race's powerhouses. It's just that my only concern was that your consciousness would be corroded by the human soul. Looking at it now, this seat's worries was unnecessary," Divine Master said with a laugh. Turned out that Ji Kanglin's original name was actually called Emolan, and the Divine Master's magical ability was truly so mysterious that even gods and spirits could not predict it. It was just that this sort of approach was truly too cruel. Ji Kanglin said respectfully, "Lord Divine Master is too kind. Emolan is forever your most loyal subject. And you're not a subject. You're the holy son that this seat decided on. Beneath one person and above millions. As long as you put your heart and soul into working for this seat in the future, this divine realm will definitely fall on you," Divine Master said. "Yes, Lord Divine Master." The lofty and unyielding Ji Kanglin was actually incomparably respectful at this time. "Ji Song Lan." Right at this time, a thunderous voice permeated throughout the entire Medicine King Hall. Ji Kanglin was startled inwardly. This voice, he was really familiar with it. Ji Qingyun. But didn't Ji Qingyun already fall into depravity? And it's the aura of the Son of Heaven's mandate. Emolan, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Divine Master clearly already recognized this arrival's aura and suddenly became extremely enraged. That vat of blood actually started boiling. It was as if it was currently displaying Divine Master's fury. Ji Kanglin's expression changed, and he said, This is impossible. The people who fled back from Bright Moon City said that Ji Qingyun clearly already fell into depravity. How can he possibly find this place? In order to determine the truth, I even specially did a soul search. Could it be that he relied on his slaughter instincts and found this place? Yes, it must be like this. Humph. Regardless of what kind of situation it is, settle this matter yourself. This seat has already arrived at the final juncture of breaking through and have no time to divert attention. This mess, you settle it yourself. Divine Master's voice became icy cold. Yes, Lord Divine Master, for the sake of dealing with the Son of Heaven's mandate, Emolan prepared many contingency plans. This time Emolan will definitely resolve this hidden danger thoroughly, Ji Kanglin said, deferentially. Humph. Go. Divine Master's stern voice sounded out. The color of that vat of blood gradually faded away and actually became a vat of clear water. After Divine Master's voice disappeared, Ji Kanglin said coldly, Ji Qingyun, you're really an unkillable cockroach. I want to see if you're really unkillable. Who's this person to actually dare be so arrogant at our Medicine King Hall? Don't recognize. This person is so unfamiliar. Merely 7th level Dao. Profound realm, he actually dared to drop in and shout the Hallmaster's name. Isn't this courting death? Fool. That's Ji Qingyun. He came back.
Yi Qingyun?
He's that Ji Qingyun who seized possession and revived. Heh. This idiot actually dares to come to the Medicine King Hall alone. Truly seeking death. Yi Yuan's yell made the entire Medicine King Hall seethe with excitement. Too arrogant. Too overbearing. Too stupid. A 7th level Dao profound martial artist actually dared to come to the Medicine King Hall to act wildly? Seizing possession and reviving, his head also spoiled, right? Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a complicated expression too. Different things and different people. The present Medicine King Hall no longer had its former glory. Looking at a glance, there were scenes of desolation everywhere. It was akin to two different places from its prime. Many people's faces seemed to be familiar, but they were already not them. The terror of the fiend race lied in their devilification abilities. Once devilified, they would become the Fiend Master's loyal lackeys, no longer able to betray the Fiend Master all the way until death. Some special attributes of the fiend race Yi Yuan got to know quite a bit out of Skydistance mouth. The fiend race was a terrifying race. One could say, not even a prairie fire could burn out the grass, growing again when the spring breeze blew. As long as they did not die, they would assimilate the other races without any scruples. But to the human race, exterminating Fiend Emperor could be easily accomplished. But once the fiend race reached the deity realm, they virtually possessed undying bodies. Wanting to kill then was extremely difficult. Taoist absolute heaven's strength was exceedingly great and was still unable to thoroughly eradicate the two great heavenly fiend gods, and could only suppress them. One could say that once the fiend race metamorphosed to the deity realm, they were practically undying existences. These former Medicine King Hall disciples in front of him already became fiend slaves now. Fiend slaves had their own individual consciousness and were able to cultivate themselves, but they were submissive towards their masters from the bottom of their hearts. Putting it bluntly, it was slave nature. Yi Yuan's perception was exceedingly powerful. Inside the current Medicine King Hall, there were quite a few extremely powerful existences. Except to the current Yi Yuan, he did not place them in his sights. Ha, Ji Qingyun. You came right on time. Since you came, stay behind. Then, a peak divine king powerhouse soared to the sky and welcomed Yi Yuan. But this peak divine king powerhouse, Yi Yuan knew him. He was formerly the Medicine King Hall's guest elder, Ma Yudao. It was just that now, this Ma Yudao was clearly already devilified. Previous life, Yi Yuan's relationship with this Ma Yudao was still pretty good. Ma Yudao's talent was ordinary. Being able to break through to peak divine king was actually due to Yi Yuan. Ma Yudao watched Yi Yuan grow up since young and doted on him like his own family's junior. But sadly, back down Ma Yudao. I'm not killing you. This young master is here today only to kill Ji Kanglin. Looking at Ma Yudao, Yi Yuan had complicated feelings. Although Yi Yuan could be said to kill people without batting an eyelid, towards people who were kind to him, he could not quite deal the blow. Even though he knew that this person was already long devilified. Yi Yuan's strength, only the Medicine King Hall's upper echelons knew. Ma Yudao had always stayed in the Medicine King Hall, so he did not understand at all. What he had in mind right now was capturing Yi Yuan and taking credit for it from his master. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a 7th level Dao profound little rookie. Ha! Kill me? Did you guys hear that? This boy is just 7th level Dao. profound. And he actually said that he wants to kill me. Mao Yudeo's words made everyone snicker with laughter. Ha ha ha. This brat wasn't so funny back then. A 7th level Dao profound. Dealing with a peak divine king? Is he joking? Maybe he's still immersed in the environment of the past life's young master, and think that we'll pull our punches against him. Ma Yudao, stop talking nonsense with this brat. This contribution, you can have it. Quickly take him down. Ma Yudao said delightedly, Ji Qingyun, I didn't expect that after you seized possession and revived, you actually became so rampant and conceited. Ma Yudao, want to take a look today at how you're going to kill me? Mao Yudao let out a loud laugh and suddenly released a palm toward Yi Yuan. Poochie. The palm with a huge ruckus directly dissipated into nothing 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Ma Yudeo's expression changed. Everyone's faces changed drastically. What kind of situation was this? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Fine then. It was me who was flattering myself. Ma Yudao was dazed and still had not understood what was going on when he felt it go black before his eyes, directly fainting away. Yi Yuan's palm shoved lightly, sending Ma Yudao onto a terrace on the mountainside but did not kill him. Yi Yuan could not deal the blow. What on earth happened just now? Ma Yudeo's palm actually extinguished bafflingly. Yeah, didn't see Ji Qingyun make a move at all. There isn't even the slightest hint of essence energy undulation. Could it be that Ma Yudao himself tripped and stumbled? But this isn't possible, right? It's not right. This Ji Qingyun seems to be a bit odd. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan had just taken care of Ma Yudao when over 10 figures soared into the air again. Sweeping a glance over, these people were all once Yi Yuan's elders. Although their strength and status were far inferior compared to Yi Yuan, without exception they all watched Yi Yuan grow up. Furthermore, their relationship with Yi Yuan was even really not bad. Seeing this scene, how could Yi Yuan still not understand what was happening? This Ji Kanglin was truly shameless to the extreme. He actually thought of using this kind of trick to make him wary in taking action. But would it be that simple? Buzz! Yi Yuan's soul force gushed out, directly attacking these dozen over figures. Sea of Consciousness. Divine Soul Attack. With Yi Yuan's present Divine Soul realm, carrying out Divine Soul attacks. Against these people they did not have strength left over to resist at all. Ji Kanglin, stop scheming in vain. It's no use. I'll give you one last chance. Come out and accept the challenge. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. A black silhouette slowly walked out of the Medicine King Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan, he frowned and said, You actually didn't fall into depravity? Those people who fled back from Bright Moon City clearly all said that they saw you fall into depravity. The probing earlier made him finally realize that Yi Yuan did not fall into depravity. Yi Yuan said coolly, You seem to be very disappointed? For my sake you really went through great pains. One had to admit that Yi Yuan really almost succumbed to it by a narrow margin. If without lure, Yi Yuan would have long fallen into depravity at this time. Already, the Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed troublesome. Now I finally somewhat understand why Lord Divine Master wanted to employ any means possible to eliminate you. Ji Kanglin also sighed slightly and said, Several hundred years of lying low. Ji Kanglin was naturally filled with vicissitude of emotions. He, Emolan, could be said to be born for Yi Yuan's sake. However, he lurked for several hundred years and was still unable to kill Yi Yuan. For Yi Yuan's sake, he truly cudgeled his brain, but he just could not kill him. Yi Yuan's life was seriously too tenacious. Seeing Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan's killing intent could not be concealed anymore. He looked at Ji Kanglin and said coldly, I'm only asking you, just how is Li right now? Ji Kanglin smiled and said, How else can she be? Don't you already know? Do you think that I'd let her off? Hoo-hoo, the Son of Heaven's mandate is destined to be lonely. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. Killing intent surged to the skies. Ji Kanglin smiled faintly when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like you hate me very much, but your opponent isn't me. Since you came, your senior brother, naturally have to arrange a big feast for you." Whoosh! Before Yi Yuan's eyes, 100 figures suddenly appeared. Each and every one of these people all surged with fiendish energy. Even Ma Yudao and those people knocked unconscious by him previously, all of them woke up too, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. 9 consummate god-killing sword formation, you know it? Ji Kanglin said, with a faint smile. Yi Yuan's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You deserve death." This 9 consummate god-killing sword formation was precisely a divine rank sword formation that Ji Zhengyang obtained at Godfall's mountain range. Back then, Ji Zhengyang paid a tremendous price and invited Lu Linfeng to take action. It was a grand array specially forged for the Medicine King Hall. Lu Linfeng was naturally unable to bring out this divine Dao array formation. But he comprehended this set of array formation and modified this set of array formation to become a quasi-divine rank grand array. This set of sword formation, as long as the people who took part in the sword formation were sufficiently strong, they could virtually contend with the 10 great divine kings class of powerhouses. Wanting to utilize this set of 9 consummate god-killing sword formation to the limits required 3 peak void mystic powerhouses, 9 middle stage void mystic powerhouses, 18 initial stage void mystic powerhouses, as well as 81 peak divine king powerhouses. Even though Lu Linfeng helped the Medicine King Hall to simplify this set of array formation with the Medicine King Hall strength, they could not form this set of sword formation at all. Previous life, the Medicine King Hall did not have so many powerhouses at all. They could only simplify it once more. But now, these powerhouses in front of Yi Yuan pooled this set of sword formation together. Ho-ho, in order to deal with you, I forcefully used secret arts to increase the cultivation realms of your former old friends. Now, the 9 consummate god-killing sword formation is already gathered, only waiting for you to come and enjoy it, Ji Kanglin said with a big laugh. Most importantly, these powerhouses in front of Yi Yuan were all the Medicine King Hall's backbone in the past. These people, Yi Yuan had gotten along with them for several hundred years and was all too familiar. My good junior brother, I know that you're especially soft-hearted towards friends, so as the senior brother, I carefully prepared this set of sword formation for you. In a while, you have got to show some leniency when you attack. Don't hurt them. Ha ha ha. Ji Kanglin laughed very smugly. He had lived with Yi Yuan for several hundred years and was all too clear about Yi Yuan's temperament and weaknesses, including Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events. Ji Kanglin also made use of Yi Yuan's this sort of weakness. Ji Kanglin could be said to be taken every conceivable possibility into account, predicting that Yi Yuan would fall into depravity, but did not expect lure this variable to appear. The moment the array formation opened up, sharp sword intent roamed around. Inside the grand array, Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming solemn. This array formation was indeed extraordinary. Any one of them was far from being Yi Yuan's match. But combined together, they actually had a feeling of invincibility. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he actually had a feeling of danger too. This Lu Linfeng is truly damnable. Just simply modify it a bit will do. So serious for what? Our Medicine King Hall clearly didn't have that many powerhouses. Did you specifically alter the array formation for Ji Kanglin? Yi Yuan had long already cussed Lu Linfeng several hundred times in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword light slashed past, charging straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword suddenly moved out. Murmuring, Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, weaving the evil extermination sword densely, until airtight. Only then did it barely withstood the power of the sword formation. Even so, he felt his blood and chi in turmoil too. Ever since comprehending the domain of sword, it was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a powerful foe. Just now, when those sword lights came over, they looked plain and ordinary. But Yi Yuan suddenly sensed an immense threat. He felt like his domain of sword most likely could not resist the might of those sword lights. Sure enough, the moment it started, Yi Yuan's pressure soared. Yi Yuan had no time to praise this array formation's marvelousness. In virtually an instant, he was quashed to the extreme. These sword lights, through the 9 consummate god-killing sword formations. Enhancement, the power was tremendous. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, he was blasted until the webbing between his thumb and index finger went numb too. Before long, Yi Yuan's webbing between his thumb and index finger seeped out. Blackish red bloodstains. Haha! How satisfying! I really didn't think that this sword formation actually had such great power. This brat comprehended the extremely powerful domain of sword among divine Tao domains and actually can't withstand it either. A black-robed man came beside Ji Kanglin and said with a loud laugh. This black-robed man was called Blood Soul, one of the 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglin. Ji Kanglin smiled and said, divine Tao domains need to have deity realm cultivation to support it. Him, a 7th level Tao profound comprehending the domain of sword, it's impossible to be invincible too. Blood Soul sighed in wonder and said, I was really unaware that you actually reserved such an impressive backup move. Ji Kanglin said, this sword formation was deduced according to divine Tao. Array formations by the Grand Yen Divine King among the present divine realms. 10 great divine kings. The power can virtually rival the 10 great divine kings. Back then, Ji Xingyang, that old thing, expended a tremendous price before managing to get him to take action. I didn't expect that the present human race actually still had such a level of existence. Looks like he isn't easy to provoke, Blood Soul said with an emotional sigh. So what? As long as Divine Master comes into being, the 10 great divine kings are merely ant-like existences. The 10 great divine kings are also just Tao profound realm in the end. But Divine Master is a genuine deity realm existence, Ji Kanglin said. Blood Soul was very much in approval and said with an excited look, indeed, right now everything is ready. There's only lacking the east wind. Before long, our fiend race will rule over the divine realm. At that time, all of the humans will be our slaves. Ha ha ha. Ji Kanglin smiled slightly but did not say much. At this time, Yi Yuan was already suppressed to the extreme. In front of these sword lights, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. He also tried to cast greater teleportation earlier, attempting to teleport. But inside such an abstruse and profound array formation, he was actually unable to cast greater teleportation. At this instant, Yi Yuan seemed to be confined firmly inside the sword formation. Under the attack of the sword lights, Yi Yuan was already gradually teetering on his feet. Quite a number of sword lights even brushed by him. He had a narrow escape each time. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul laughed loudly and said, haha, this brat can't hold on anymore. If I had long known, I'd have sent this sword formation to go and finish him off. Coming up with so many tricks, the effects were actually inferior to this sword formation. Ji Kanglin's face turned black. A burst of killing intent locked onto Blood Soul. Nobody will take you for a mute even if you don't speak. Blood Soul smiled awkwardly and said, haha, I was just saying. Even though Ji Kanglin expressed his displeasure in the depth of his heart, he actually thought so too. Yi Yuan, these people are already devilified and won't have the slightest bit of feelings towards you at all. If you continue to be sympathetic, the one who dies in the end will be you. Long Tang's voice sounded beside Yi Yuan's ear. Senior, could it be that there's really no way of saving them? None. Once devilified, their outcome is only death. Even if you don't kill them now, when you kill their master, they still have to die. Long Ting said, with the decisiveness that could chop metal. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and said, "Fine then, I got it." Wisps of divine essence quietly entered the evil extermination sword. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's sword energy skyrocketed. Those sword lights emitted by the sword formation were actually directly crushed by Yi Yuan's sword energy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of invisible sword energy were emitted from the evil extermination sword, causing Yi Yuan's defensive circle to grow larger and larger. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin and Bloodsal's expression both changed greatly. Not good. This brat actually held back strength. Looks like he only couldn't bear to kill his former fellow disciples just now, and that's why he was suppressed by the sword formation. Blood Soul said with an ugly expression. Ji Kanglin's gaze stared at the Yi Yuan inside the sword formation with a glimmer as he gritted his teeth and said, "He already cultivated the evil extermination sword formula to the first level's great circle of perfection. Realm. The evil extermination divine sword's might is already capable of unleashing 10% of its power. Such terrifying comprehension abilities. He obtained the evil extermination sword formula for at most 1 year plus ago, right? In just over 1 year he comprehended divine Tao laws to such an extent." Blood Soul said in shock. "The Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed extraordinary. This group of trash couldn't come in handy as expected." Blood Soul, time for you all to strike. Yi Kanglin said in a solemn voice. "Yes, Lord Holy Sun." Blood Soul voiced his assent and left. Ji Kanglin looked at the Yi Yuan inside the battle ring, gaze glinting. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. At this time, Yi Yuan turned the sword hilt. A spiral-shaped sword energy spouted out, akin to boring into rocks, directly penetrating the sword lights. That came from the sword formation. Pucci. The sword energy coming off the evil extermination divine sword passed through a peak void mystic's chest without the least bit of hindrance. This person was the Medicine King Hall's former reclusive Grand Elder. His strength was even a notch greater than Sun Man. Even though Yi Yuan did not have much contact with him, he also knew that he was a kindly senior. The previous life's Yi Yuan, even though he focused on alchemy Tao toward his fellow disciples, he had never put on the airs of a young patriarch before. Therefore, among these fellow disciples, Yi Yuan's popularity was still rather high. Yi Yuan's relationship with these people before his eyes was also very harmonious. But now, he had to personally end these people's lives. Yi Yuan was still very uncomfortable in his heart. It only stood to reason that he hated Ji Kanglin even deeper to the core. This guy completely had no bottom line when doing things. Following this Grand Elder's death, the 9 consummate god-killing sword formation's power naturally became greatly discounted. Those sword lights were completely unable to break through the 20 feet area in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "Sorry, everyone. Qingyun is useless and is powerless to save the situation. Qingyun will send you all on your way here. This grudge, Qingyun will definitely help you all to avenge." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished. Then, one figure after another fell down from the sky. 100 powerhouses were slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan very quickly. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I'm an alchemy emperor in vain and couldn't save my fellow disciples. Yi Kanglin, our grudge is getting bigger and bigger." Yi Yuan knew that if he did not kill these people, they would come and deal with him to no end. Seeing this sight, Ji Kanglin's eyes also turned slightly intent as he murmured, "This brat matured quite a bit these few years. I even thought that some old familiar faces are able to cause some hindrance to him. I didn't think that he didn't even bat an eyelid. Ji Kanglin, you've lost all of your conscience and will die a horrible death." Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and said in a cold voice. Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "Lost all my conscience? I'm of the fiend race. Don't you think that it's laughable to say this kind of words to a fiend? As long as we occupy this divine realm, we are the heavens. Rather, you personally killed these seniors of the same sect who had once groomed you before. Don't you have any shame at all? Even if they became fiend slaves, they are at least still alive. But now, even their qualifications to carry on living was personally ended by you. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Clearly, he wavered due to Ji Kanglin's sentence. Toward enemies, Yi Yuan had always been decisive in going for the kill. He would not even bat an eyelid. But towards the people around him, Yi Yuan had always felt tied down, even if these people became fiend slaves. But right at this time, warning bells suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's mind. Countless blood beads came out from within the void and actually already thoroughly surrounded him unknowingly. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have fallen into the encirclement of countless landmines. It was as if there was already nowhere to hide. Boo, boo, boo. Those blood beads all exploded in an instant. In an instantly, blood rain sprayed everywhere. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he instinctively executed greater teleportation. However, it was still too late. Some blood beads tainted his evil extermination divine sword. There were even some that splashed on him. Yi Yuan's clothes and skin could not cause the slightest hindrance to these blood beads. Once they landed on Yi Yuan's body, it actually encroached within Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's alarm was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly investigated the change within his body, and his expression could not help changing drastically. After these blood beads entered the body, they turned into a tuft of blood-red color mist, enveloping Yi Yuan's essence energy sea. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy and actually had an intermittent feeling of sluggishness. Looking at the evil extermination sword again, those blood beads disappeared, too. Clearly, it had also corroded to the insides of the evil extermination sword. Yi Yuan discovered that the power of the evil extermination sword seemed to be greatly reduced. What the hell was those blood beads? Looking at this scene, Ji Kanglin burst into laughter and said, "My good junior brother, you're too careless." After those blood beads exploded, the entire stretch of the sky seemed to be smeared a scarlet-red color, looking exceedingly horrifying. Ha ha ha! For figures walked out from within the void, their face having a mocking look. Ji Qingyun, the taste of these god-corrupting blood beads is still pretty good, right? Stop struggling. These god-corrupting blood beads can defile myriad life under the heavens. As long as stained by a tiny bit, your essence energy will be defiled, unable to be used at all. Also, under this stretch of sky, the 4 of our combat power will increase 1/5, while you will weaken by 1/5. Ji Qingyun, you're indeed powerful. Too bad that you're too foolish. Those good-for-nothings were completely useless. If they died, then they died. You actually even had compassion for them. But speaking of which, for them to be able to confuse your mind, it's also considered putting materials to good use. Now that you're gonna die too, do you think they will be moved or not? Ha ha ha. These 4 people were precisely 4 out of the 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglin. The 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglin were Blood Evil, Blood Soul, Blood Curdle, Blood Extinction, Blood Grudge, and Blood Rain. Blood Rain, who was finished off by Yi Yuan under his bedeviled state, was one of them. Blood Evil transported the Blood Soul beads to the Divine Martial Hall. Currently, at this place, there were only 4 great protectors remaining. But these 4 great protectors were clearly not some simple people. The moment they made a move, they already overpowered Yi Yuan. Currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy was sluggish and was completely unable to muster up an effective attack. Furthermore, this kind of essence energy having corruption effect, it seemed to be spreading. In the end, Yi Yuan's understanding toward the fiend race was still too little. He did not think that Ji Kanglin actually still had such means. But the 4 great protectors' words made Yi Yuan extremely enraged. Hoo-hoo! Are you very infuriated? You humans just love this sort of useless anger. Your rage is so scary. Use your wrath to come and kill me. Ha ha ha. TSK tisk. Truly a pretty good expression. I just love seeing this kind of outraged but helpless expression of humans. The four people chimed in one after another, taunting Yi Yuan. Unable to circulate essence energy, Yi Yuan was already a lamb awaiting slaughter now. Ji Kanglin's brows furrowed, and he said, "Stop talking crap. Kill him in case the night is long, and dreams are fretful." Roger. The four people received the order, raising their blades in unison and charged over towards Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a sudden turn of events occurred. Roar! A dragon roar that reverberated through the clouds surged to the sky. But this time Yi Yuan did not transform into a massive dragon. Even so, the dragon pressure on his body was not the slightest bit weaker compared to turning into a dragon. To Yi Yuan, fighting in human form was still more carefree. Caught off guard, the terrifying dragon pressure actually directly sent the for people flying out. Since I'm unable to use essence energy, then I'll just use the power of the fleshy body, Yi Yuan said very indifferently. Despite being sent flying by the air billow, Blood Soul, the four of them did not get any injuries. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul could not help smiling as he said, "Your fleshly body strength doesn't even reach peak tier 9. Dealing with the four of us, it's still death." The power of sanguinary Yi Yuan had once seen on quite a few people before. But those people compared to these four people before his eyes, the disparity was too great. A bloody light shot to the skies. The four people carried a strange blade, momentum, and charged over towards Yi Yuan. As expected, just as they said, under this stretch of blood-colored space, the four of their strength skyrocketed. Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that these four people's strength indeed surpassed ordinary void mystic powerhouses significantly. The four people superimposing together, the momentum was even more impressively shocking. Yi Yuan pulled out the fire rod and clashed together with the four people and actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Yi Yuan's dragon wave was long cultivated to late-stage spirit rank. The increase to his strength was not just a tiny bit. Even if not utilizing essence energy, Yi Yuan could similarly battle with powerhouses that surpassed peak void mystic by relying on the dragon races.
Martial technique.
How is that possible? You're actually not affected by the god. Corrupting blood heaven, Blood Soul said in astonishment. As Yi Yuan fought, he said disdainfully, "A true dragon fleshy body is an extreme yang and indomitable physique of the world. With just the likes of your despicable means, how can it have constraining effects on me? Damn it. This brat's tricks really emerge in an endless stream," Bloodcurdle said angrily. Following the increase in cultivation realm, Yi Yuan's true dragon bloodline had long reached sacred rank already. The dragon race's bloodline was one of the noblest bloodlines in the world. How could it be suppressed by this godbane blood heaven? The proud dragon race would never lower their heads to anybody, not even the fiend race. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin's gaze flickered incessantly. Clearly, he was quite surprised. The son of heaven's mandate. The son of heaven's mandate. Not seeing him for just a short 20 years or so. Just how many trump cards does he have? However, it already reached this point. His trump cards should be used up, right? Thinking to the back, the corners of Ji Kanglin's mouth unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile. He naturally knew that the son of heaven's mandate was difficult to deal with. The reason why he set up so many contingency plans was in order to exhaust Yi Yuan's trump cards. "The few of you stop playing. Quickly finish him," Ji Kanglin said rather annoyedly. Hearing Ji Kanglin's voice, the four figures retreated explosively, instantly, pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Sigh, how boring. Hard to come across such an interesting fellow. Can't even play a while more, Blood Soul said helplessly. "Forget it. Lord Holy Sun is already unhappy. If we still don't take it seriously, he'll probably directly erase us," Bloodcurdle said. "But this brat is really strong. under the circumstances of not employing essence energy, he actually fought to a draw with the four of us.
No wonder.
He's the son of heaven's mandate. This strength is truly terrifying, Blood Extinction said. No matter how great his strength is, it's only this and nothing more as well. Come on, Blood Soul said coolly. Finished talking, the four people actually turned into a cloud of blood mist. With a bang. Four long sabers actually combined into one. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, revealing a stunned look. This move seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. The six of them are of the blood-condensing holy physique. The terrifying aspect of this kind of physique is that they can each battle individually, and they can also merge into one body. You're very lucky that Blood Rain was killed by you, and that Blood Evil isn't at the Medicine King Hall either. But dealing with you, the four of them should be adequate. Ji Kanglin explained by the side very coolly. Clearly, he was very confident in the four of their combined attack. The six great protectors' combined bodies attack, it was rather demanding for even him to deal with it as well. These six great protectors were created by the Divine Master, expending a tremendous price. Divine Master spent several thousand years before creating 24 blood-condensing holy physiques. Once these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques combined into one, even if the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingxian, was here, it would be more than he could chew off too. The activities that the fiend race carried out in secret these few years were mostly completed by these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques. Under the circumstances where the Divine Master was unable to emerge, these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques could be said to be his representatives. The Divine Master sent 6 great protectors to come and assist Ji Kanglin in one go. The importance he attached on Ji Kanglin could be seen. Of course, Ji Kanglin did not disappoint him either. Ever since the Medicine King Hall's change, Ji Kanglin did a lot of things, openly and covertly. Just the speed of collecting blood soul beads was several dozens of times faster than in the past. This colossal project, Ji Kanglin also thoroughly completed it not long ago. All along, the Divine Master was very satisfied with Ji Kanglin's performance. The sole exception was Yi Yuan. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. Those 4 exploded clouds of blood mist suddenly gathered together, becoming person. But this person's aura was completely different from those 4 people. Previously, just judging from the aura, this person's strength was very terrifying. Hoo-hoo. Savor it well, this final hour, Ji Kanglin said with mockery. Hearing that, Yi Yuan beamed broadly and said, "Since you know that I'm the son of heaven's mandate, then you should be prepared for a reckoning. This level of tricks, and you want to kill the son of heaven's mandate." Yi Yuan's mocking laugh made Ji Kanglin's expression changed. Asterisk. Ji Kanglin's gaze turned sharp. He saw that Yi Yuan actually slowly withdrew the sacred dragon token. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. All the muscles in his entire body were trembling rhythmically. Sigh, is this freak finally going to use it? Over 50,000 years later, finally seeing it once again. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, Longtang had been paying attention to the battle situation all along. When he saw Yi Yuan keep the sacred dragon token, he knew that this little freak was going to unleash a big move. Yi Yuan had long cultivated the dragon wave to spirit rank perfection realm. As for divine rank dragon wave, that was just something of the legends. However, in 100,000 years, one person who truly cultivated dragon wave to divine rank, it was Longtang. What the dragon clan's divine inscriptions recorded was precisely how to train dragon wave to divine rank. With Longtang's overwhelming talent, he comprehended the divine inscriptions and attained divine rank dragon wave. That was how he became the dragon clan's strongest in these 100,000 years. But Longtang spent close to 500 years comprehending divine rank dragon wave back then. But Yi Yuan merely just spent a day. From spirit rank dragon wave to divine rank dragon wave, same as all comprehensions of divine inscriptions, the hardest was crossing the threshold. But this crossing of the threshold was too easy to Yi Yuan. Even if Long Tongue had long been prepared in his heart, he was also dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's comprehension speed. Truly worthy of being the atavism dragon soul, this kind of comprehension ability can simply be rated as heaven-defying. A physique that is hard to encounter once every million years, truly inconceivable. This boy is full of secrets everywhere on him. Just how did this atavism dragon soul of his come about? Long Tongue shook his head and said with a sigh. He also could not understand till now. Yi Yuan was clearly a human martial artist. Why would he possess a dragon race's physique that was hard to come across once every million years? The blood-condensing holy physique wielded a long blade in his hand, his aura astonishing. Along the way, Yi Yuan had encountered martial artists who used the sanguine power several times. But compared to this blood-condensing holy physique, it was simply a small apprentice meeting a great sorcerer. Go to hell. Blood dyeing the sky. A bold and uninhibited blade carrying an unreasonable crushing force shot straight towards Yi Yuan's face. Looking from the sides, that sharp blade light virtually split the blood-colored sky into two halves. Roar! At the same time, a virtually materialized golden dragon claw similarly tore apart the sky and welcomed that blood-colored blade light. Blade light versus dragon claw, it made people's necks shrink back. Everyone all thought that this dragon claw would absolutely be split by the blade. Boom! Under everyone's stares, two terrifying waves of energy collided together, kicking up a brilliant energy undulation. Soundless energy instantly spread throughout the entire Medicine King Hall. Many fiend race martial artists did not even let out a miserable cry and were utterly obliterated by this surge of energy. The two streams of energy actually entered a deadlock in midair. This blade that was sufficient to split apart everything was actually forcefully caught by the golden dragon claw. Rumble! The two surges of energy started vibrating fiercely.
Suddenly, Yitzanglanes
Expression changed. That indifferent look from before was long replaced by shock already. This is the dragon race's divine rank martial technique. This guy. He comprehended divine rank dragon wave. Ji Kanglin said, shock written all over his face. Ji Kanglin had been on undercover among the human race for a long time, but he was still very clear about some of the divine realm's secrets. The dragon race's martial technique was completely established on the basis of dragon wave, and the hallmark of dragon wave breaking through to divine rank was golden color. That seemingly corporeal golden dragon claw clearly showed that Yi Yuan comprehended divine rank dragon wave. Bang! A huge bang came over, startling the Ji Kanglin, who was ruminating in his thoughts. After stalemating for a short while, the golden dragon claw actually crushed that unparalleled blade light. This was not over yet. The golden dragon claw directly smacked down towards the blood-condensing holy
Physique.
Arg! Amidst miserable cries, the blood-condensing holy physique was directly smacked into a cloud of blood mist. For clouds of black mist escaped from under the coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those blood mists actually condensed four figures once more with the black gas. As the center, who could it be if not Blood Soul, the four of them? The divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm actually did not strike them dead in one palm. Blood Soul had a look of lingering fear in his heart. The color on his face also faded away a lot, appearing very pale. Clearly, even though this palm did not smack him dead, it also greatly reduced his strength. Haha. What's the use even if this palm was any more powerful? The few of us are of undying bodies. You can't kill us. Haha. Blood Soul let out a crazed laugh, while Yi Yuan, who had no movements all along, suddenly opened his eyes. Ji Kanglin had been paying attention to Yi Yuan's direction all along, ever since after executing the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan shut his eyes all the way. It was also uncertain what he was doing. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open his two eyes. Rays of brilliant light shot out of his eyes. Ji Kanglin cussed in his heart. "Be careful!" Ji Kanglin yelled out. Blood Soul was startled and hurriedly cast movement technique, wanting to escape. Poochie. Of the 4 people, 3 people got away. But there was a figure who was directly hacked into blood mist by Yi Yuan once again. It was just that this time, Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to revive. Inside the domain of sword, Yi Yuan directly ground everything up, including that cloud of black gas. Blood extinction. Dead. Blood Soul, the 3 of them revealed thunderstruck expressions, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with an expression like they had seen a ghost. You resolved the God-corrupting blood bead? How did you do it?" That scene earlier, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest feeling of sluggishness. When casting martial technique, evil extermination sword's power recovered to its peak condition again. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already completely resolved God-corrupting blood bead. It was just that Blood Soul did not dare to believe at all how Yi Yuan did it. A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he said coolly, "A mere corrupting object, what's hard about removing it? To think that you all still treated this lousy thing as a treasure." The moment Blood Soul heard, his face could not turning stiff. Lousy thing? The God-corrupting blood bead was an existence that could even corrupt divine artifacts. When it reached Yi Yuan's mouth, it actually became a lousy thing. The God-corrupting blood bead was naturally not a lousy thing. But they did not know that Yi Yuan had a cleansing sandal sacred flame on him and could purify myriad objects under the heavens. These God-corrupting blood beads were merely man-made. However, a peak Tier 9 cleansing sandal sacred flame was the purest, most unadulterated power of fire essence in the world. As long as Yi Yuan was given some time, purifying tainted blood was naturally accomplished with ease. After the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan was already silently revolving fiery, eliminating the corrupted blood inside his essence energy sea, and inside the evil extermination sword clean. This sudden attack caught the 4 people off guard, resulting in blood extinction being instantly eradicated. "No. I don't believe it. The God-corrupting blood bead is our lifeblood. Sanguine power. How can you possibly resolve it?" Blood Soul had a savage look, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It doesn't matter whether you believe or not. Either way, freaks like you all won't be existing anymore right away." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. Blood Soul's gaze turned intent, but Yi Yuan already quietly arrived by his side. Clank. The sound of metal clashing. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. A certain kill sword was actually blocked by Ji Kanglin. After a time interval of 20 years, it was the first time the apprentice brothers, the 2 people, were so close. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. The sword in Ji Kanglin's hand was actually a divine artifact too. "Hoo-hoo. You seem very surprised that I have a divine artifact in my hands?" Yi Kanglin said with a smile that was not a smile. Clank. The 2 people's essence energy swept out, separating from each other. Blood Soul Trio heaved a long sigh in relief, feeling lucky to survive a disaster. And many thanks to Lord Holy Sun for the rescue. This subordinate is incapable. And disappointed Lord Holy Sun. Blood Soul's sweat poured profusely as he cupped his fists and said. Ji Kanglin snorted coldly and said, "If not for that, you guys still have a bit of use. You think that this seat will save you all? A bunch of good for nothing. Can't even cause him a bit of harm." Ji Kanglin had prepared many contingencies and even thought that he was able to seriously wound Yi Yuan, who knew that apart from making Yi Yuan display some trump cards, he did not cause much damage to Yi Yuan at all. Blood Soul and the rest did not dare to refute, hurriedly retreating. With Holy Sun taking action, there was naturally no need for them anymore. Moreover, Blood Soul discerned in shock that they could not poke their noses into this battle at all. It was too easy for Yi Yuan to want to eradicate them. The undying body was simply a joke in front of Yi Yuan. Ji Kanglin toyed with the divine sword in his hand and said with a look of amusement, "Back then, the deity realm powerhouses that died in divine master's hands were too many to enumerate. Just a divine sword, no need to make such a big fuss." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he opened his mouth and said, "The divine master that you speak of, could it be one of the heavenly fiend gods, Kanua?" Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "Looks like you know quite a bit. It's just that Holy Mother Devil Flower has already come into being, even though she was seriously injured by the divine sword, as long as she recovers and joins hands with Lord Divine Master. Do you think that you still have hope?" Yi Yuan gave him a very meaningful glance and said, "Are you roping me in?" Ji Kanglin did not have the intention of denying, saying, "Junior brother, you're a smart man and should know the logic of a fine bird choosing a tree to perch on. A war without any hopes of victory, why do you need to take up a difficult job beyond your reach? With your understanding of me, don't you think that saying these words is somewhat wasting your breath? Do you think that I would agree?" Yi Yuan said, with a mocking laugh mockingly. Ji Kanglin said, "Times have changed. Since you personally saw Holy Mother Devil Flower come into being, I believe you should know that you absolutely have no chances of victory. Absolute Heaven had Jiangchun, this origin deity realm powerhouse, aiding him. But beside you, who else is there? Without a deity realm existence, Divine Master Kanua and Holy Mother Devil Flower are even more undefeatable." Yi Yuan's brows involuntarily knitted together when he heard that. When Ji Kanglin saw, he continued, "Actually, those days together with you and Master, I was very happy too. But I had no command over myself. The survival order of the fiend race is like the mortal's king to his subjects. A thought to live, a thought to die. Talking about it, you might not believe it. Divine Master sealed my divine soul in the divine soul of a human. Hence, that's why you all were unable to detect it. But for so many years I've already been corroded by the human soul. One can say that I'm a half-fiend, half-human freak right now. Regarding Master's incident, I can only say, very sorry. You have to know, the Son of Heaven's mandate's final fate is death. Absolute Heaven was like that. Fong Tian 50,000 years was similarly like so. In terms of meritorious exploits and great achievements, who can compete with the Sons of Heaven's mandate in the human race's history? But you take a look. Among the Sons of Heaven's mandate you know of, who else is there? Ji Kanglin's words could be said to touch the chords of one's heart. He was talking about it until Yi Yuan actually hesitated for a moment. He did not say things like whatever dominating the divine realm, only he alone reigns supreme, so on and so forth, because he knew that Yi Yuan was not interested at all. Moving with feelings, understanding with reason was the best way to rope Yi Yuan in. However, Long Tang inside the vast heaven pagoda somewhat freaked out when he saw Yi Yuan's wavering appearance. Yi Yuan, the fiend race mustn't be trusted. This Ji Kanglin is diabolic and wildly ambitious. You mustn't fall for his tricks. Long Tang said anxiously, "Junior brother, we were fellow disciples for 500 years. These 500 years to me, this half-human, half-fiend freak, it indeed warmed my heart. But Kanua, on the day I was born, I was sealed up by him, becoming this grotesque appearance. I can tell you a secret. Now that the divine realm's heaven Tao is missing, Kanua already lost interest in it. After conquering it, he still wants to think of a way to return to the place he came from. At that time, we'll reestablish order in the divine realm and maintain the present state. Isn't that good?" Ji Kanglin strung along skillfully. With this, Long Tongue panicked even more and said, "Yi Yuan, don't listen to his lies. You shut your mouth for this young master."
Ye Yuan suddenly shouted.
Ji Kanglin froze when he heard that, but then he saw Yi Yuan took out the vast heaven pagoda and casually fired out several spells. Long Teng's voice could not longer transmit out. When the long tongue inside saw the situation, he was even more flustered, like an ant in a hot pan. But Yi Yuan had already completely controlled the vast heaven pagoda now. The artifact spirit was completely helpless. When Ji Kanglin saw the situation, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. Looked like his persuasion took effect. You said just now, he'll think of a way to return to his original place? What does this mean? Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Ji Kanglin said, the fiend race isn't a race of the divine realm at all. For how in the world they came, very sorry, I don't know either. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and started musing. This news was indeed an earth-shattering news to him. But, I heard Kanhua said before, a light flashed. Ji Kanglin suddenly shot forth. He was waiting for a chance where Yi Yuan became inattentive by talking until now. He did not hope at all for Yi Yuan pledge allegiance to the fiend race. But he knew that Yi Yuan would definitely be interested in the fiend race's history. Hence, he dug a pit step by step, waiting for Yi Yuan's momentary absent-mindedness. When experts exchanged blows, an instant was sufficient. Deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. Ji Kanglin's sword was quick to the extreme. Compared to Yi Yuan's greater teleportation, it did not lose out to it either. It was just that Ji Kanglin did not think that at virtually the same time Yi Yuan moved too. Clank, clank. Two long swords intersected and passed, separating upon contact. Far away, Blood Soul and the rest could not refrain from swallowing their saliva. That scene just now was seriously too exciting. Even they were taken in by Ji Kanglin too and even thought that Lord Holy Sun was really recruiting Yi Yuan. But who knew that in an instant, the situation suddenly changed. Blood Grudge, who won? Blood Soul could not resist asking the Blood Grudge beside. Blood Grudge shook his head and had a nervous look too. Fresh blood suddenly sprayed out of Yi Yuan's chest, and he unconsciously kneeled but stopped halfway. Ha ha ha! Lord Holy Sun is indeed formidable. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul, the three people could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan, are you all right? The vast heaven pagoda's restriction also automatically removed at this time. Long Tongue rushed straight out of the vast heaven pagoda and looked Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, the blood on his chest gushing out like a fountain, looking exceedingly frightening. Wounds carved out on the physical body by a divine sword were not that easy to heal. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art crazily. But the wounds healed rather slowly. I'm fine. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet as he said, strenuously, kill him. Arg. Ji Kanglin's mouth emitted a howl. As if exhausting all the strength in his body. Poochie. After this sound was made, Ji Kanglin's body actually cut off at the waist. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul Trio's expressions changed drastically. They never would have thought that this round it was actually Yi Yuan who won. Yi Yuan only had his chest injured, while Ji Kanglin was cut in half at the waist. Similarly, using a divine artifact, the wound was likewise unable to heal. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan's situation right now became even more dangerous. Blood Soul three people's reactions could not be said to not be fast. They dashed out, charging toward Yi Yuan. Long Tongue's expression changed greatly and was just about to take action, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Let me finish talking. Yi Yuan muttered words under his breath. A mysterious and hard-to-fathom divine Tao law slowly emerged. The vast heaven stone steel suddenly turned big from small, smashing towards the three people. Blood Soul Trio did not think that Yi Yuan still had such a fallback. Caught unprepared, they were immediately suppressed by the vast heaven stone steel. The vast heaven stone steel that carried divine Tao laws directly crushed the three people into smithereens. Even the black gas that condensed into them were also directly annihilated by the vast heaven stone steel. The vast heaven stone steel and evil extermination sword were originally the fiend race's jinx. Yi Yuan could already draw out a portion of the vast Heavenstone steels. Power presently. How could it be what Blood Soul Trio was capable of? Withstanding? Of course, this was primarily still due to Yi Yuan severely injuring them. Previously, with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, their current strength was already greatly discounted as well. Poo work. Finished suppressing Blood Soul Trio, Yi Yuan also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Utilizing divine essence and the power of divine Tao laws, especially under the circumstances of being severely injured, it increased the burden on his body even more.
Ye Yuan.
Long Tongue hurriedly went to support him. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Senior, you go back inside the vast heaven pagoda first. This battle isn't over yet." Long Tongue's expression flickered incessantly, but finally still nodded his head and returned inside the vast heaven pagoda unwillingly. Presently, this level of battle was already not what he was able to take part in. At this time, a bloody light shot up into the sky from Ji Kanglin's body. The place where he was severed at the waist actually rejoined together, looking very harrowing. Very clearly, he was making the best use of time to recover his strength. This sword of Yi Yuan did not cut his vital parts. Even ordinary martial artists could not be killed, let alone a fiend like Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's tyrant dragon regeneration art also revolved to the limits, recovering his wound. At the same time, he even swallowed a Tier 9 medicinal pill. How devious, junior brother! At this time, Ji Kanglin, who was inside the blood light, spoke up. His tone was icy cold. Clearly, he took Yi Yuan's blow earlier greatly to heart. He was baiting Yi Yuan step by step, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was just meeting one ruse with another, and even deliberately sealed the vast heaven pagoda for him to see. In the end, he fell into Yi Yuan's scheme. This round, it was still him who lost by a notch. You were conniving too. Saving them just now is probably in order to be a scapegoat for you, right? He had no reservations earlier in letting Blood Soul and the rest to deliver themselves up for Yi Yuan to kill, in order to aggravate Yi Yuan's injuries. This way, he had even more time to recover from his wounds. Ji Kanglin knew that Yi Yuan still had the strength to spare. If Yi Yuan did not shrink back from getting severely injured and directly came over to kill him, he practically did not have strength left over to retaliate. Merely a bunch of trash. Dying for me is their glory, Ji Kanglin said, without a care. You truly deserve death. Haha, my little junior brother already reached this point today, do you still not understand me? Hence, I came to kill you. You can't kill me. This battle, the one who dies is you. Is that so? Then let's go another round. How about it? While talking, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. Ji Kanglin in the bloodlight was taken aback with shock and said in horror, "You, how can you possibly recover so quickly?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you know that I obtained the medicine god's soul canon, can't you guess it? Arcane Insight rank?" Ji Kanglin said in horror. Arcane Insight rank medicinal pills contained divine Tao laws. Healing medicinal pills were naturally able to dispel the power of laws that divine artifacts left behind on the wounds. So, can you go and die already? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. A sword slashed towards the Ji Kanglin inside the bloody light. But in the next second, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. All the hairs on his body stood on its end. Yi Yuan's alarm bells sounded off, and he chose to greater teleport at the first moment. Bloodshed flying sword. A bizarre voice suddenly came out from inside the bloody light. Vastly different from Ji Kanglin normally. However, when countless blood-colored flying swords were magnified limitlessly in Yi Yuan's pupils, Yi Yuan felt tremendous pressure, without holding back in the slightest. Sword intent connecting to divinity. Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy, activating the evil extermination divine sword to the limits. A dense sword web welcomed the approaching blood-colored flying swords. These flying swords were not real swords, but one after another of dense sword energy. Sword energy and blood energy fused together.
Boo, boo, boo.
Very soon, Yi Yuan's sword web and the blood swords collided together. The first strike, Yi Yuan almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This was a clash of divine Tao laws. However, it seemed like Ji Kanglin was a level higher. Yi Yuan revolved the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art and Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, and forcefully suppressed his rolling blood energy. At the same time, the evil extermination sword in his hand did not stop for a second, dancing until it was impenetrable. For a moment, Yi Yuan seemingly had his chest struck by countless heavy hammers. The wounds from before did not heal right away. Under the attacks of these countless blood swords, his wound split apart once more. Poo work. Finally, this wave of blood swords was withstood by Yi Yuan. But the injuries on his body worsened several times. On Yi Yuan's white long robes, it was already stained full of blackish red bloodstains. Ji Kanglin was indeed not so easy to deal with. In the bloodlight, Ji Kanglin slowly walked out. His severed body actually pieced together completely once more at this time. Little junior brother, this move is still passable, right? You're also too careless. The fiend race's recovery ability is rated as perverse. Even you recovered, would I not recover? Ji Kanglin said to Yi Yuan with a wide grin. The blood within Yi Yuan's body was in turmoil. At this time he could not even speak. Those blood swords looked very sloppy and ordinary, but the power was unbelievably terrifying. The evil extermination divine sword that he deployed with divine essence was actually unable to ward off the impact that the power of laws brought to him. Talking about geniuses, it's not just you alone in this world. These few years your senior brother I wasn't idling. This bloodshed flying sword amalgamated the fiend race's transcendent blood Tao and the human race's sword Dao. In terms of power, it's already not weaker compared to the 10 great divine kings, that kind of powerhouses, Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan sensed that these blood swords were just like cannonballs. Even if he used all of his strength, he was still beaten to severe injuries. With Yi Yuan's defensive power, this was simply unthinkable. Ho-ho! Stop racking your brain in vain. Do you think that I'd give you a chance to catch your breath? Now, senior brother will send you to go reunite with that damn old man of yours. Ji Kanglin suddenly became resolute. He suddenly slashed the divine sword at his own palm. Fresh blood immediately sprayed all over the divine sword. Bloodshed flying sword. Go for me! Once more, countless blood swords tore through the air and arrived, and actually carried whistling sounds. This attack, Yi Yuan already had nowhere to hide. But in the next instant, the expression on Ji Kanglin's face became extremely fascinating. A human-sized tortoise shell appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Mystic art holy tortoise shell. The originally incomparably swift and fierce blood swords collided onto the tortoise shell and actually could not even stir up a single wave. Ji Kanglin's eyes stared like wide circles, but he refused to believe everything that he saw before his eyes. Another round of bloodshed flying sword. However, it still did not stir up any waves. After the mystic art holy tortoise shell, Yi Yuan was currently making use of all of the time to recover essence energy. Yi Yuan's Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, following the increase in fleshly body power already cultivated to late-stage 9th level. Right now, the recovery power was very astonishing. Plus, the medicinal effects of the Arcane Insight medicinal pill before had yet to fade. The mystic art holy tortoise shell was sufficient to resist until he recovered some strength. Ji Kanglin suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, Could this be the lost supreme treasure of the Black Tortoise clan? The mystic art holy tortoise shell. Damn it! This brat's lucky chances are truly heaven-defying. Thinking about it, Ji Kanglin's face turned cold, and he said, No way! Absolutely can't let him recover strength. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. Instinctively, Ji Kanglin sensed a hint of a threat. Boom! Suddenly, Ji Kanglin's whole body was shrouded in black gas. Berserk fiendish energy gave people a nerve-wracking feeling. Ji Kanglin slit his own palm once more, then smeared his own blood on the divine sword. The divine sword emitted intense vibrations, appearing extremely unwilling. Ji Kanglin said with a hideous grin, "Being a wedding gown for this seat, that's your honor." Devil flames surging to the sky. "Suppress for me." A cloud of black gas instantly wrapped the divine sword up. The divine sword's unwillingness was actually really quashed down. Ji Kanglin's fiendish energy was countless times purer compared to the average fiend. Even compared to that fiend god Jialan, it was not at all inferior to. Arg! Ji Kanglin gave a roar. His entire person's aura suddenly skyrocketed. The explosive muscles utterly shredded his clothes. His facial features also became abnormally savage. His entire person was just like a rampaging wild beast. "Ji Qingyun, I want to see how long this tortoise shell of yours can last." Bloodshed fiend's sword. Ji Kanglin's figure suddenly vanished, like it disappeared into thin air. Bang! 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 The next instant, only to hear a series of loud booms transmit over. On the mystic art holy tortoise shell, fierce exploding sounds came over. Waves of terrifying energy undulation spread out layer by layer, blasting the entire Medicine King Hall's houses and mountain body into a pile of dust. This degree of impact was practically already the limits of what Divine King powerhouses could attain. Ji Kanglin knew that this mystic art holy tortoise shell was definitely not deployed by Yi Yuan. It was definitely a one-time treasure. As long as he attacked continuously, it could hasten the mystic art holy tortoise shell's expenditure and reduce Yi Yuan's recovery time from there. The two people were racing against time. After the mystic art holy tortoise shell, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. Was as if everything in the outside world had not the least bit of relation with him. A moment ago, on a piece of empty land in the vast heaven pagoda, stood 1,000 identical fieries in ranks. Looking closely, these fieries forms were different. Some were sitting cross-legged. Some were playing with flames in their palms, while some were in a ruminating state. There were even some that were fighting in pairs. On the platform, Fiery's main body's eyes were slightly closed, sitting crossed-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, a voice transmitted into the vast heaven pagoda. "Fiery, I need your help." It was precisely Yi Yuan's voice. Fiery snapped open his eyes and responded, "Okay, big brother. I'm coming. Right away." Finished talking, his entire body trembled. Those 1,000 fiery clones turned into streams of flowing light, pouring straight into his body. Fiery shut his eyes once more. He was digesting these 1,000 fieries. Comprehension. After 100 breaths, Fiery slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliant light peered in his eyes. By the side, Long Tongue opened his mouth and said, "How is it?" Fiery said with a light smile, "The first level I already learned the rudiments." Long Tongue's entire body trembled, and he said in astonishment, "So fast?" Fiery nodded and said, "I'm originally an innate fire spirit physique. Comprehending the power of fire source can be said to yield twice the results, with half the effort. Although divine Tao laws are hard, to the current me, is not something beyond my reach. More importantly, this method that big brother came up with is simply too ingenious." But Long Tongue let out a sigh and said, "Yeah, really don't know how this boy's head grew to actually even think of this kind of cultivation method. Using clones to cultivate the cultivation method, then gathering onto the main body. This is equivalent to having 1,000 fieries cultivating at the same time, even though the effects are inferior to the main body cultivating by yourself once. These clones come together, the effects are 10 times, even 100 times of the main body's cultivation speed." After Yi Yuan obtained the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art from Teng Yun, he suddenly came up with a whimsical idea and imparted this cultivation method to Fiery. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth to begin with, and the cleansing. Sandal flame lotus was also a heaven and earth spiritual plant. With fieries, present cultivation realm, comprehending the spirit bristle 9 yang divine. Art was truly advancing at a tremendous pace, while at this time, Fiery already learned the rudiments of the spirit bristle. 9 yang divine arts divine Tao chapters first level. In terms of strength, he was already much stronger compared to ordinary peak. Void mystic. Big brother is really a prodigious talent. Senior, I'm going out to help big brother, Fiery said to Long Tongue. Bang! 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 Ji Kanglin was just like an unceasing war machine, using incomparably powerful offensive power to bombard the mystic art holy tortoise shell. Under his untiring efforts, the mystic art holy tortoise shell's tremors became stronger and stronger. Finally, with a bang, the mystic art holy tortoise shell was no longer able to withstand his tremendous force and was blasted flying. Ka! Ji Qingyun, your hour of doom has arrived.
Yi Canglan shouted.
Excitedly seeing this scene. But right at this time, there was suddenly an additional figure beside Yi Yuan. The two figures seemed to have consulted in advance. Their movements were virtually synchronized. 2 surges of terrifying divine Tao power of laws gushed out akin to twin dragons spitting pearls. Fury sword fire lotus. 2 mighty divine Tao law powers intertwined together. But it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Fiery was born from the cleansing sandal flame lotus, while the cleansing sandal flame lotus was Yi Yuan's clone. Between Fiery and Yi Yuan could be said to be connected in mind and soul. The synchronization of the 2 people casting arts was in complete unison. 2 kinds of divine Tao laws superimposing together, mutually augmenting each other. The power was far from what an independent divine Tao law could compare to. This sword was unimaginable strong. Ji Kanglin's pupils constricted, wanting to escape. But it was already too late to change moves. With a clank, Ji Kanglin's long sword was directly smacked flying out of his hand. Pucci, the evil extermination divine sword stabbed viciously into Ji Kanglin's body, destroying his life force. The evil extermination divine sword originally countered evil things the most. Fiery's law of fire similarly could purify myriad things under the heavens. This sword was virtually fatal to Ji Kanglin. Swoosh! Right at that instant evil extermination sword stabbed into Ji Kanglin's body. A mass of black gas suddenly flew out from the top of his head, fleeing away. The black gas's speed was exceptionally swift. But in front of Yi Yuan, who knew the art of greater teleportation, it was futile even if it was any quicker. Want to leave? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. How could the Ji Kanglin without a physical body compare to Yi Yuan's speed? 1 teleportation and it was a distance of 20,000 feet. The black gas did not escape very far yet and was already blocked from the front by Yi Yuan. 20 feet. Domain of sword. Yi Yuan already firmly locked onto the Ji Kanglin in the middle of escaping. At this time, a layer of pale white flames suffused at the borders of the domain of sword. Looking from far away, it was like a fireball. Enmity of killing one's father. The hatred of losing one's wife. Do you think that I'd let you escape? Yi Yuan's voice seemingly came from the underworld, bone-piercingly cold. The enmity of over 20 years all erupted at this instant. This short 20 years plus, the thing that Yi Yuan thought about day and night was to take revenge. For the sake of this goal, Yi Yuan could be said to have had narrow escapes. From a carefree young master who pursued Tao wholeheartedly, he became someone who was resolved to excel, a powerful martial artist who specialized in the martial Tao. The transformation experienced in between this could not be said to not be great. Now it was finally within sight. Qingyun, you and I were apprentice brothers at any rate. Furthermore, I didn't kill sister-in-law. She isn't dead yet. Actually, Ji Kanglin also did not know whether Yu Mengli was dead or not. But right now, in order to live, he naturally stuck to his guns that she was not dead. Only this way could he have a chance to live on. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard these words, his expression could not help changing, and he said, "Where's Li Er? You let me go first. Otherwise, you'll never see her again." Ji Kanglin threatened. Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Do you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me?" "Why won't I have the qualifications? My good junior brother, I understand you too well. I know that you'll definitely let me leave. Isn't that right? You couldn't even deal a blow to those devilized former fellow disciples. Could it be that you'll kill me for the sake of your beloved?" Ji Kanglin had an unflinching look. He understood Yi Yuan too well. For Yi Yuan to be able to acknowledge Yu Mengli, his fiancée, it showed that he loved Yu Mengli deeply. With Yi Yuan's personality of valuing loyalty and relationships greatly, he absolutely would not dare to deal a killing blow to him. This was his final counterweight and also the heaviest counterweight, because Yi Yuan would give in obediently. "Do you think that I'll believe your words? If you have Li Er in your hands, would you wait until now?" But Yi Yuan was not easy to hoodwink, as he said, with a cold sneer. But Ji Kanglin was not flustered nor rattled, and similarly said with a cold sneer, "Do you think that if I caught the Yu family's little lass, I'd hide her here? To me, she isn't just a death exemption gold token, that simple. You're the child of destiny. Want to break your destiny? The Yu family's lass is the crux. Previously, when I deliberately spread the news of her demise, it was in order to make you fall into depravity. I didn't think that you actually pulled through. But now, she's my death exemption gold token. If you don't believe me, just make a move. You'll become the culprit who causes her death indirectly." Yi Yuan hesitated. Even if he did not believe Ji Kanglin's words at all, he did not dare take this risk either. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, Yi Yuan could not use Yu Mengli's life to make a gamble either. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. If Yu Mengli died because of him, even if he avenged his great enmity, what was the use? When Ji Kanglin saw Yi Yuan's expression, he could not help being thrilled in his heart. Striking while the iron was hot, he said, "You don't need to doubt. Either, with that lass's strength, do you think that she's able to escape my encirclement and suppression? Bloodrain's strength you've witnessed before. Do you feel that the Yu family's lass can escape from his hands?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. This time he really wavered. According to his estimations, even if Li Er progressed at breakneck speed, it was also impossible to be Bloodrain's match. This way, the likelihood of what Ji Kanglin said increased greatly. "I can let you go, but I want to see Li Er," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Ji Kanglin said coolly, "The Yu family's lass is already being escorted to
The Divine Martial Hall.
the Divine Martial Hall. Definitely already knows that. My fleshy body is already destroyed. If I don't hurry back within 3 days, the Yu family's lass will be dead for sure. You don't have a choice." Ji Kanglin said whatever came to his mind, but said it with assertive eloquence. He was originally incomparably cunning. Even for Yi Yuan, it was hard to see through any flaws too. Finally, Yi Yuan slowly opened up the domain of sword. That soul-stirring pale white flames also gradually extinguished. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin was wildly elated in his heart. But he did not have the slightest ripple. "Ha ha ha. My good junior brother, we'll meet again." Ji Kanglin laughed smugly. That cloud of black gas turned into a streak of flowing light and headed for the horizon. But right at this time, a beautiful figure gradually appeared in Yi Yuan's line of sight from another direction. "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" This beautiful figure was none other than precisely Yu Mengli, who rushed, overlooking travel-worn. The person who understood you the most in this world would be your enemy and your beloved. Seeing bright moon cities and vast sun cities' miserable states, Yu Mengli knew right away that Yi Yuan definitely came to find Ji Kanglin to take revenge. Under this kind of circumstance, it was practically impossible for Yi Yuan to have a second choice. Therefore, Yu Mengli rushed over without stopping. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan and Ji Kanglin both discovered Yu Mengli. Ji Kanglin had his 7 earthly souls scared out of him, urging fiendish energy to the limits, wanting to get away from Yi Yuan's range. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered too. Virtually without thinking, the Fury Sword Fire Lotus suddenly attacked. Chi, a lotus flower-shaped pale white sword energy tore across the sky, flying straight for Ji Kanglin. Even if Ji Kanglin was any quicker, how could he be as fast that this streak of sword energy that tore across the sky and arrived? Ah! Ji Qingyun, you won't have a good end. A shrill, miserable cry spread throughout the sky and gradually turned into nothing. The evil extermination sword's awe-inspiring sword energy and the cleansing sandal's sacred flame purifying power directly incinerated that cloud of black gas into nothing. The haughty and domineering Ji Kanglin finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Who? At this instant, Yi Yuan felt like all the pores on his body opened up, incomparably light-footed. The large rock pressing on his heart for over 20 years was finally shattered. Killing Ji Kanglin was giving an account to himself and even more giving an account to his father who used his life to protect him. But this road was covered densely with thistles and thorns. Fortunately, he finally completed it, but just as Ji Zhengyang said, Ji Kanglin was merely a chess piece that was pushed to the front stage. The real person pulling the strings was heavenly fiend god Kanhua. This trip to the Medicine King Hall also let Yi Yuan understand some news concerning fiend god Kanhua, even though it was just an iota. But what Yi Yuan was most mindful of was where in the world the divine martial hall this mysterious sect was at. Very clearly, fiend god Kanhua was already about to come into being. If he could not find Kanhua before this and severely injure, even finish him off, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Thus far, the methods that Kanhua exhibited were simply mind-boggling. This opponent was 100 times more terrifying than Ji Kanglin. After all, this was an existence comparable to Taoist absolute heaven, that kind of origin deity realm, unless he could break through to deity realm. But this was an even more impossible task. Big brother Yuan. Yu Mengli already sprinted in front of Yi Yuan with a look of agitation. Seeing Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan was similarly over the moon. Lier, it's great that you're all right. Yi Yuan immediately pulled Li into his embrace and said with his true feelings. To Yi Yuan, it was very rare for him to have this kind of outburst of true sentiments. Lier was indeed a special existence to him. Even Mu Lingxue never enjoyed this kind of treatment from Yi Yuan before too. Yu Mengli was held in the arm by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's true sentiments flowing, she was truly unable to contain her joy, her heart pounding. Following Yi Yuan for so long, Yu Mengli was deeply aware of the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders. To Yi Yuan, who had reincarnated, the Medicine King Hall was a colossal giant, growing from a lower realm's youth without any foundation to the present divine realm's big shot. The hardships paid in between this, only Yu Mengli was the clearest. If it was just talking about Yi Yuan, this identity, she could be said to have watched Yi Yuan grow up. Now, Yi Yuan personally killed Ji Kanglin, finally putting down that heavy burden. In addition, seeing that she was fine, under the brutal hopelessness of love, that was why he would be like this. Big brother Yuan, congratulations on avenging your great enmity. It's been hard on you these few years. I believe that Lord Zhengyang's spirit in heaven should be able to obtain comfort, Yu Mengli said in a gentle voice, being in Yi Yuan's embrace. Hugging Yu Mengli, hearing her words, Yi Yuan was filled with emotions. But tears gushed out. A man would not shed tears easily unless his heart was broken. Ji Kanglin's betrayal had once made Yi Yuan furious and perplexed. Now the truth came to light. Ji Kanglin was actually a fiend race spy. But even so, he and this member of the fiend race had been 500 years of apprentice brothers too. Yi Yuan's current emotion could not be said to not be complicated. Only after a long time did Yi Yuan walked out from surge of emotions. At this time, he changed back to that calm and collected Yi Yuan again. It was just that his concern towards Yu Mengli did not lessen in the slightest. Lier, I thought. Mentioning this, Yu Mengli's expression dimmed too. After all, the Yu family suffered grievous losses in this unexpected turn of events and was even almost completely wiped out. Yu Mengli recounted the matters of Bright Moon's change on that day as well as afterward, making Yi Yuan secretly heave a sigh of relief at getting lucky. 2. He also did not think that the innate battle soul physique was actually so powerful. They said that you fell onto the demonic path. Along the way it worried Lier to death, said Yu Mengli, who had some lingering fear as she explained it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what they said was right. Just one more step and I might not even be able to recognize you anymore. Yu Mengli was alarmed in her heart. Only then did she know that Sunman's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Did not expect that Bright Moon's change actually brought such peril to Yi Yuan. Seeing Yu Mengli's upset look, Yi Yuan said with a smile, you lass what's with this expression? Could it be that I'd be foolish enough to blame this matter on you? Between Ji Kanglin and me, we both understand the other two well. Hence, that's why he would use this kind of despicable means to trigger me to fall into depravity. While talking, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. When Yu Mengli noticed Yi Yuan's abnormality, she even thought that it was in the sequela left behind in battle earlier and hurriedly asked Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, nothing. It's just, since you're already fine, why is my heart still shrouded in a layer of shadow? Would it be because of the matter with the fiend race? Lier said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you don't know. I comprehended sudden impulse. Even though the matter of the fiend race is serious, it's not to the point of triggering sudden impulse. The reason why I could rush to Bright Moon City is because of setting off sudden impulse. But now, Ji Kanglin was dead. Lier was safe and sound. Logically speaking, sudden impulse should be allayed. But the shadow in Yi Yuan's heart was still unable to disperse away. Not good. Let's hurry back to take a look, Yi Yuan said anxiously. Half a month later, when Ao Qian and the rest saw Yi Yuan, a large stone inn, their hearts finally landed. Young master, you finally came back. When Luer saw Yi Yuan, under her agitated feelings, she leaped right into Yi Yuan's embrace. Lier was aware of Yi Yuan and Luer's relationship. From a certain degree, it was even more intimate compared to her. Furthermore, Lier's temperament was indifferent and naturally would not have superfluous thoughts. On the contrary, Yu Mengli was more grateful towards Luer. If without Luer, Yi Yuan would probably have long fallen into depravity. Already now, my lord, it's great that you're fine. These few days we were worried to death. Ao Qian stepped forward and greeted. Including the sparse survivors of the Yu family, they also returned to the Dragon Clan under Wu Luo's command. Letting go of Luer, Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone, but his brows knitted together. The people that he was familiar with and cared about were not missing a single one. All of them were here. Even the Yu family and the Yu Jianxiu, Yu Lingyu, who were close to him, were completely unscathed. If so, where in the world was his sudden impulse pointing at? Nothing happened here, right? Yi Yuan uttered a sentence that made everyone baffled. Ao Qian was stupefied and said, nothing. We listened to your order and stayed at the Dragon Clan the whole time. After that, Wu Luo also brought the Bright Moon City's city lord over. It was calm and peaceful all the way after that. Hearing Ao Qian's words, Yi Yuan was hit by a wave of inexplicable vexation, but could not find the source of the irritation. He only felt like his chest was about to explode. Yu Mengli stepped forward and lightly held Yi Yuan's hands, and she calmed him down, saying, since everybody is safe and sound, perhaps there are other reasons. Since we're here, stay and make the best use of it to calm your heart down to think about it these past 2 days. Maybe there will be some gains. Hearing Yu Mengli's words, Only then did Yi Yuan's heart calm down slightly. He said with a sigh, I can only do this as well. Hey, did you hear? The Medicine King Hall was uprooted overnight. Now it has already utterly fallen into pieces. No way, right? Prior to this, the Heavenly Sword sect master personally took action. Void mystic powerhouses came swarming into full force, but they returned in great defeat. The Heavenly Sword sect was like this. Who else can do it to such an extent? Could it be the heaven stabilizing? Divine King personally took action. Ignorant and ill-informed much? The Heaven's Secrets Tower's news already came out. It was done by Ji Kanglin's junior brother, Qing Yunzi. Furthermore, he slaughtered the Medicine King Hall's experts clean. Ji Kanglin died under Ji Qingyun's sword too. Hiss. I've long heard that Ji Qingyun's martial Tao in this life is very strong. But this is also too ludicrously strong, right? In a short 20-something years' time, he grew from a lower realms martial artist to such a terrifying powerhouse. Honestly speaking, when I heard this news, I didn't dare to believe it either. But the Heaven's Secrets Tower's information has never been wrong before. Ji Qingyun's strength has likely already reached the peak of void mystic realm. He's already very, very close to the boundary of the 10 great divine kings. The impression that Ji Qingyun gave people on alchemy Tao was too deep, resulting in everybody overlooking his martial Tao talent. I didn't think that his martial Tao talent is actually so heaven-defying too. Speaking of which, the Medicine King Hall acted furtively these few years, but they were more and more contrary, acting against people's will when doing things, annihilating an entire sect at the drop of a hat. This action of Ji Qingyun is also considered executing justice on heaven's behalf. Such scenes of discussion took place at every corner of the divine realm. The complete collapse of a super holy land was absolutely an earth-shaking matter in the divine realm. Previously, when the Heavenly Sword sect was virtually wiped out, it already added many topics of conversation for everyone in the world. But the Medicine King Hall's destruction was clearly a better topic of
Conversation.
For some time, it became the hot topic of the divine realms. Martial artists. It was just that up till now, there was still no one who realized at all what kind of a malignant tumor Yi Yuan helped them to clean up. If this malignant tumor continued developing unchecked, it was sufficient to devour the entire divine realm. These martial artists were still living in their own world. But half a month later, the topic of Yi Yuan annihilating the Medicine King Hall was replaced by another heavyweight bomb. The Heaven's Secret Tower announced a piece of even more explosive news. The new ranking of 10 great divine kings was going to be published in the holy city a month later. Furthermore, the Heaven's Secret Tower spread the news out that this time, the 10 great divine kings would have newly ascended powerhouses, pushing out the original 10 great divine kings. As for how many newcomers were there, the Heaven's Secret Tower had a very secretive attitude. This topic drove people even crazier compared to Yi Yuan destroying the Medicine King Hall. This action of the Heaven's Secret Tower clearly signified that the rankings of the 10 great divine kings this time definitely had some changes. Furthermore, this change would not be small. One had to know that the Heaven's Secret Tower published the first issue of the 10 Great Divine Kings 2,000 years ago. Ever since then, apart from selling information, the Heaven's Secret Tower no longer made changes to the rankings of the 10 Great Divine Kings. The 10 Great Divine Kings practically became the divine realm's strongest 10 people, positions as steady as Mount Tai. All the way until today, this arrangement was finally going to be broken. In the wake of newcomers joining, would a decisive battle that concerned reputation stir up among the 10 great divine kings? Would the old batch of 10 great divine kings challenge the newly ascended 10 great divine kings? Would the rankings among the 10 great divine kings have changes or not? A series of questions became the major discussion that swept across the entire divine realm, especially in the holy city. This discussion reached an even more seething extent. In the streets and alleys, Everyone was virtually discussing this matter. Which newcomers do you guys think will be joining this issue of 10 Great Divine Kings? To talk about the newcomer whose cutting edge shows the most recently, I feel that it should be Ji Qingyun. He destroyed the high and mighty Medicine King Hall with his power alone. In terms of strength, it should be sufficient to rival the 10 Great Divine Kings, right? I think that's far-fetched. It's true that the Medicine King Hall was destroyed, but Ji Qingyun's Martial Dao Foundation is too shallow in the end. How he destroyed the Medicine King Hall, nobody knows either. Isn't it said that he has quite a few void mystic powerhouses by his side? I heard that there was a peak void mystic powerhouse following by his side in Tranquil Sun City. If I were to say destroying the Medicine King Hall was most likely largely his credit. Apart from Ji Qingyun, I feel that it can only be some reclusive families. Powerhouses. The Su, Hu, Chen, and Feng, for great families, have been isolated from the world for a long time. It should roughly be time to come into being as well. Don't you forget, the last issue of 10 Great Divine Kings didn't have ancient families' disciples. They all obtained heaven-defying lucky chances. That's how they transcended everything and became peerless powerhouses. And what you said is right. This way, the selection of 10 Great Divine Kings this time is really baffling. At this time, Yi Yuan, who was far away in the demon region, was indifferent to this news. Whatever ranking of 10 Great Divine Kings was merely empty reputation to Yi Yuan. Through the recuperation of over half a month, Yi Yuan already recovered from the Medicine King Hall battle. Along with the passage of time, that hint of shadow shrouding Yi Yuan's heart also gradually relaxed vigilance. After all, the people who were related to him were currently all perfectly unscathed in front of him. This was enough. But on this day, the spirit-bristled Divine King suddenly descended upon the Dragon Clan. The moment Tung Yun saw Yi Yuan, he scolded laughingly. "You brat, you're also too reckless when doing things. Ji Kanglin's current strength is already not beneath Wang Huanzhou's, but you actually went out to the Medicine King Hall by yourself without due consideration." The name Wang Huanzhou out of Tung Yun's mouth was the Iron Spear Divine King, who was ranked last among the 10 Great Divine Kings. Him saying so served to show that he quite approved of Ji Kanglin's strength. Tung Yun's gaze never left Yi Yuan before, as if it was his first time knowing him. He was truly extremely surprised that Yi Yuan was able to massacre the entire Medicine King Hall. One had to know that not long ago, Yi Yuan still did not have the slightest strength to retaliate in front of Zhuge Qingxian. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan was actually already capable of killing an existence comparable to the 10 Great Divine Kings by himself. Even if it was just the last place, it was also sufficient to see the terror of Yi Yuan's improvement. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Putting aside my great hatred with him, just him daring to touch Lier, this point is enough for him to die 10 times over." Yi Yuan's thinking at that time was very simple, which was to kill people. This grudge, he was already unable to carry on enduring. Even if he was not fully confident at that time, he slaughtered up to the Medicine King Hall too. Tung Yun smiled and said, "Right now there is a hubbub of discussion spreading outside that you're going to enter the 10 Great Divine Kings this time. Looking at your appearance, seems like you aren't patting yourself on the back at all." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he said smilingly, "Merely empty reputation. Even if I don't enter the 10 Great Divine Kings, it also doesn't mean that I'm inferior to the 10 Great Divine Kings. Don't you think so, Brother Tung?" Tung Yun smiled as he nodded his head and said, "Actually, the 10 Great Divine Kings are only the human territory's 10 Great Divine Kings. Can't represent the divine realm's true strength. At the very least, this demon race has 3 people whose strength that even I have no assurance in prevailing over them." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, clearly rather surprised by Tung Yun's words. He had always been very curious. If the present demon region was so weak, why the human race actually did not come over to annex the region? It turned out that the demon race's strength was actually so terrifying. As expected, any race's strength is not as simple as exhibited on the surface. The demon region's foundation, even Yi Yuan, this former peak alchemy emperor, actually did not know. Of course, the previous life's him was not concerned about these either. The demon race still has such mighty powers? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Tung Yun nodded his head and said, in this dragon clan, there's one. Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. The dragon clan had one? Aoyong's strength did not seem to be so terrifying, right? Tung Yun seemed to have seen through what Yi Yuan was thinking and said with a smile, I know Aoyong, it isn't him. He's the previous generation head elder. Who I'm talking about is the Azure Dragon clan's previous patriarch, right? Now, he already doesn't meddle in worldly affairs, unless it's a clan extermination crisis, otherwise he won't appear. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart to no end. He really did not think that the Dragon clan's foundation was actually so deep. Really talking about it, wouldn't the Dragon clan's old patriarch be even more impressive than Ao Qian? Then the other two? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. The other two are not the four symbols Divine Beast clan's powerhouses. One of them is a powerhouse of the Stone Ape clan, while the other is very mysterious. I've also only heard a little bit, Ting Yun said. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that his understanding of the divine realm was still truly too little. When he roamed the demon region back then, it was really somewhat the feeling of the ignorant had no fear. Brother Tung, you've always been investigating the fiend race's whereabouts. Do you know where in the world this divine martial hall is at?
Ye Yuan
Suddenly asked. Mentioning this divine martial hall, Tung Yun's brows knitted together too. That fiend race's major power is too terrifying. He's incomparably cautious. When doing things, talking about it is shameful even though the divine martial hall has gradually risen to the surface. I really don't know his whereabouts. Rather, the fiend race has several hidden underground lairs that I've already pretty much investigated, Ting Yun said. When Yi Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said, oh, about how much does Brother Ting know? No harm in saying. We can get started with these underground lairs. Tung Yun nodded his head and said, I had precisely this intent. I came to find you this time for precisely this objective as well. These few underground lairs are scattered too broadly. Wanting to wipe them out all at once still expends quite a bit of strength. Hence, I came to find you for help. Yi Yuan said excitedly, Brother Tang, please say, Heavenly Fiend God Kanua is already almost coming into being. Right now we must seize every minute and second. Tung Yun nodded his head and told Yi Yuan the information that he investigated. One by one. According to what Ting Yun said, the few fiend race underground dens that he found were all in some inconspicuous small sects, concealed extremely deeply. But the underground lairs experts were not few. The fiend race's powerhouses were much more numerous compared to powerhouses of the human race. Above Holy Sovereign, there was even a Holy Emperor rank. Fiends who possessed this form of address were all existences capable of contending against the 10 great divine kings level of powerhouses. And this place that Ting Yun had Yi Yuan go to was called Moonhowl Sect, an unremarkable rank 6 holy land at the southern parts of the divine realm. Such a small place, nobody would go and pay attention at all normally. However, it was a stronghold of the fiend race. The places that Tung Yun found were all very important strongholds of the Divine Martial Hall. These places, at the very least, all had Holy Emperor rank powerhouses guarding. If not for Yi Yuan annihilating the Medicine King Hall with his power alone, he had no plans of letting Yi Yuan take part. Even so, the Moonhowl sect that he made Yi Yuan go to was also one of the easiest places. According to Tung Yun's investigations, Moonhowl sect's strongest person should be a holy sovereign powerhouse. To Yi Yuan it should be a cinch. Even though it was a holy sovereign powerhouse, that was also Han Qingzi, that level of existence. The average person really could not take on this task. Brother Tang, you're also looking down on this younger brother too much. Mere holy sovereign can't last one move under this Ye's hands at all. Where's the fun in going? Yi Yuan said rather unhappily. This job was truly somewhat easy to Yi Yuan. If it were before, holy sovereign powerhouses were indeed too much for Yi Yuan to bear. But now it was as easy as flipping his hand for Yi Yuan to want to kill holy sovereign powerhouses. Blood Soul and the others under Ji Kanglin were holy sovereign class powerhouses. The four of them joined hands and were directly felled by Yi Yuan in the end. 2. Tung Yun smiled and said, "Younger brother, don't look down on this mission. It's said that Moonhowl Sect, this stronghold, is a stronghold specifically for the Divine Martial Hall to gather information. Your mission isn't just to kill people. If there's a possibility, you might even be able to find the location of the Divine Martial Hall's lair. Therefore, your mission is actually the most important." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Only then did his expression calm down slightly and he said, "Hoo-hoo, that's more like it. Relax. Leave this matter to me." Tung Yun nodded and said, "At that time, I'll send 2 helpers to you. How we target the fiend race's actions in the future will be entrusted to you." Yi Yuan said, "Brother Tang, no need to send people. Ao Qian, the few of them, their strength is still pretty decent." But Tung Yun shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate the fiend races. Intel is too conspicuous for you to bring Ao Qian. They all. It's more suitable to bring my people." Yi Yuan thought about it and got the picture too. He nodded and said, "All right." There were still 2 months away from the time the 2 people agreed upon. This period of time, Yi Yuan cast away all distracting thoughts and started diving into cultivation. Presently, Yi Yuan's divine soul was already over half transformed into golden color. His fleshy body also cultivated to late stage already. Instead, his essence energy realm was still a very long distance away from peak divine king. When his essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths all broke through to the great circle of perfection realm, he would be able to refine the Tao-defying pill and directly assault the deity realm. It was just that the 9 core medicines that the Tao-defying pill required was still lacking 3 kinds at present. But 2 of them, the immortal Oriental grass and cloud exquisite sunflower, Yi Yuan was not worried. Yi Yuan knew that these 2 kinds of spirit medicine were in the demon region. With the dragon clan's strength, acquiring naturally would not expend too much effort. Except the last kind of spirit medicine, Kunwu flower, according to what Yi Yuan knew, only the God's Fall mountain range had it. Because this kind of flower grew on top of Kunwu divine wood. Disregarding the God's Fall mountain range's dangers, just this Kunwu divine wood itself was dangerous to the extreme. Even with Yi Yuan's current strength, facing the Kunwu divine wood, it boded ill rather than well. Those who had truly seen before Kunwu divine wood all died. Not a single person came back before. Looks like I must cultivate essence, energy, and spirit all to the great circle of perfection within a year, then enter the God's Fall mountain range and find this Kunwu divine wood. Only on that day will I have a chance to thoroughly crush the fiend race. Sigh. It's another journey where life or death is hard to say. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 8th level Tao Profound. He was only missing this last step away from 9th level Tao Profound, the Divine King Realm. And right at this time, the Heaven's Secret Tower's heavyweight bomb was finally thrown out. This is also too ridiculous, right? Ji Qingyun really became one of the 10 great divine kings? Furthermore, he's even rank 6. What the hell is the Heaven's Secret Tower doing? Brewing for 2,000 years. They came up with such a lousy thing? Just based on annihilating an obsolete sect, one can enter the rankings of the 10 great divine kings? When did the 10 great divine kings become so worthless? It's true that Ji Qingyun's strength is decent, but to say that he's able to rank at number 6, I'm not convinced no matter what. The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings was finally fresh out of the press, but it stirred up a huge debate. The old issue of 10 great divine kings in sequence were Heaven Stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingxian, Spirit Bristle Divine King, Tung Yun, Grand Yen, Divine King Lu Linfeng, Soul Martial Divine King, Zhong Zizhen, Darkness, Divine King, Xikong Shang, Heavenly Book Divine King, Song Qiuyu, Single Chord, Divine King, Li Tianyang, Profound Wind Divine King, Wang Yifan Void Distance, Divine King Yi Xing, as well as Iron Spear Divine King Wang Huanzhou. These 10 great divine kings had always been viewed as the human race's strongest. For 2,000 years, this kind of concept was rooted deeply in people's hearts. Someone among them being replaced, the people were virtually unable to accept. And the new issue of 10 great divine kings, apart from the top 5 who were as steady as Mount Tai, the last 5 position, the changes were huge. This result was being called into question. The new issue of 10 great divine kings, 6th place, Heaven Surmounting Divine King, Yi Yuan, 7th place, Heavenly Book Divine King, Song Qiuyu, 8th place, Void Distance Divine King Yi Xing, 9th place, Profound Wind Divine King Wang Yifan, and 10th place, Violet Extreme Divine King, Duan Zhang Xiao. The 10 great divine kings actually had 2 people who were squeezed out. The Heaven's Secret Tower announcing that there were newcomers joining. Everyone thought that there was only one person. No one would have thought that 2 were actually swapped out all of a sudden. If the Violet Extreme Divine King, Duan Zhengxiao, ranked as the 10th divine king, everyone was still able to accept it. About Yi Yuan rising as the 6th divine king in one go, this was something that everyone was unable to accept no matter what. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's title was rather different from the others. Heaven Surmounting this title was even more domineering than Heaven Stabilizing. This title was not anyhow given. The 10 great divine kings' titles were either the area they were skilled in, or the inheritance that they obtained, or that their comprehensive strength was exceptionally formidable. And Heaven Stabilizing Divine King's title was because his comprehensive strength was exceedingly powerful. But Yi Yuan's title, Heaven Surmounting, it seriously made people somewhat scratched their heads in puzzlement. Furthermore, his ranking actually surpassed the Heavenly Book Divine King. Right away, this made people even more unable to understand. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, the Violet Extreme Divine King Duan Zhengxiao, that suddenly emerged also made everyone very curious. Before this, nobody had heard of such a character before at all. But for him to be able to push out the single chord Divine King and Iron Spear Divine King, his strength definitely could not be underestimated. Rather, the Void Distance Divine King's strength seemed to have a considerable breakthrough again, and actually overpowered the Profound Wind Divine King, becoming the 8th Divine King. At this time, inside the Holy City's Heaven's Secret Tower, a distinguished guest was welcomed. It was the Heaven Stabilizing Divine King Zhuge Qingxian. Separated by a black curtain, the Heaven Stabilizing Divine King said to the person behind it, "Is the 10 great divine kings ranking published by your esteemed tower this time ill-considered? That Yi Yuan this seat has exchanged blows with him before. He's completely a trash that fails to make the cut. Just the likes of him is able to enter the 10 great divine kings too." Although the Heaven Stabilizing Divine King's tone was somewhat sullen, he still maintained restraint. He knew that that mysterious powerhouse behind the black curtain, even he could not figure out as well. Inside this holy city, Zhuge Qingxian could be said to have everything under control. Only this Heaven's Secret Tower was a thorn in his heart. Talking about over 2,000 years ago, Heaven's Secret Tower's entrance was very domineering. At that time, Zhuge Qingxian still did not have Heaven Stabilizing this title, and was also not deep like the ocean at present. At that time, he was still daring and high-spirited towards this mysterious organization that ventured in domineeringly. He naturally turned his nose up at it, but he did not even see the face of this mysterious powerhouse and already retreated in defeat towards that mysterious old man behind the curtain that he had never seen. Before, the heaven-stabilizing divine king was incomparably apprehensive. Even if 2,000 years had already passed now, and his strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath too. Behind the black curtain came an aged and turbid voice. Times have changed. The heaven-stabilizing divine king's brows furrowed, clearly very displeased with this answer. From Yi Yuan leaving the holy city, just how much time had passed? Yi Yuan's strength already improved to such a degree? Then what did all his years of bitter cultivation count for? Then, this heaven-surmounting title, what does that mean? The heaven-surmounting divine king asked again. Staying silent for a second, a voice came from behind the black curtain once more. Heaven's secrets, they cannot be divulged. Very soon you'll understand. The heaven-stabilizing divine king gave a cold snort and said crossly, "Humph! Your esteemed self is still pretending to be mysterious just as before." The other party was silent. For some time it was somewhat awkward. The heaven-stabilizing divine king appeared slightly embarrassed and said with furrowed brows, "I hope that the heaven's secret tower will strike Yi Yuan's name off the 10 great divine kings. For this, the holy city can pay a corresponding price. Heaven's secrets are heaven's secrets. They are not to be changed." The aged voice echoed again, not giving the heaven-stabilizing divine king the least bit of face. Regarding Yi Yuan being chosen, Zhuge Qingxian was very displeased. Yi Yuan almost annihilated the entire holy city's Tao legacy with his strength along. Even though those people were all ant-like existences to Zhuge Qingxian, this face was slapped resoundingly. Therefore, upon hearing that Yi Yuan was actually selected for the 10 great divine kings, Zhuge Qingxian was very ticked off. The heaven-stabilizing divine king was not an amiable person in the end. Seeing the other party not giving the slightest bit of face, he was finally enraged. "Humph! Your esteemed self set up the heaven's secret tower in my holy city, but won't even give this bit of face. This face wants to take a look today at just what your true face looks like." Zhuge Qingxian gave an angry shout. The Brahma Heart Sutra already revolved, grabbing towards the black curtain. Chi! Right as Zhuge Qingxian grabbed the black curtain, a pale light halo rose up and actually bounced Zhuge Qingxian back. "Not seeing you out." Behind the black curtain, that aged voice sounded out once more, neither too fast nor too slow, commanding awe without being furious. Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. He hid his palm inside his sleeves, but it was already numb. Zhuge Qingxian never thought that 2,000 years had already passed. He actually still could not even see the other party's face. On this day, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. "Milord, you're truly too incredible. Heaven-surmounting divine king. This name is domineering. Ha ha ha." Jiang Taizong said with an excited look. Something that others used several thousand years before accomplishing. His Excellency only used less than 30 years and achieved it. "Milord, at present, you're the divine realm's most scalding hot powerhouse." Inclusive of Aoqian, when they heard this news, they were all shocked to the core. They never would have thought that His Excellency's strength was actually already horrifyingly to the max. Back then, when they followed Yi Yuan, they more or less still somewhat looked down on Yi Yuan in their hearts. But with the passing of time, the speed of them being brought into submission by Yi Yuan would virtually increase every minute and every second. Yi Yuan still had not figured out the situation, but he also picked out that he seemed to have really entered the 10 great divine kings. Heaven surmounting. This is my title? It sounds like it's pretty good. Yi Yuan mulled over his own title for a bit and felt rather satisfied still. It was just that he was somewhat curious about what on earth the heavens secret tower was basing on to determine the caliber of strength. More than just pretty good. I reckon that heaven-stabilizing divine king's face is definitely green. He's just heaven-stabilizing. But Your Excellency, tower above the heavens. This disparity is not just a tiny bit. Ha ha ha. Jiang Taizong said with a loud laugh. With him laughing, the others also started chortling with laughter. These people were all very unhappy with that overweeningly arrogant appearance of Zhuge Qingxian. Back then, if not for the spirit-bristle divine king making it in time, Yi Yuan would definitely have already died in his hands. Therefore, this group of people all had a feeling of being bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Now, Yi Yuan entered the rankings of the 10 great divine kings. Not only was he ranked 6th, he even obtained a heaven-surmounting title. That Zhuge Qingxian was definitely repulsed to death. In truth, they also guessed correctly. Zhuge Qingxian was indeed very repulsed right now. What changes did the 10 great divine kings have? Let me hear about it, Yi Yuan asked. Although he did not have any feelings regarding being chosen for the 10 great divine kings, this did not hinder him in paying a little attention to the status changes of the divine realm's apex powerhouses. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Jiang Taizong took the initiative to volunteer and told Yi Yuan about the status changes without omitting any details. After Yi Yuan heard, he was very surprised too. But when he heard Xikong Shang's name, a cold light flashed past in his eyes. Putting aside the grudge of that one palm on that day, the matter of him refining Yu Wuya into a clone was sufficient for Yi Yuan to have killing intent aroused. Yi Yuan's feelings toward the Tranquil Cloud sect were very deep. Yu Wuya was the Tranquil Cloud sect's founding ancestor, but he ended up as one of his clones. This made Yi Yuan unable to accept it. Even though he had never met Yu Wuya, his sword Dao concept had half that was inherited from him. This grudge he must avenge. Yi Yuan already secretly made up his mind. When the mission this time was over, he would go find the Darkness Divine King to settle this score properly. The few people were currently chatting when Ao Duo suddenly wanted to see Yi Yuan. Meeting Yi Yuan once again, Ao Duo felt mixed feelings too. Back then, the Dragon Clan wanted the Sacred Dragon token back from Yi Yuan. Both parties almost came to blows. The Yi Yuan at that time was still just a genius who astounded others. But just a few years of not seeing Yi Yuan already matured into a powerhouse that looked down upon the world that even he had to look up to, especially when he knew that Yi Yuan comprehended divine rank Dragon Wave. The astonishment in his heart could be imagined. Actually, in his heart, he already acknowledged Yi Yuan's identity as the Dragon Lord. To be able to cultivate Dragon Wave to divine rank if one was still not able to be called the Dragon Lord, he was unable to answer to his subjects at all. Dragon Lord.
Aldu gave ya bo respectfully.
Yi Yuan said coolly, Patriarch doesn't have to be so courteous. You're still the Patriarch, just call me Yi Yuan will do. I wonder what Patriarch came to find this Yi for. His tone was very calm, but it exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. Ao Duo did not insist either and said, Young Master Yi, there are many powerhouses outside the clan wanting to challenge you. They said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just say what's on your mind. They said that young Master Yi, you're not fit to enter the 10 great divine kings. Ao Duo said cautiously. This bunch of self-righteous fools. Ao Qian said in a cold voice. A bunch of things that don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They haven't met a true genius before. Jiang Taizong also grumbled. Toward this, Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a faint smile. No need to care about them. As long as they don't cause trouble, up to them to say what they like. This young master isn't so free as to prove my strength to them. Ao Qian, you go outside and stand guard. If anybody causes trouble, no need to pull punches. Ao Qian received the order and said, Yes, my lord. Yi Yuan was disdainful to stoop to the level of those so-called geniuses. But ever since after the Heaven's Secret Tower published the news, the human martial artists that headed to the Dragon Clan's totem territory to raise a clamor outside became more and more. 5 days later, the powerhouses that gathered outside the Dragon Clan actually already reached 100 people. Among these 100 people, the weakest was a void mystic powerhouse too. But these people mostly did not look too old. They should all be young. Geniuses. If not for this news that the Heaven's Secret Tower announced, one would probably not know that there were actually so many void mystic powerhouses in the divine realm. Of course, the divine realm was too large. Reclusive sects and ancient families were too many to count. Super holy lands were merely the strength on the surface. The divine realm had trillions of martial artists. Such a vast number, the void mystic powerhouses naturally would not be just that few. What was truly few were the pinnacle powerhouses. Because divine Tao inheritances were too few. Yi Yuan, you coward. If you have the capabilities, come out and accept our challenge. An 8th level Tao profound actually dare proclaim to be of the 10 great divine kings. How is your skin so thick? If you don't have strength, don't put on an act in front of people. Hurry up and announce to the world, voluntarily withdraw from the 10 great divine kings. When Ao Qian heard those words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If not for Yi Yuan warning and advice, he would have long flung a tight slap. Over. Where did this snotty brat come from? Truly, the ignorant were fearless. These so-called powerhouses, His Excellency could poke them to death with one finger. To actually dare raise such a hue too. Suddenly his brows raised up. A feeling of danger welled up in his heart. Not just him, those young powerhouses clamoring clearly all detected it too. A middle-aged man strolled over in the air leisurely, bringing along an
Extremely terrifying aura.
He came before Ao Qian and said coolly, "Call Yi Yuan out. I'm here to challenge him." Facing this middle-aged man, Ao Qian actually had a feeling of palpitating. With anxiety and fear. In this world, those capable of making him have such a feeling were clearly not simple people. But Yi Yuan said before not to let these people disturb him. Ao Qian still carried out the order loyally, saying coolly, "His Excellency is enclosed seclusion and isn't free to take on challenges." That middle-aged man did not reveal a surprised look. He said just indifferently, "If he's not coming out, I can only go in to find him." Finished talking, he lifted his foot and walked towards inside the totem territory, directly disregarding Ao Qian. The middle-aged man's haughty attitude also thoroughly infuriated Ao Qian. His figure moved, directly blocking in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not say a word. A palm wormed out like a ghost, directly smacking towards Ao Qian. Bang! This palm actually directly ignored Ao Qian's divine king domain, smacking onto his chest. Poo work. Ao Qian immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out horizontally. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically, while those experts who came to challenge Yi Yuan all revealed an expression of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. This time, a tough character finally came. Even for the Azure Dragon Clan, wanting to deal with this middle-aged man was likely somewhat enough to choke on, right? This middle-aged man's strength was indeed very strong. That palm just now was incomparably bizarre. Not a single one of them actually saw clearly how the other party attacked. Haha. Beautifully done. This guy is too arrogant. Teach him a good lesson. Yi Yuan is a scaredy cat. We came to challenge him and he actually doesn't even dare to show face. With this, his true form is going to be exposed, right? Hey, what's your name? Your strength is so formidable. In my view, you should be the one entering the 10 great divine kings. These people were continuously blocked outside by Ao Qian. They were naturally unhappy in their hearts. Seeing Ao Qian being beaten until he spat blood at this time, each and every one of them all started gloating over others' misfortune. That middle-aged man also felt pleased with himself inwardly when he saw that he was receiving everyone's praises. Through over 2,000 years of development, the 10 great divine kings already became the symbol of holiness in the divine realm's martial artists' hearts. They were every martial artist's idol and also the goal that each martial artist strove towards. Because the 10 great divine kings were the divine realm's true absolute summit. This middle-aged man was naturally here, aiming for fame too. Chao Yunji. The middle-aged man uttered his own name indifferently, having the demeanor of an expert. This name, naturally nobody heard of it before, but he believed that starting from today, this name would be known by the entire divine realm. The 10 great divine kings were also nothing more than this. Over 1,000 years ago, Chao Yunji obtained a divine Tao inheritance by chance and entered close seclusion to cultivate ever since. Who would have thought that the moment he exited seclusion he got the news of Yi Yuan pulling off an upset and entering the 10 great divine kings? He immediately realized that his chance to make a name for himself came. As long as he defeated Yi Yuan, he would naturally have the qualifications to replace Yi Yuan, becoming one of the 10 great divine kings. Therefore he came. Just the likes of you wish to get in my way too? Chao Yunji shot him a contemptuous glance and said coolly. The whole process of this palm was incomparably strange from beginning to end. It was simply impossible for Ao Chen to guard against. But being looked down upon by a snotty brat, Ao Chen's chest was simply about to explode. Grandpa Ao will fight it out with you. Ao Chen gritted his teeth. The power of his divine king domain opened up, fully charging over towards Chao Yunji, who knew that Chao Yunji was completely condescending toward Ao Chen and said, with a scornful look, already spared you from death just now. Since you're seeking death yourself, this Chao will send you off. Done talking, Chao Yunji's peculiar palm appeared once more.
Aoqian's pupils constricted.
A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. This palm was absolutely a lethal palm. Wanting to avoid it, but Chao Yunji's palm followed closely like a shadow. Was simply unavoidable. It's over just like this?
Aoqian forte ao Plesley.
He also did not think that after seeing the light of day anew, the strength of this divine realm's martial artist was actually formidable to such a degree. Already, a person that randomly came out, he was already not a match. Looks like these 20,000 years really held him up for too long. Chao Yunji saw Ao Chen's expression of resigning himself to fate. But he did not show the slightest hint of stopping. Killing people to establish power, this was what he currently had in mind. But right at this time, a surge of killing intent suddenly locked onto him. The countenance of Chao Yunji, who realized the danger, changed, his figure retreating explosively. When he looked again, there was already an additional youth by Ao Chen's side. The young man was currently looking at him, killing intent faintly arising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Chao Yunji was stupefied. Soon after, a surge of anger from humiliation welled up in his heart. He was actually scared into retreat by an 8th-level Tao profound youth. Yi Yuan frowned as he looked at Ao Chen, and suddenly made a move like lightning tapping on his body. Poo work. Ao Chen spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. His complexion immediately becoming much rosier. What a vicious palm art. Was he the one who injured you? Yi Yuan asked. Ao Chen slowly nodded his head, then bent his body and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, Chao Yunji's expression changed. Not only was his palm art incomparably profound, it even contained hidden force, injuring people imperceptibly. He comprehended for over 1,000 years before having a preliminary understanding of this divine Tao law. He did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan see through with one glance, he even resolved it effortlessly. Who are you, boy, to actually dare intervene in this Chao's affairs? Gao? Yunji looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, you don't even recognize me and actually dare to come and challenge me? Truly, the ignorant are fearless, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chao Yunji's expression changed, and he said in surprise, you're Yi Yuan? Heard that you're only 7th-level Tao profound. Didn't think that you broke through so quickly. But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to his surprise and said grimly, scram! Before I change my mind. This Chao Yunji was clearly someone who obtained a divine Tao legacy. The fiend race crisis was about to erupt soon. Such a person could be considered a talent. Hence, even though Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused, he did not make a move. To kill. The moment Chao Yunji heard, he was tickled. Even though he came into being not long, he was not a fledgling. How could he be scared away by a sentence from Yi Yuan? Ha ha ha. Boy, I admit that you're rather different, but entering the rankings of the 10 great divine kings, you're not qualified enough yet. An 8th level Dao Profound actually entered the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. This is simply a joke. Chao Yunji suddenly let out a roaring laugh. Chao Yunji's words made those geniuses guffaw with laughter to no end. Haha, yeah, 8th level Dao Profound isn't even divine king. To actually dare proclaim as one of the 10 great divine kings, truly no sense of shame. A measly 8th level Dao Profound actually dare threaten Brother Chao, truly have no idea of death or danger. Said it long ago, this guy is completely undeserved reputation, even if an 8th level Dao Profound was strong. How strong could he be? But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with these ridicules. He looked at Chao Yunji nonchalantly and suddenly said, "This young master already gave you a chance. Give." Chao Yunji only had time to say a word and already lost sight of Yi Yuan's figure. Alarm bells suddenly sounded, except it was already too late. Arg! A miserable cry sounded out. Chao Yunji's wrist was severed off. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Yunji coldly and said, "You should be rejoicing that Ao Chen is fine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hand so simple." Chao Yunji was in pain until he sweated profusely, fresh blood spouting wildly from his wrist area. His wrist was chopped off by a divine artifact. Wanting to stop the bleeding was not that simple. Also, you all want to challenge me, sure, but you need to be prepared to. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over those geniuses. The group of originally incomparably noisy geniuses was utterly silent at this time. Just now, not a single one of them saw clearly how Yi Yuan attacked. Just a blink of an eye, and Chao Yunji's hand was gone. Such means were simply appalling to the ear. One had to know that Chao Yunji injured the peak void mystic Aoqian to severe injuries with one palm just now. But Chao Yunji could not even withstand one move in front of Yi Yuan. Everyone glanced around, looking at each other, all uncertain what they should do. Only at this time did they know that for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the list of 10 great divine kings was not an undeserved reputation. Heaven surmounting divine king, indeed powerful. This art of greater teleportation probably only the void distance divine king can compare in the divine realm, right? Right then, a euphonious voice sounded out. In the void, a young figure walked out slowly. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed.
Hu, I'm Duan Zhengxiao.
Coming here this time, it is specially to seek guidance from heaven surmounting divine king, the young man said smilingly, with clasped hands. Violet extreme divine king. Everyone did not expect that the newly ascended Violet extreme divine king of the 10 great divine kings actually came to challenge Yi Yuan too. This time it was interesting. Please return. Not interested. Yi Yuan forcefully threw down a sentence, turned around, and left. Duan Zhengxiao's expression darkened, immediately turning into an arc of violet light, howling towards Yi Yuan. Greater teleportation, but Duan Zhengxiao struck thin air. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "This young master isn't free to play this kind of competing game with you all. If you keep on pressing people, don't blame this young master's sword for showing no mercy." Truthfully speaking, Yi Yuan was very annoyed with these guys. The calamity of the fiend race was about to erupt soon. These few guys actually even fought here and there for some empty reputation. No idea what was the point. Once the 2 great heavenly fiend gods recovered strength, even Zhuge Qingxian could only be a slightly larger ant too. The rest were completely not enough to look at. But Duan Zhengxiao smiled and said, "Why does Brother Yi have to be like this? This Duan is only finding you to have a spar. Why is there a need to push people 1,000 miles away? Or is it, apart from this art of greater teleportation, the rest Is all undeserved reputation? Is the heaven surmounting divine king just a fleeing divine king? But the moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. Such a third-rate goading technique, your esteemed self is truly looking down on this Yi too much. Whatever heaven surmounting divine king, that's just the heaven's secret tower's own wishful thinking. The thing that you, the violet, extreme divine king, regards highly, isn't even a fart in this Ye's eyes. Heh, talk is cheap. If you really don't care, why not come forward right away? To deny it? Other people are fishing for fame and praise. Are you cracking yourself up to be a clear stream? What a joke! Duan Zhengshao mocked. Yi Yuan discovered that he was completely unable to communicate with this guy. He had ulterior motives, viewing everybody as harboring evil intentions. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him anymore. He just said, indifferently, whatever makes you happy. 3 days. I'll only give you all 3 days' time. If you're still clamoring here, kill without mercy. Okay, let's go. Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Ao Qian back to the Dragon Clan. Duan Jingxiao's expression flickered incessantly but did not have the courage to chase after. Even though the Dragon Clan declined, people who slightly had a bit of experience were all aware that such a major clan had extremely deep foundations and could not be provoked. To really charge into the Dragon Clan, Duan Jingxiao really did not have that gall. But toward Yi Yuan's threat, he did not take it to heart. He decided to wait for 3 days outside the Dragon Clan. He wanted to take a look if Yi Yuan really had some reliance or he was putting up a bold front. The big talk was already let out. 3 days later, if Yi Yuan did not dare to come out, then he was outwardly strong and inwardly weak, completely nothing to fear. My lord, this bunch of fellows are provoking like this. Could it be that we're letting it go just like this? Ao Qian said rather indignantly. Reobtaining new life, Ao Qian discovered that the world was already completely different. The present 20,000 years later, the experts were really too many. One that randomly came out almost slapped him to death with one palm. Fortunately, His Excellency helped him to take revenge. But Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, if not for the fiend calamities, eruption being near at hand, just based on him having killing intent towards you is already the death penalty. But right now, human powerhouses who are able to cultivate to such a boundary are too few already. Can be said that killing one means one less. Only hearing Yi Yuan said so did Ao Qian know his painstaking thoughts. That bit of unhappiness from before also vanished into thin air. Ao Qian had experienced the calamity 50,000 years ago. Even though he did not join the battle at the front lines, the dreadfulness of the battle's situation was fresh in his mind. Only all the way until some years back when Long Tongue spilled out the matters. Back then, did he know how treacherous that great battle 50,000 years ago was? My lord. Ao Qian was short-sighted and harbored resentment toward my lord. My lord, please punish, Ao Qian said as he blushed in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's good that you can understand. This matter wasn't your fault. In a twinkle, 3 days already passed. Those genius powerhouses did not leave, but they did not dare to approach the Dragon Clan anymore either, all hiding far away. Yi Yuan already used his strength and thoroughly awed these people. It was just that they very much wanted to see just who was stronger or weaker between these two mighty newly ascended divine kings of the 10 great divine kings. Yi Yuan still hasn't come out until now. He wouldn't really be making an empty show of strength, right? An empty show of strength? Didn't you see when he cut off Chao Yunji's hand? That ruthlessness? Such an existence is already not what you and I can pry into. True. But this violet extreme divine king is an existence on the same level as Yi Yuan. Even if there's a gap, it wouldn't be that large either, right?
Makasensa.
If Yi Yuan is able to overwhelmingly defeat Duan Zhengshao, that shows that the Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking shouldn't be off. But if Yi Yuan just barely triumph or is evenly matched with Duan Zhengshao, then this ranking still has exaggerations. A group of people discussed softly. This showdown between two great divine kings really drew people's attention. These few days, quite a few people came to challenge Yi Yuan in succession, too. But seeing such a lineup, how could each and every one of them still dare to be arrogant? Currently, outside the Dragon Clan, there was only Duan Jingxiao's solitary figure. Looks like you still haven't given up. Yi Yuan's cold voice sounded out. Everyone's spirits were roused. The great battle was commencing. Duan Jingxiao smiled slightly and said, "Have a match with me and I'll give up." Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, "I'll only unleash one move. There's only life or death, no victory or defeat." A mocking expression appeared on Duan Zhengxiao's face, and he said, "Has this Duan ever been scared? Just go ahead and make your move." Yi Yuan shook his head helplessly and sighed as he said, "You cultivated for many years before entering the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. Truly, can't bear for you to die before your seat even warms up. But since you're seeking death wholeheartedly, then this young master will send you off." Toward Yi Yuan's words, Duan Zhengxiao naturally turned a deaf ear to it. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed. 2 terrifying surges of divine Tao laws suddenly enveloped the entire space. Duan Jingxiao's expression changed greatly. All of a sudden, a violet light shone resplendently. Seeing that Yi Yuan had such an outrageous aura, how could Duan Zhengxiao still dare to conceal his abilities? A terrifying violet light instantly expanded out like a divine king domain. This violet light looked dangerous to the extreme. It was not coincidental for him to be able to squeeze the single cord divine king and iron spear divine king out. However, facing the violet extreme divine king's violet light, Yi Yuan directly chose to ignore it. His domain of sword did not fear the violet light at all. "Divine domain!" Duan Zhengxiao cried out in shock. This time he was really stunned, even fearful. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not putting up a pompous but empty show of power with him, and even less joking around with him. Yi Yuan really had the ability to kill him. At this time he very much wanted to repent towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's Fury Sword Fire Lotus was already unleashed. 2 mighty divine Tao laws intertwined together. They were virtually destructive energy. Duan Zhengxiao had a look of despair. He was unreconciled to it. He had just been chosen for the 10 great divine kings for a couple of days. Could it be that he was dying just like this? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. The surrounding space became somewhat erratic and illusionary. Boom! A violent tremor occurred in the space, but Duan Zhengxiao was completely unscathed. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, already guessing who the arrival was. In this divine realm, to be able to block his Fury Sword Fire Lotus with the power of array formations, who else could there be apart from the Grand Yen? Divine King? A figure walked out from the void. His hair and beard were slightly white, with his complexion being ruddy. It was precisely the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng. "Younger brother Ji, on account of my face, let him off the hook. How about it?" Lu Linfeng said with a slight smile. Lu Linfeng was very confident that Yi Yuan would definitely give him this face. After all, his relationship with Yi Yuan was still passable. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and suddenly said with a smile, but use the formation's path 9 scripts to exchange." Lu Linfeng's expression turned slightly stiff, clearly not expecting Yi Yuan to not show any due respect. The formation's path 9 scripts was the fruit of his life's labor. How could he show it to people easily? "Younger brother, must you press people like this?" Lu Linfeng said with a sigh. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I gave him the chance. He also said that he was prepared to die. I thought he was really prepared." Duan Jingxiao's expression alternated between green and red, blushing furiously by Yi Yuan's one sentence. Prior to this, he said so because he thought that Yi Yuan's strength could not make it. With his strength, even if he could not win, his life could still be preserved. It was just that, did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so terrifying. If not for Lu Linfeng rushing over in time, he would probably not even have dregs remaining right now. This Lu will be a peacemaker. Leave it at this. Lu Linfeng's words exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. The moment the number 3 Divine King opened his mouth, the Divine Realm had to quake too. Matters that could let Lu Linfeng come forward were not many. His authority did not tolerate others' provocation. Except, Lu Linfeng was merely an old acquaintance in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say no?" One sentence, and it made everyone's faces change.
Dominering.
No wonder Yi Yuan was titled as heaven-surmounting Divine King. This domineeringness rides above the 9th heaven. The Grand Yen Divine King is a veteran 10 Great Divine King. Not taking action for many years, his strength right now is most likely even more unfathomable. The newly ascended heaven-surmounting Divine King actually dares to stroke his whiskers. Ha! Really getting more and more interesting. This trip wasn't wasted. This match is too exciting. When those genius powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was like injected with stimulants. They never dreamed that things would have such a dramatic change. The awe-inspiring, newly ascending 10th Divine King, Violet Extreme Divine King, was actually almost instantly killed by the heaven-surmounting Divine King. However, the Violet Extreme Divine King's ranking was still slightly worse than the heaven-surmounting Divine King's in any case. But now, the heaven-surmounting Divine King actually provoked the Grand Yen Divine King. Actually, among the 10 Great Divine Kings had an unwritten saying, the Divine King powerhouses ranked in the top 5 and from 6th to 10th had a chasm. But this saying was verified this time. Changes among the bottom 5 were so huge, but the top 5 people were as steady as Mount Tai. The strength of the Grand Yen Divine King, who was ranked 3rd, was too terrifying. Such a terrifying attack from Yi Yuan earlier was actually extinguished by him without much effort. Even so, Yi Yuan still dared to sweep away his face like this. If the heaven-surmounting Divine King and Grand Yen Divine King came to blows, it would shake the entire Divine Realm tomorrow. Reaching Lu Linfeng's level, the majority did not show joy or anger on their faces, but his slightly narrowed eyes still could let people detect a hint of sullen anger. Looks like the heaven-surmounting Divine King achieved success at a young age, and somewhat considers everyone beneath notice. Lu Linfeng said coolly. Looks like the Grand Yen Divine King is taking advantage of his seniority and doesn't quite know how to conduct himself anymore. Yi Yuan rebutted without the slightest politeness. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This really squared up. A cold light flashed past in Lu Linfeng's eyes, his tone gradually turning cold as he said, "Younger brother Ji, you and I are also considered to have been friends. Do you really want to reach the point of losing all decorum?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Lu Linfeng, this young master is really somewhat inflated right now and want to seek guidance from you." This time, Lu Linfeng was finally angered and opened his mouth to say, "As you wish." The moment his voice faded, did not see Lu Linfeng take any action either. Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng vanished before everyone's eyes at the same time. When Ao Qian and the rest saw this scene, their hearts involuntarily leaped. Coming out for so many years, they already knew what kind of existences the 10 Great Divine Kings were. They could not quite figure out why His Excellency was so brash, insisting on provoking the rank 3 Grand Yen Divine King. This opponent was not quite the same as in the past. Rather, it was Yu Mengli whose eyes swiveled around, with a hint of faint smile surfacing at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, she guessed Yi Yuan's intentions. "Miss Lier, what are you smiling about? Could it be that His Excellency really has confidence in beating the Grand Yen Divine King?" Ao Qian said in amazement. Lier smiled and said, "In terms of strength, Big Brother Yuan shouldn't be the Grand Yen Divine King's match yet. But for the Grand Yen Divine King to want to defeat him, it's probably not easy as well. Ao Qian and the rest were stupefied when they heard that. All were not quite sure what it meant. Yi Yuan's vision blurred, and he fell into an array formation. Sensing the power of the array formation a little, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Just six-fold array formation? My Grand Yen Divine King, you're also looking down on people too much. Your formation's Tao strength, this Lu is all too clear. Six-fold array formation to deal with you is already plenty." Lu Linfeng's voice came from the void, but drifted from place to place, unable to determine his location at all. Lu Linfeng had once stayed at the Medicine King Hall for a considerable amount of time. In that period of time, Yi Yuan frequently exchanged what he learned with him as well. Therefore, Lu Linfeng was still very clear about Yi Yuan's level. Even though Yi Yuan's strength right now was very strong, Lu Linfeng judged that this six-fold array formation was already enough to deal with Yi Yuan. Is that so? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing. He started breaking the formation. It's no use. The formation's path 9 scripts six-fold array formation. Superimposing the power, it's impossible even for Song Qiyu to break it. You replaced him, even if your strength is stronger than him. And Lu Linfeng was calm and certain that Yi Yuan could not break the array formation when his voice suddenly became incomparably surprised. "You? How did you do it?" Lu Linfeng was unbelievably astonished. His formation's Tao could be said to be on completely different planes with the Divine Realm's formation's Tao. Ding Zhanghua, who was hailed as the Divine Realm's number 2, at the very most only reached the level of his twofold array formations. If one's strength was powerful and broke the formation by force, fivefold was already the limit for Yi Yuan's level of strength. Sixfold, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to break it. But Yi Yuan did not break the formation by force. Yi Yuan was currently wrecking the formation base right now. The formation's path 9 scripts, each superimposing a layer of array formation, the power would rise more than several times. The difficulty of breaking it naturally went up several times too. Many array formations overlapping together, even a formation's pathmaster could not find where the formation base was at too. But Yi Yuan was actually making easy progress like he was experienced. In a blink, he already broke a layer of array formation. Lu Linfeng's expression changed and was no longer able to be so calm like before. "Looks like I really underestimated you. Since that's the case, don't blame this Lu for disregarding old sentiments." Everyone looked over. That area of space seemed to have nothing, completely transparent. But the undulations faintly leaking from inside made people incredibly alarmed. They knew that the Grand Yen Divine King and Heaven Surmounting Divine King were currently in the array formation, undergoing a fierce match of powers. All of a sudden, this surge of undulation intensified several times all at once. What's happening here? The power of the array formations seems to be strengthening. It's said that the Grand Yen Divine King's formation's path 9 scripts is able to evolve 9 by 9, 81 peak tier 9 array formations. These 9 by 9 81 array formations, all 9 types superimposing together, is one script of the 9 scripts. Dealing with average void mystic powerhouses, 1 script is sufficient. The undulations just now have probably already reached 6 scripts. Now, it wouldn't have already broken through to 7 scripts, right? Don't you all forget, Yi Yuan is a tier 9 array emperor powerhouse too. His formation's path is very impressive. Looks like the heaven surmounting Divine King caused considerable problems. For the Grand Yen Divine King, 7-fold array formation superimposing, Yi Yuan immediately felt the pressure multiply, even though Yi Yuan's formation's Tao attainments were already extremely strong compared to the Grand Yen Divine King who comprehended formation's Tao consistently over several thousands of years. He was still a grade inferior. However, Yi Yuan's advantage lay in that he was very clear about Lu Linfeng's series of tricks. The Formations Path 9 scripts was originally the Array Formations 3 volumes advanced version. Even though the power could not be mentioned in the same breath, then again the Array Formations 3 volumes was where the Formations Path 9 scripts foundation lay. Yi Yuan obtained the Array Formations 3 volumes and had long grasped it thoroughly, deducing the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation from there. Although he could not break the Formations Path 9 scripts, Lu Linfeng himself similarly felt incomparably flabbergasted. He thought that the sixfold Formations Path 9 scripts was completely enough to deal with Yi Yuan. But he discovered to his dismay that his array formations were just like a hollow man in front of Yi Yuan. Those concealed killing mechanisms Yi Yuan was actually able to see through. At a glance, sevenfold still not enough. Eightfold still not enough. TSK, not seeing for many years, you, this old fellow's formations Tao, have taken great strides in progress again, Yi Yuan said composedly. One sentence nearly angered Lu Linfeng until he spat blood. You brat. You are truly monstrous. What in the world did you experience over these 20 years? Not only has your martial Tao reached the acme of perfection, but even Formations Tao also shows a great trend of catching up to this Lu as, well, forget it, since even eightfold can't do anything to you, I'll let you have a taste of ninefold's prowess. When saying this, Lu Linfeng's inner heart was falling to pieces. For so many years, there was really no one who was able to force him to this extent. Who knew that when he was just about to display the ninefold Formations Path 9 scripts, Yi Yuan suddenly said, no need, I can't withstand the 9th level. This matter ends here. That whatever violet extreme divine king you have him scram further away. Don't come and provoke this young master. Otherwise, there's no mercy under my sword. Even with Lu Linfeng's several thousand years of accumulation, he broke down. Due to Yi Yuan's one sentence too. You say fight and we fight, you say stop and we stop. However, Lu Linfeng really stopped. He was very curious how on earth Yi Yuan accomplished it. He had long discovered that Yi Yuan's understanding of the Formations Path 9 scripts surpassed his imagination. It seemed to stem from the same line as him. He also discovered that Yi Yuan's Formations Tao standards actually still had a very great difference compared to him. But Yi Yuan's technique had the effects of overcoming a great force with little strength. The incomparably mysterious Formations Path 9 scripts to everyone in the world seemed like a lady who stripped naked in front of Yi Yuan. It was without any secrets to speak of. Lu Linfeng's figure emerged, his expression slightly dark as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, you deliberately goaded me into taking action? Yi Yuan smiled and said, a mere Duanjing Shao. Do you think I'll place him in my sights? Yi Yuan said these words rampantly, but he had the capital to be rampant. The high and mighty 10th divine king in other people's eyes was merely a rookie who could be one-shot at any time in Yi Yuan's eyes. Where did you learn the Formations Path 9 scripts from? Lu Linfeng said grimly. I say, when I made you impart me the Formations Path 9 scripts back then, you cherished your own old broomstick. You probably never would have dreamed that I would obtain the Formations Path 9 scripts legacy, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Linfeng's expression changed, and he said in shock, so, you reincarnated in the endless world. With Yi Yuan saying so, how could he still not understand? The Array Formations 3 volumes, he only left it in the endless worlds. Grand Yen True Sect. Yi Yuan obtaining the inheritance, he definitely reincarnated in the endless world. The expression on Lu Linfeng's face was very fascinating. He never would have dreamed that, in an accident arising from many causes, Yi Yuan actually reincarnated in his hometown, and even obtained his Formations Tao inheritance. Seeing Lu Linfeng's expression, Yi Yuan was secretly pleased inwardly. This guy, back then he pestered and begged him incessantly. His profound and inscrutable appearance made Yi Yuan very displeased. When he obtained the Array Formations 3 volumes back then, Yi Yuan fantasized about Lu Linfeng's expression today. Now, seeing that he indeed had an expression of having eaten a fly, Yi Yuan wished to roar with laughter. You left behind 3 volumes of stone books back then, awaiting a fated person. You probably never dreamed that this fated person was actually me, right? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Lu Linfeng was speechless. Oh, right, also this. Yi Yuan held up his palm. The mini vast heaven steel appeared in his palm. Lu Linfeng's expression turned intent, and he said in amazement, Vast heaven, steel. You actually obtained the vast heaven steel. Then the vast heaven pagoda. A light flashed on Yi Yuan's palm. The vast heaven steel flew into a small pagoda. It was precisely the vast heaven pagoda. Right now, I'm the vast heaven pagoda's owner, Yi Yuan said with a wide grin. On his face, Lu Linfeng was again speechless. He seriously had nothing to say. This brat was here to repulse him on purpose. Back then, he only made it to the 7th level in the vast heaven pagoda. Yuan actually directly pulled the vast heaven pagoda up by the roots. He left behind the array formation's 3 volumes, awaiting a fated person, wanting to accept the person as his disciple. But this person was actually Yi Yuan. This was truly fate making a mockery of men. Only after a long time did Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and said, Is the Grand Yen true sect still all right? In a twinkle, several thousand years went by. I even forgot that I had once left behind this inheritance. I didn't think that. When Lu Linfeng ascended to the divine realm, it was actually a bumpy road. Too. No matter how talented the person, being able to reach Lu Linfeng's kind of height, they were bound to have suffered considerable trials. When he truly rose up and became a notable figure of the divine realm, it was already 2,000 years later. At that time, the Grand Yen True Sect was already just an ant-like existence. He would not go and pay attention at all. But now, hearing Yi Yuan mention the Grand Yen True Sect, it involuntarily stirred up Lu Linfeng's memory. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, The Grand Yen True Sect had long perished. 5,000 years ago. Lu Linfeng's entire body trembled. And he said, What did you say? Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the past of the fierce gale, world invading and the Grand Yen True Sect forsaking themselves for a righteous cause, filling Lu Linfeng with a vicissitude of emotions too. So that's how it is. It looks like I shouldn't have left behind Tao teachings. Back then in the endless world, Lu Linfeng sighed emotionally and gave Yi Yuan a very meaningful glance. They came out. How's the battle situation like? The array formation dissipated. 2 figures gradually emerged. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone perfectly unscathed, everyone was stunned. Duan Jingxiao's gaze turned intense, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? Other people could not feel it, but he knew that the Grand Yen Divine King already displayed the formation's Path 9 scripts to 8-fold. At that level, how could Yi Yuan possibly be unharmed? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan actually has the strength to assail the top 5? This was too surreal, right? What kind of foolish thing did he do to actually come and challenge a freak like this? Duan Zhengxiao currently felt that he really got carried away from entering the 10 great divine kings to actually court death until he wanted to challenge the heaven-surmounting divine king. For the Heaven's Secret Tower to dare publish this ranking and title, they naturally had their reasons. This 10th divine king almost just kicked the bucket straight away. If not for the Grand Yen Divine King making it in time, he would most likely be the most tragic one in the history of the 10 great divine kings, right?
Completely un armed.
This is impossible. I didn't see wrongly, right? The Grand Yen Divine King already unleashed 70% to 80% of his strength and was actually unable to do anything to the heaven surmounting Divine King. My eyes must be failing. In this case, wouldn't the Heaven's Secret Towers ranking really have issues? The heaven surmounting Divine King should have entered the top 5. Those few geniuses were deeply astounded by this scene. They even thought that Yi Yuan was seeking death previously. Who knew that he was actually completely unscathed? His opponent was the Grand Yen Divine King, whose name had spread all over the divine realm for thousands of years. Before being titled by the Heaven's Secret Tower, the Grand Yen Divine King's name already shook the divine realm, becoming the divine realm's formation. Path's #1 powerhouse. Now that several thousands of years had passed, the Grand Yen Divine King's strength was even more unfathomable. Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th Divine King, actually came out from inside the Grand Yen Divine King's array formation without a scratch. Violet Extreme, apologize to the heaven-surmounting Divine King. This matter will drop at this. Lu Linfeng's one sentence made everyone's heart twitch violently. Was this considered conceding? Those genius martial artists felt that their worldview had completely collapsed. The corner of the Violet Extreme Divine King's mouth twitched as well. But since the Grand Yen Divine King spoke up, he could not run from this. At once, he could only bow down towards Yi Yuan and said, "Heaven surmounting, Divine King Duanzhengxiao has offended you. Please forgive me." At this time, he already did not have any complaints towards Yi Yuan. All that remained was only admiration. He knew that he was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone had an unreal feeling. Turned out that the gap between the 10 great divine kings was actually so great. Or was it Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th divine king, who was too freakish? It seemed like for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the 6th place domineeringly, it was indeed not by a fluke. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Forget it. I have no intention of vying for this empty reputation. That Heaven's Secret Tower stirring this up was also not what I hoped for. Today's matter will be dropped at this. Your strength is decent. Better focus on cultivating more. The fiend calamity is coming. Conduct yourself well." Yi Yuan's words made Duan Jingxiao's heart fearful. Lu Linfeng also interjected at this time and said, "Violet Extreme, don't have the heart of a vile character anymore. The heaven-surmounting Divine King and I are also considered old friends. His character, I'm still aware of it. This title of 10 great divine kings is just a burden to him." Yi Yuan already got to know from Lu Linfeng that this Violet Extreme Divine King was his old friend's son who had some fortuitous encounters. That was how he reached his present cultivation realm. Duan Jingxiao's face turned red, and he said, It was this Duan who was impetuous." Lu Linfeng looked toward Yi Yuan meaningfully and said, "Gee brat, it was this Lu's eyes that saw wrongly. I didn't think that your martial Dao talent was actually so outstanding. The few of us old fellows have roamed the divine realm unobstructed for several thousand years and have never encountered adversaries. It looks like this time a match really appeared. But this Lu has to offer you a piece of advice too. In all things, act within your ability. Take care not to force yourself." Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what Lu Linfeng was referring to and said, smilingly, "Can eggs remain unbroken if the nest is overturned? Old man Lu, this isn't my burden alone." Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and immediately left. "Farce wound up here. Ha ha, my lord. You're truly too incredible. Even the 3rd place Grand Yen Divine King couldn't do anything to you." Jiang Taizong welcomed with a big laugh. Ao Qian also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of awe and said, "My lord is truly becoming more and more unfathomable." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, "My current strength is still far from that old man Lu. I reckon that he didn't even bring out half of his strength. Looks like the 10 great divine kings ranked in the top 5. Their strength truly cannot be estimated." Everyone's faces turned stiff, not expecting that it was such an outcome. Regarding Lu Linfeng's strength, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too. He had a feeling that Lu Linfeng's current strength likely already exceeded the formation's Path 9 scripts. As for what it was, Yi Yuan could not tell either. But it was certain that Lu Linfeng's current strength was likely not much worse off compared to the spirit-bristle Divine King as well. The strength of the 10 great Divine Kings top 3 were likely already very close. These few years everybody was improving, and Yi Yuan was just about to return to the Dragon Clan, but a figure followed. Behind them tremblingly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said to that person, "If you're not leaving, could it be that you still plan on challenging me?" That person hurriedly waved his hand. Of course, he only had one hand. This person was precisely Chao Yunji. "Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one knows his mistake. I beg Your Excellency to take in this lowly one. This lowly one is willing to follow by Your Excellency's side and be a little follower," Chao Yunji hurriedly said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance rather surprisedly and suddenly said with a smile, "Give me a reason to take you in." Chao Yunji drew a deep breath and said, "These few days, this lowly one has been observing Your Excellency constantly, and feel that you'll definitely be an earth-shaking mighty figure in the future. Following by your side, not only can this lowly one obtain many benefits, perhaps I can still leave behind my name for generations. In the future I might not be unable to reach the boundary of the 10 great Divine Kings." Chao Yunji's words made Yi Yuan stunned. Actually, Yi Yuan had long guessed his objective. It was just that he never thought that this guy would actually say it out so frankly. After saying finish, Chao Yunji looked toward Yi Yuan with a flustered look. This was his true thoughts without concealing anything. Because he knew that by giving an exaggerated tale, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to believe. Except, he did not know whether or not Yi Yuan could accept this kind of material idea. Swoosh! A medicinal pill flew in front of Chao Yunji. He instinctively used his remaining hand to catch it. One look, his gaze involuntarily turned intent, and he was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Transcendent grade, sublimating regeneration pill. Thank you, Your Excellency. Chao Yunji bowed furiously towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bestowing the pill showed that he had already accepted him. Furthermore, with this transcendent grade sublimating regeneration pill, his severed arm could completely recover to its former state. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Compared to hypocrites, I can still accept a genuine, vile character, but under my leadership, if you were to have any devious thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. You have no second chance." The Violet Extreme Divine King went to challenge the heaven-surmounting Divine King and returned in great defeat. The heaven-surmounting Divine King and the Grand Yen Divine King matched powers, and both were completely unscathed. You're talking rubbish here, right? On that day there were 100 void mystic experts present. How can it be rubbish? I heard that the heaven-surmounting Divine King nearly killed the Violet Extreme Divine King with one sword. If not for the Grand Yen Divine King making it in time, the 10 great Divine Kings would likely have to change members again. Hiss. But how can an 8th level Dao profound martial artist's strength possibly be so powerful? Although hard to believe, such are the facts. To be able to be named as heaven-surmounting, Yi Yuan's strength definitely can't be judged with common sense. Did you forget the rise of the 10 great Divine Kings' fame? Back then, was accompanied by countless skeletons. This time it's clearly much more lukewarm. If those 100 void mystic powerhouses were really soft in the head, this divine realm would most likely have 100 fewer void mystic powerhouses. The ranking of the 10 great Divine Kings being fresh out of the press attracted attention all over the world in the first place. With so many people present during the Dragon Clan's battle, this news naturally could not be held back and spread out very quickly. In the wake of shock, people realized an anomaly. The heaven-surmounting Divine King's strength was truly incomparably terrifying, although many people did not believe the rumors of cutting down the Violet Extreme Divine King with one sword. Whether or not Yi Yuan had the qualifications to enter the ranks of the 10 great Divine Kings, no one doubted it already. As for whether or not the ranking was accurate, that was really depending on one's personal opinion, unless there was a ranking battle held among the 10 great divine kings. Otherwise, nobody would know the accuracy of this ranking. And just as the Dragon Clan's battle sparked heated discussions, Yi Yuan already set off in secret, heading towards the Divine Realm's southern parts. Nanzhao region. The Moonhowl sect was precisely a rank 6 holy land in the Nanzhao region. Yi Yuan walked into a medicinal shop in the Maple Moon Imperial City. The shopkeeper welcomed with a smile. "Sir, may I ask what spirit medicines are required? Although our store is small, there is a great variety of spirit medicines. I want a piece of blank paper, 2 maces of wandering flower, 3 tails of dark winter plum, 4 pounds of willow moon pearl. I wonder if your shop has it," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This was the secret code that the Spirit Bristle Divine King told him, and this small medicine shop was precisely the place to get in contact. When that shopkeeper heard Yi Yuan's secret code, his expression involuntarily changed, but immediately he revealed a look of doubt and contempt. "Not only does our small store has these, but there are also even 5 pounds of Zitongren, 6 tails of white heart lotus, 7 maces of Suhuanjin, only lacking 8 stalks of soul-extinguishing needles. Sir, come in, please. Xiao Tong, closing for half a day today. Seal off the shop." Although his face showed disdain, he still responded with the secret code and invited Yi Yuan into the inner hall. The reason why the shopkeeper revealed a look of contempt was because he saw that Yi Yuan only had heaven enlightenment realm cultivation. So he was very perplexed what in the world upstairs sent this brat here for. Very clearly, Teng Yun did not tell the shopkeeper who he sent over this time. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yuan, he inevitably despised him. Coming to the inner hall, the shopkeeper cupped his fists and said, "This old man is Gu Yongtang. I wonder how do I address this little brother?"
Ye Yuan sighed lightly.
The shopkeeper froze. Why was this name exactly the same as the newly ascended heaven-surmounting divine king? But he did not think that this Yi Yuan was the other Yi Yuan. How could the 10 great divine kings possibly be a heaven enlightenment realm? "Rookie? Little brother Yi, not that this Gu is looking down on you, it's just that your cultivation. What can you do coming to the Moonhowl sect?" Gu Yongtang said with a frown. Yi Yuan smiled indifferently but fished out a token. When Gu Yongtang saw the token, his expression could not help changing. Greatly. Mystic rank token. Subordinate Gu Yongtang pays respect to Mystic Lord, Your Excellency. Gu Yongtang hurriedly gave a bow. This token was given to him by Teng Yun, but he was not told what purpose it had. He just said that he could display it when he arrived at the place. Looking at it now, this token was still pretty useful to be able to make a peak void mystic powerhouses bow his head in submission. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan didn't even know what the name of the organization was until now. Teng Yun's mysterious appearance made Yi Yuan feel somewhat at a loss. Get up. A peak void mystic powerhouse concealing in this Maple Moon Imperial City is actually able to persevere until now and not die. Can only be said that you're too lucky, Yi Yuan said coolly. Gu Yongtang was stunned and said rather uncertainly, "I wonder what mystic, Lord, Your Excellency's words mean." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Although you suppressed your realm, people who are powerful can see through your ins and outs at a glance. It's also that this small shop of yours is too inconspicuous, that's why it would be overlooked by people. It's just that when you take action, it's a little too troublesome." Gu Yongtang could not help choking when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Because his cultivation realm was too high, many things could only be investigated secretly but not looked into openly. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient to act. The fiend race's genuine powerhouses could see through his actual situation with a glance. Suppressing cultivation realm, this sort of thing could only bluff rookies. This is an essence-sealing pill, eat it. As long as you don't deliberately Utilize essence energy that surpasses the realm, you won't be exposed. Even if the fiend race's peak void mystic powerhouses came, they can't see through your actual situation either. Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, Gu Yongtang involuntarily received the medicinal pill, but his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan in incredible shock. He finally understood why this one in front of him was just a measly little heaven enlightenment realm. Coupled with the mystic rank token and guessing, Gu Yongtang got an answer that made him immensely shocked. Could Mystic Lord, Your Excellency, be the newly ascended heaven surmounting divine king? Gu Yongtang asked probingly. Someone capable of refining the essence sealing pill, this kind of high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill, was named Yi Yuan, and even possessed a mystic rank token. Apart from the heaven surmounting divine king, who else could there be? Yi Yuan did not deny it either, saying with a nod, Precisely so. Gu Yongtang hurriedly said, Subordinate was impolite. Heaven surmounting divine king, pray do not take offense. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, No worries. Talk about the intelligence that you found. Gu Yongtang nodded his head and started recounting the information that he found in the stronghold. This Maple Moon Kingdom was subordinate to the Moonhowl sect. The entire royal family had long been controlled by the fiend race. As for the Moonhowl sect, Gu Yongtang only intercepted and captured an intelligence personnel by chance. He discovered that the other party was of the fiend race, so he became suspicious about the Moonhowl sect. Any real definite evidence? Gu Yongtang did not grasp them at all. When Yi Yuan heard, he shook his head to no end as well. Messing around for a long time, it's equivalent to doing nothing.
Ye Yuan
Smiled helplessly and said. Gu Yongtang's old face turned red, but he defended himself. Subordinate was afraid of alerting the enemy, so it was inconvenient to come forward on many occasions. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I really don't know what Ting Yun was thinking. Investigating intelligence, this sort of thing, he actually sent a peak void mystic over. Furthermore, actually came in such a flagrant manner. Gu Yongtang shut his mouth and said nothing. Such words were not what he could interject. Yi Yuan asked again, Then pray tell, did the Moonhowl sect has any abnormal activities in this period of time recently? Gu Yongtang thought about it and said, There really was. Originally, the Moonhowl sect recruited a batch of disciples at Heaven Enlightenment Realm and below every 2 years. But in this recent 1 to 2 years they have already shortened this cycle to 3 months. This one is Meng Guang. I wonder how to address this little brother.
Ye Ving
Brother Yi is already 8th level Heaven Enlightenment at a young age. Your talent is truly unparalleled. Entering the Moonhowl sect this time, you'll definitely obtain the sect's heavy grooming. It's just that I obtained some lucky chances a few years back, which aren't worth mentioning. Rather, Brother Meng's foundation is quite solid. Your strength is likely far greater than your cultivation realm, right? Meng Guang could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed. That Yi Yuan's eyesight was startling. His talent was outstanding, and he already comprehended an earth attribute. Supreme true intent. Unexpectedly, this young man whose cultivation realm was even a level lower than his actually saw through with one glance. This Yi Qing was naturally Yi Yuan, who sneaked into the Maple Moon Imperial City. Hearing about the Moonhowl sect's abnormal activities from Gu Yongtang there, Yi Yuan decided to enter deep into the tiger's lair to make a thorough inquiry. After all, eradicating the Moonhowl sect was not considered a big deal to him. But wanting to grasp the fiend race's intel, this was the top priority. Right now, Yi Yuan still knew too little about the fiend race's matters. At this time, these hundreds of people were currently on the way to the
Moonhowl sect.
Meng Guang saw that Yi Yuan had an amiable look, so he came up to get closer. But he did not expect that it was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. When Meng Guang heard this, he could not help saying with an embarrassed smile, Elder brother, I was lucky by chance too. Haha, it's just a shame that my cultivation has likely reached the end as well. Thanks to the Moon Hell sect wanting to start a war with the Crimson Feather sect, that's why they would relax the restrictions of recruiting disciples. Only then could I enter the sect at my age. Speaking of entering the Moon Hell sect, Meng Guang had a look of anticipation. Too. It was just that, in Yi Yuan's view, with this departure it was likely very difficult to come back anymore. The Moon Hell sect increasing enrollment of disciples definitely had other motives. But Yi Yuan could not say much right now as well. One more person knowing this, the success rate of his mission would drop substantially. After investigating the intelligence of the fiend race clearly, he would naturally eradicate the Moon Hell sect, and these people would be safe. Chatting with Meng Guang along the way, they entered the Moon Hell sect very quickly. The Moon Hell sect's disciples flowed perpetually in an endless stream, showing a scenery of prosperity. Looking from the outside, there was not the slightest hint of a miss, but the way Yi Yuan saw it, it was another scenery. His essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths already gradually approached. Major accomplishment. The power of the sun-moon heavenly pupil was also gradually able to be unleashed. The fiend energy concealed within the bodies could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes at all. These Moon Hell sect disciples were all deeply entrenched in fiend energy and were already no longer normal people. The entire Moon Hell sect, only their batch of newcomers were humans. Yi Yuan observed carefully along the way, secretly memorizing each bearing of the sect in his heart. But no idea why, ever since entering the Moon Hell sect, Yi Yuan kept having a feeling of apprehension and jitters. The phaseless realm deacon responsible for recruiting new disciples brought everyone to a side peek, sweeping a glance over everyone. He said coldly, "This place will be your lodging from now on. Starting from now, you're the
Moon Hell sect's disciples.
Because now is a special time, the Moon Hell sect's cultivation methods and martial techniques will be opened up to all disciples. At no charge. Starting from tomorrow, all of you must cultivate well and serve the sect." Understood. Cultivation methods and martial technique opened up for free. Haha, the sect is really great to us. Heard that the Moon Hell sect's Moon Hell heavenly chant incantation is a tier 9 cultivation method. If I'm able to cultivate this cultivation method, then I'd ascend to the heavens in one step. Looks like entering the Moon Hell sect was indeed a wise decision. The deacon's one sentence stirred everyone's emotions up. Seeing these people's agitated expressions, the corners of the deacon's mouth curled up. These fools, death is at hand, and they are still unaware. Do they really think that there's free lunch in the world? The deacon sneered coldly in his heart. He glanced around the crowd, but his gaze stopped on Yi Yuan's face. The others all had excited looks. Only Yi Yuan alone had a wooden expression. His behavior was truly too conspicuous in a group of people. Actually, Yi Yuan really wanted to act a bit more realistically. But having him dance for joy with these guys, he seriously could not do it. He currently had a whole bunch of divine Tao cultivation methods that he did not have time to cultivate. How could he take fancy on a puny little tier 9 cultivation method? In other words, acting required talent too. What? You seem to hold the sect's cultivation methods in contempt very much. The deacon looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan did not expect that this guy suddenly came to find trouble with him. Although he did not know how to act, putting up an act still had to be done. At once, he bowed down slightly and said, "What's Lord Deacon saying here? Disciple is just not too good at expressing my excitement." Actually, Yi Yuan really felt that he said it very sincerely. But his expression was so offending in the deacon's eyes. "Heh! I think that you just look down on it. Since that's the case, this seat will demonstrate to everybody. As for you, experience the power of the Moon Hell heavenly chant incantation well. Rest assured this seat will suppress the palm force to the heaven enlightenment realm," the deacon said, with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing these words, Meng Guang's expression changed, and he hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Lord Deacon, Brother Yi really had no intention of offending you. He has this indifferent temperament to begin with. I chatted with him a lot along the way. He mostly had this expression." Meng Guang had good intentions, but coming forward at this time made the deacon even more displeased. He was devilified and filled with a foul and evil foreboding air to begin with. One or two jumping out, he felt that he had a need to demonstrate his authority. "The two of you, just the first day of joining the sect, could it be that you want to rebel?" The words that this seat said, "Could it be that you want to make this seat take them back? Or do you guys want to be expelled on the first day?" said the deacon as he put on a cold face. Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan's frail body, gritted his teeth and said, "If your Excellency really wants to demonstrate the cultivation method, Meng Guang is willing to accept this palm on his behalf." Yi Yuan could not help feeling slightly surprised. He and Yi Yuan had never met before and just exchanged a few more words on the road. Yi Yuan did not expect that Meng Guang was actually so protective of him. However, he did not put this deacon in his sights. "Lord Deacon, this disciple is willing to let you demonstrate the moon hell heavenly chant incantation. It's just, your strength is powerful. You need to go easier when attacking," Yi Yuan said. When the deacon saw the situation, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he said, "You can rest assured, it's just demonstrating the cultivation method a little." He would not kill Yi Yuan because these people were all asked for by upstairs, but he planned on making Yi Yuan lie in bed for a month. Meng Guang could not help panicking the moment he saw it, but Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look. Martial artists were mostly cold and detached. Those like Meng Guang were in the minority. When the others saw that the deacon wanted to display the power of a Tier 9 cultivation method, each and every one of them was the same as being injected with stimulants. The deacon revolved the cultivation method and smacked a palm out. "Poo work." Yi Yuan forcefully pressured himself to spew out a mouthful of blood, his body directly flying out. But the deacon himself was also sent flying out. Furthermore, he flew even further than Yi Yuan. Everyone had dumbfounded looks. What the hell was this? Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, wiped away the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth and said with a heartfelt sigh, "Lord Deacon's palm art is incredible. Our moon howl sex cultivation method is truly amazing. Yi Qing, are you all right?" Meng Guang could not help asking very concernedly when he saw Yi Yuan's pale face. As for Lord Deacon, that was a phaseless realm powerhouse. He should be fine, right? The others had blank looks too. They did not know if they should be astonished by the moon howl heavenly chant incantation's power, or be shocked by Lord Deacon being sent flying. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said, "Of course not. Lord Deacon's one palm. How can I possibly be fine?" He had got to be joking. His late-stage Tier 9 physical body, even if not employing any essence energy, it was also not what a measly little phaseless realm could break. Furthermore, toward a fiend, Yi Yuan would not show leniency. Just a moment ago, Yi Yuan utilized late-stage spirit rank dragon wave in the backlash force. A bout of hidden force already quietly slipped into the deacon's internal organs. Within 7 days, this surge of vibration force would activate, blasting the deacon into a pile of minced meat. The deacon scrambled to his feet. The gaze that he turned toward Yi Yuan simmered with anger. "Brat, this seat showed mercy. You actually dared to ambush me?" the deacon said furiously. He wanted to use Yi Yuan to establish his authority. Who knew that he stumbled, his face almost completely lost. Even though these people were dead people sooner or later, but where would his face be shelved? Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Lord Deacon, where did this come from? This disciple was injured by you." The deacon froze, only now seeing the bloodstains on Yi Yuan's chest. Clearly, he was already injured. This way, he really could not continue to make things difficult. He glared at him in anger and said furiously, "I'll be more obedient for this. Seat. This seat is warning you some important places in the sect are all layered heavily with restrictions. If you guys dare anyhow run once you bump into the restrictions, not even residue will be left." Done talking, the deacon flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone exchanged glances, all feeling baffled, and could only disperse on a sour note. Each person returned to their residence. Meng Guang was concerned about Yi Yuan and dropped by to visit him. "Yi Qing, your injuries are healed so quickly?" When Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of surprise. The current Yi Yuan had a ruddy complexion with a sheen. How was there any hint of getting injured? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I have medicinal pills on me. A bit of minor injury is no problem." Meng Guang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Yi Qing elder, brother more or less still has some experience. If the deacon's palm landed on me, even though it's not to the extent of claiming my life, I'd probably have to lie on the bed for 10 days to half a month. Your background is probably not simple, right?" Meng Guang's age was not young anymore, and he had struggled at the bottom for a long time. He still had some judgment. It was precisely so that he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan. Building a good relationship with disciples with potential in advance, the road in the sect would also be a little smoother in the future. But looking at it now, this Yi Qing was likely not just talented so simple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Meng, originally, I wasn't planning on telling you, but you're so righteous. There's no harm in this Yi giving you a few words of warning. This Moonhell sect is a tiger's lair and dragon's den too. You. These few days, Brother Meng has to act carefully. Understood?" Meng Guang was startled inwardly but did not quite understand why Yi Yuan would say so, but his thoughts were meticulous and grasped the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. Very quickly, frowning, he asked, "It's a tiger's lair and dragon's den to me, then it isn't to you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's good that Brother Meng understands, but this matter, I hope that Brother Meng helps me to keep the secret. Otherwise, this show wouldn't be able to carry on. You can rest assured within 7 days, everything will naturally be revealed." 7 days later was the date of action that Yi Yuan and Teng Yun agreed upon. Because he wanted to investigate this Moonhowl sect's secrets, so he came over ahead of schedule. But titanic storms surged in Meng Guang's heart when he heard Yi Yuan's words. His pugilistic world experiences were extensive. He was able to tell that Yi Yuan only revealed these thoughts to him because of his previous actions. Meng Guang took a deep breath and said, "You can rest assured, this Meng still has this bit of moral standing." Yi Yuan's expression became solemn and he said with a nod, "You just take it, as if you don't know anything. Take care not to act rashly without careful consideration. Otherwise, not even I can save you." Meng Guang's heart went cold, and he nodded his head solemnly. Nighttime, Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the black tortoise treasure. Body divine art when suddenly, a waft of strange fragrance bored into his nostrils. This waft of fragrance was exceedingly demonic and actually made people have a groggy feeling. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he instinctively became alert. What powerful fiendish energy! Could it be that there's someone practicing fiend arts? Yi Yuan thought to himself. Yi Yuan did not dare to alert the enemy, so he dispersed his perception. Before long, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a few houses nearby that had activities. After that, several figures slowly walked past his window, melding into the depths of twilight. Yi Yuan struggled for a while in his heart, but finally still gave up. He knew that these few people would probably have little chance of returning. Not that he was cold-blooded, but him saving these people would definitely alert the enemy. Compared to finding the fiend race's base camp, these few people appeared insignificant. He was not a goody two-shoes. Things that had lost the main goal because of Small gains, he would not do it. Moreover, these people were totally unsympathetic. On that day, that deacon wanted to make him the target of attack. These people actually even waved their flags and cheered on by the side with excited looks. This kind of people, even if you save them, they might not be grateful to you either. Looks like this delicate fragrance should have something to do with the Moon Hell sect's frequently recruitment of disciples. Tonight, a total of 4 people were lured away. This batch found a total of 100-odd people. 3 months' time is just about right. Most likely that whatever holy sovereign needs to cultivate his skill with the help of living people. Right?
Ye Yuan.
Guess so. Sure enough, as Yi Yuan expected, after these people left, they never came back. Early the next morning, Meng Guang came to Yi Yuan's room secretly. After he entered, he poked his head out and looked around for a bit before shutting the door at ease. Yi Qing, did you notice that something seemed to be off last night? Meng Guang said. Yi Yuan looked at Meng Guang rather surprisedly and retorted with a question. Was something wrong? Meng Guang's expression changed, and he lowered his voice and said, Last night, no idea where a waft of fragrance came from. At that time I became alert. However, that fragrance was too powerful. I only held on for a short while and became unconscious. This morning when I woke up, I specially checked on the side peak. Sure enough, several houses became quiet. The people who came in together with us are gone. Talking up to here, Meng Guang had a look of lingering fear in his heart. Actually, yesterday he was still half dubious towards Yi Yuan's words. But now he was jumpy with fear and only wanted to escape this fire pit as fast as possible. Just as Yi Yuan said, this place was simply a tiger's lair and dragon's den. One wouldn't even know how they died. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Looks like Brother Meng's means are not ordinary either. That fragrance is not what ordinary people can resist. Not only did you detect it, but you were also actually able to resist. For a while, Meng Guang's expression was very ugly. He really became scared. I say, younger brother Yi Qing, don't make a fool out of your elder brother. I know that my bit of capabilities, you completely turn your nose up at it. Younger brother, you can't leave me in the lurch. Meng Guang originally thought that entering the Moonhowl sect could benefit from some of the sect's glory. He did not expect that it was delivering a lamb into the tiger's maws. How could he not be anxious? Except, he knew that with his strength, there was absolutely no way he could escape. Yi Yuan was his savior right now. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Hold your horses, Brother Meng. Have a mind clarity pill here. Grind it to powder. After consuming 20%, you can naturally resist that fragrance. These few days, try your best not to go. I still have some things to do. After this matter is over, I'll naturally bring you away. Meng Guang received the medicinal pill and looked. It was actually a transcendent grade, tier 9 medicinal pill. He drew a deep breath. His gaze when looking towards Yi Yuan was filled with complexity. To be able to casually take out this grade of medicinal pill, this Yi Qing was definitely not an ordinary person. The medicinal effects of a transcendent grade tier 9 medicinal pill were too strong. With Meng Guang's strength, he could not withstand it at all. Hence, it could only be ground into powder and consumed a little bit. But this little bit was already sufficient. Meng Guang gritted his teeth and said, Thank you very much, Brother Yi Qing. If I'm able to escape this fiend den, this Meng will definitely work like a horse to repay brother. Sending away Meng Guang, Yi Yuan tidied up a bit and headed straight out. Yi Yuan was going to select cultivation methods. Over there, he saw quite a few martial artists who came together. When these people saw those tier 9 cultivation methods, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Little did they imagine that there were already a few companions around them who disappeared. This batch of disciples were mostly itinerant cultivators. They did not know each other at all. They acted alone. Even if there were people missing, they would only think that they were practicing in close seclusion. Yi Yuan naturally did not really go and choose cultivation methods. He was deliberately delivering himself to the doorstep to let that deacon find trouble. As soon as he entered the skills hall, Yi Yuan knew that he was targeted by someone. Furthermore, this person's strength was very powerful. Yi Yuan was virtually certain that this person was most probably that so-called Holy Sovereign powerhouse. In a secret place, the deacon stood behind the Holy Sovereign obediently. This young man is merely an ordinary 8th level heaven enlightenment and didn't conceal his strength. Furthermore, didn't he also come to choose cultivation methods and martial techniques today? It seems like he should just have an indifferent personality and don't have any special aspects. The Holy Sovereign said softly, "Yes, Master. It was this slave who worries too much," the deacon said with
humble reference.
"And this batch of disciples are pretty good quality. That Lord is very satisfied. Later, there will be great rewards," said the Holy Sovereign. The deacon was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master. This is all what this slave should do. There's at most 1 year still, and Lord Kanua will be coming into being. That time, our fiend race's strongholds in the divine realm must all be fully activated. Our place here will be the important stronghold for connecting to various lands. Hence, we mustn't make any mistakes. In this 1 year, buck yourself up 120%. Not a single bit of mistake is allowed, especially the devil." Sound transmission array understood. The Holy Sovereign said. The deacon hurriedly said, "This slave remembers." Although Yi Yuan knew that someone was spying on him, he was unable to hear what they were talking about. If he heard the Holy Sovereign talk about that Lord, he probably would not be so composed. In this stronghold, there was actually an existence even stronger than a Holy Sovereign. Relaxing vigilance towards Yi Yuan's actions over the next few days became much smoother. Through several days of investigation, Yi Yuan could basically confirm that the main peak's Luoyan Hall was most likely where the hub of the transmission array was located. Yi Yuan possessed the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil and was simply a natural scout. He did not need to sneak around furtively like others and keep a sharp lookout. He just strolled around the vicinity of the main peak very casually. Everything was laid bare in his eyes. After all, he was a newcomer disciple, familiarizing with the environment around the main peak was very justifiable. As for some more secretive places with Yi Yuan's methods, those fiends were clearly unable to discover him. That Luoyan Hall was a very unassuming palace, but the defense was very strict. Those guards did not look very strong on the surface. But when Yi Yuan used the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil to observe from far away, the Luoyan Hall's guards were most likely divine king-rank fiends, genuine fiends and not devilified fiend slaves. Such strict defenses were bound to guard some extremely important things. Then what thing was the most important in this Moonhell sect? Of course, it was the information transmission array. These few days, the new disciples lost some more people one after another. Meng Guang secretly broke into a sweat with fright, secretly heaving a sigh of relief at getting lucky. Consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, that waft of fragrance was indeed unable to affect him anymore. If not for Yi Yuan, perhaps he would be among those people who disappeared. On the 6th night, Meng Guang finally saw Yi Yuan come over. "My goodness! Younger brother Yi Qing, you finally came. These few days I was akin to sitting on pins and needles. If you still didn't come, I'd probably go crazy." Meng Guang complained. Death was not scary. The process of waiting for death was what's scary. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to take a look at this Moonhell sect's true face." Meng Guang's expression turned stern, and he followed Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan had long observed it before. There were 10 visible tips and 3 hidden tips around Luoyan Hall. Only when he resolved all of these at the same time could he enter Luoyan Hall without a sound. "Younger brother Yi Qing, what exactly are you trying to do?" Meng Guang said, with divine sense transmission. Yi Yuan had him eat a breath-concealing pill. The two people hiding in the dark, those fiends could not discover it either. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing from where he was. In the dark night, 13 arcs of cold light flashed by. Those 13 guards all died under Yi Yuan's sword. Meng Guang's eyes widened into circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. Only at this time did he know just how terrifying the strength of this brother. Yi Qing, who had always called him brother, was. How was this some heaven enlightenment realm martial artist? This was clearly a divine king realm powerhouse, instantly killing 13 phaseless realm guards in one breath and did not even give off any hint of happenings. This strength, probably only divine king realm powerhouses could achieve it, right? Of course, this was what Meng Guang had in mind. But in reality, those 13 guards were divine king rank experts in itself. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to gauge it. Brother, Your Excellency, you're actually a divine king. Powerhouse. Coming before Yi Yuan, Meng Guang was stammering even when talking. Divine kings were remote existences to him. An existence that he was unable to attain for all his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Considered so. Come on, go in." Yi Yuan brought Meng Guang and passed through all sorts of restrictions very casually and entered inside Luoyan Hall. In between this, killing was naturally inevitable. It was just that with Yi Yuan's means nobody was able to react at all and were instantly killed. Even that holy sovereign, Yi Yuan, had the confidence to one-shot too, let alone these guards. Entering the great hall, Yi Yuan was stricken dumb with amazement by the scene. Before his eyes, the interior of this great hall had its own space, loaded with a whole bunch of array formations, giving people a sense of dizziness. What place is this? How could there be such a complicated transmission array? Meng Guang said in shock. The Moonhowl sect is the fiend race's underground stronghold, in charge of collecting intelligence and transmitting information. The transmission array here was likely already reached the grade of 10,000. It looks like our luck is pretty good. This place should be a rather important stronghold for the fiend race. Seeing this colossal and complex transmission array, Yi Yuan also felt very lucky. With his strength, finding some useful information from inside these transmission arrays naturally could be done. Fiend race. Meng Guang was frightened by this term. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "The fiend race has long penetrated to every corner of the divine realm already. In less than 3 years, the fiend calamity will definitely erupt." Meng Guang opened his eyes wide. He was thunderstruck by the news Yi Yuan brought until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. While he was still in astonishment, Yi Yuan's figure already moved and started extracting the information inside the transmission array. These transmission arrays were intertwined and already gave birth to God knows how many. If it were others, they would not even know where to begin. But to Yi Yuan, this was not something hard. No matter how complicated this array formation was, it was all controlled by a central grand array. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to grasp this hub. As long as he grasped the grand array's hub, he would be able to extract the information inside the entire grand array as he pleased. However, such a convoluted grand array, even if it was Yi Yuan, it could not be controlled in a short while. Meng Guang finally came back to his senses from the shock. He discovered that he was actually attempting to control the grand array. He's actually even a Tier 9 formations emperor. Meng Guang felt like his own brain was somewhat inadequate to use. Although he did not know array formations, he could still tell what Yi Yuan was doing. In his view, this grand array was as vast as the stars in the sky. But under Yi Yuan's hands seemed like it was not that complicated. Arg! Following a liberating roar, that man on the bed immediately became a dry corpse, toppling over. An extremely charming, beautiful madam slowly sat up, the corners of her mouth showing an alluring smile. "Joy-killing little thief," you interrupted Grand Aunt's mood. "Forget it, Letta. You go take care of it. Such a nice taste mustn't be wasted. The beautiful madam casually struck out a streak of black energy, which disappeared. After that, she extended a slender finger and beckoned towards another man. That man's desire was stirred up all at once and pounced towards the beautiful madam like an animal. Hee. Just like that. This lowly one likes that you're so rough. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan's rate of progress also became faster and faster. Meng Guang by the side was dumbstruck by Yi Yuan's formations path. Attainments. Who in the world is brother Yi Qing? These methods are also too heaven-defying. Such a grand array even Tier 9 formation emperors probably can't control it so easily either, right? Meng Guang exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan was currently completely absorbed in controlling the array formation, looking as if he was about to wrap up on a successful note. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, figure instantly vanishing where he was. Boom! The place that Meng Guang was originally standing at already had a huge crater. Blasted out at this time. Yi Yuan dragged Meng Guang, appearing in another corner. Meng Guang had yet to understand what was happening, but when he saw that large crater, he knew that he already toured one round and back from the gates of hell. Beside the large pit stood a middle-aged man in opulent clothing looking exceedingly dignified. When did this person approach him? It was me who saw wrongly. Turns out you really have problems, said the middle-aged man in fine clothing with a look of mild fury. This person was precisely that deacon's master and also the Dayu from that beautiful madam's mouth. This Dayu, Yi Yuan did not take him to heart at all and coolly. You're the holy sovereign in charge of this base. Dayu's brows furrowed as he said, a measly 8th level Dao profound. Actually dares to speak this way to this seat. Reckless thing who doesn't know death. Who's reckless and doesn't know death? You'll know right away. Yi Yuan's nonchalant words sounded out. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. Dayu's expression changed drastically, and fiendish energy suddenly surged. Boom! An intense collision occurred. Dayu's body immediately shot out, smashing brutally into the wall. Regarding this outcome, Yi Yuan was rather surprised as well and said, looks like your strength is still considered pretty good among holy sovereigns to actually be able to block my sword. Bang! Dayu immediately rushed out from the debris and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of solemnness. Evil extermination sword formula. You're Yi Yuan. Dayu was covered in blood all over as he said savagely. Clearly, he already guessed Yi Yuan's identity and was very apprehensive. But the expression of Meng Guang by the side changed greatly, and he muttered,
Ye Yuan.
Heaven surmounting divine king, brother Yi Qing, is actually the heaven surmounting divine king. Meng Guang was incomparably shocked in his heart. The heaven surmounting divine king's fame recently was too resounding. The entire divine realm, virtually nobody did not know, taking on the grand Yen divine king and not falling into a disadvantage. Nearly exterminated the violet extreme divine king with one sword. This battle achievement made the heaven-surmounting divine king's name spread. I actually addressed the heaven-surmounting divine king as my brother. Meng Guang instantly felt somewhat flustered. The 10 great divine kings, this level of existence was simply akin to gods. To him, becoming aware of Yi Yuan's identity, Meng Guang had an unreal feeling. Regarding Dayu being able to guess his identity, Yi Yuan was not surprised. After all, he controlled the fiend race's information source and he already revealed his strength. There was no way he could not guess. Since you know this young master, then you can go on your way with ease of mind. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being long-winded with him. Brandishing his sword, he attacked once more. Rumble. Inside the great hall was filled with rumbling sounds everywhere. Yi Yuan's sword light formed an all-round suppression against Dayu. However, this Dayu was very formidable as well. Yi Yuan felt like his strength was likely even stronger than Ji Kanglin's. To be able to be responsible for such an important base, this Yu was bound to be an extremely powerful existence in the fiend race. Even if he did not reach the level of a holy emperor, it was probably not too far away either. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Not taking him down after a long battle, Yi Yuan finally brought out his killing move. A terrifying power crushed over towards Yu akin to a bulldozer. Boom! Terrifying energy undulations practically toppled the entire building structure. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Because this sword did not hit Yu. A black flower suddenly bloomed in the air, appearing incomparably sublime. The black flower gradually transformed into a figure. A coquettish until it made people's blood flow speed up beautiful woman. Appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his gaze filled with solemnness when looking at the beautiful woman. Dei, so it's you, boy. Truly, enemies meet on a narrow path. Elder sister was just having a good time earlier, but had my spirits dampened by you, this boy. Since that's the case, stay behind and accompany elder sister then. Elder sister will definitely wait upon you comfortably, said the beautiful woman with a seductive smile. Meng Guang suddenly felt a little wet below his nostrils. Reaching his hand out and wiping, his nose was actually bleeding. That beautiful woman carried exceeding seductiveness with every movement and action. How could his bit of cultivation base be able to withstand it? Humph!
Ye Yuan snorted koldu.
Meng Guang involuntarily shuddered. Only then did he abruptly startle awake and no longer dared to look towards the beautiful woman. Meng Guang was secretly alarmed and thought to himself inwardly that this woman was so powerful. She was clearly not casting bewitching arts at me, and I actually fell for it bafflingly. Looking at Yi Yuan again, he had a calm and composed appearance and did not have any hints of being charmed at all. Indeed, well deserving of being the heaven-surmounting divine king. Just this. Willpower was not what the average person could compare to. Your charms and all. This young master can't afford to enjoy it. This young master's taste is not that heavy yet, to want to find a flower to slake my fire. Yi Yuan scoffed and said, this beautiful woman before his eyes was naturally the Holy Mother Devil. Flower that escaped from the immemorial medicine garden back then. Yi Yuan never dreamed that he actually ran into this kind of fiendish creature. At this stronghold, originally viewed by him to be a simple mission, looking at it now it was not simple at all. Being poked fun at by Yi Yuan, the Holy Mother Devil Flower was not annoyed in the slightest. However, beaming like a flower, she said, dearie me elder, sister has a name called you G1, not some evil flower. The last time you put elder sister in an awful state. This time, I can't let you escape. Hearing these words, the Meng Guang, who was not privy to the situation, suddenly froze, looking toward Yi Yuan with an astonished look. These words were seriously too ambiguous. Truly worthy of being the heaven-surmounting divine king. Strong. Yeah. A pity that I didn't mess you to death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble anymore either, Yi Yuan said with a look of regret. Teehee, you brat, you are really interesting. Even the absolute heaven at his prime back then couldn't kill this elder sister. Just a lousy sword, could it? Really kill elder sister? Yu Ji shook with laughter with incomparable charm. Yi Yuan's face turned slightly dark and said, looks like the Moonhowl sect. Recruiting new disciples should be because of you, right? Yes, but elder sister saw through it. They are far worse compared to you. How about it, as long as you nod your head, elder sister will be yours. Looks like you recovered pretty well. Since I ran into you, then I'll let you lie down for another few more years. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. The evil extermination suddenly attacked, the sword already chopping in front of Yu Ji's face. Clank! Yi Yuan's sword was actually caught by Yu Ji with one hand. Teehee, young brother, you so don't know how to cherish beauties. Elder sister head over heels in love with you. How can you treat elder sister like this? But Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword was like it was clamped by an iron band, and actually could not be pulled out. This was still his first time encountering such situation. Looks like this Yu Ji's strength already recovered considerably. 2. Terrifying. Ho, little brother. You seem to be rather surprised. Hee, that day was merely so because my vitality was greatly damaged, so I was just playing with you all. Elder sister's true strength is what even absolute heaven that old Taoist is fairly wary of. Yu Ji smiled brilliantly, but devil vines suddenly grew out of her hands, intertwining over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The evil extermination sword suddenly became burning hot. Chi. A terrifying flame actually countered, burning toward Yu Ji's main body. The cleansing sandal sacred flame could burn myriad things under the heaven. Fiery, knowing how to cultivate, even deities and immortals found it hard to block. 2. Ever since Fiery cultivated the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, his strength already became unfathomable. The cleansing sandal sacred flame's current power was exceedingly terrifying. An alarmed expression finally appeared in Yu Ji's eyes. She involuntarily let go of the evil extermination sword. A cloud of fiendish energy gushed out, pouncing together with the cleansing sandal sacred flame. After a bout of quivering, it finally extinguished the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Little brother is truly surprising. Just how long have we not met? Your strength actually already reached such a level. In elder sister's view, your talent is likely even more monstrous than absolute heaven back then. The seductive look on Yu Ji's face subsided a little, finally becoming a little serious. The speed Yi Yuan's strength improved made her very surprised. It was merely 2 years since the immemorial Medicine Gardens battle. Yu Ji remembered clearly that Yi Yuan was still a little rookie at that time. His strength right now was more than 100 times stronger than at that time. After sighing with admiration, Yu Ji heaved a sigh again and said with devilish flirtatiousness, "What a shame, little brother. You were born at the wrong time. Heavenly Tao is defective. If you're unable to step into deity realm, you'll never be elder sister's match. So much crap. Whether I can beat you or not, we'll only know after fighting." Yi Yuan wielded his sword and stepped forward, clashing together with Yu Ji. Yu Ji was well deserving of being the fiend race's holy mother. Her strength was truly unfathomable. Ever since Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he practically prevailed in every endeavor. But in front of Yu Ji, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Furthermore, Yu Ji still had an easygoing look, as if she did not use all of her strength at all. Yi Yuan knew that Yu Ji did not recover to her peak state. Otherwise, the fiend race would probably have long been unable to hold back anymore. But even so, Yu Ji's strength also took people's breath away in astonishment. What alarmed Yi Yuan even more was that something as sharp as the evil extermination sword, Yu Ji actually dared to forcefully receive it with her bare hands. Just how powerful was this woman's body? Hee, little brother, you're still not bringing out your full strength? What's the point in carrying on to fight like this? Even though you comprehended the domain of sword without the augmentation of cultivation realm, you're still incredibly weak. Since you can't bear to bring out your true capability, then elder sister will be taking action. Yu Ji clearly had a lot of strength to spare. At this time, she suddenly surged with fiendish energy. Her 10 fingers suddenly grew long, sharp spikes.
Suddenly asalet Ye Yuan.
Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, his figure suddenly vanishing. Greater teleportation. However, Yu Ji seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's actions. Her figure moved, immediately arriving in midair. Spike grew again. Poochie. Sounds of sharp spikes entering the flesh transmitted over. After that, drops of fresh blood flowed out from within the void. Yi Yuan's figure emerged. There were actually 2 spikes that penetrated right through Yi Yuan's chest. Greater teleportation is pretty good as well. It's just a pity that it's useless against elder sister me.
Yue left smugly.
Drip. Drip. Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain along the thorns. It already severely.
Hounded Ye Yuan.
Yi Yuan did not expect that even the art of greater teleportation actually lost effect in front of Yu Ji. Caught off guard, Yi Yuan's chest was directly skewered with 2 holes. Evil extermination sword. Domain of sword. Greater teleportation. These major killing tools of Yi Yuan's in the past were actually so fragile in front of Yu Ji. Boom! The cleansing sandal sacred flame suddenly erupted and incinerated the spikes into nothingness. But when the flames burned along the spikes towards Yu Ji's body, it was still extinguished by the powerful fiendish energy. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A heart-piercing pain came from his chest, virtually making him faint from the pain. Do you think that you're just wounded so simple? Elder sister already planted a holy mother devil flower in your body. Before long you'll become elder sister's exclusive slice of meat. Yu Ji looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile and said. Yi Yuan seemingly felt a seed take root on top of his heart, and sprouting. That agony of germination virtually made him faint. That fire essence of yours is indeed powerful. Even my devil vines are actually not a match. But the devil flowers have already integrated with your flesh and blood. Once it burns, your internal organs will be incinerated to ashes. 1. Younger brother, give up resisting and obediently become elder sister's fiend slave. Elder sister will dote on you well. Yu Ji laughed until she shook, appearing very pleased with herself. This move of hers was different from fiend god Jialan's possession. Therefore, the soul-suppressing pearl was unable to unleash effect too. Your Excellency, are you all right? When Meng Guang saw that heart-penetrating anguished appearance of Yi Yuan's, his entire person was thoroughly stupefied. Swoosh! Yi Yuan cast the art of greater teleportation, grabbed hold of Meng Guang's sleeve and directly merged into heaven and earth. Don't resist, go! With Yi Yuan's present strength, he was unable to bring people and display the art of greater teleportation, but merging into heaven and earth was still doable. When Yu Ji saw the situation, the corners of her mouth curled, and she said, with a smile, "Wanna leave? How can it be that easy?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 100 devil vines stabbed straight towards the void, attempting to force Yi Yuan out. Fury sword fire lotus. 2 kinds of violent divine Tao laws intertwined together, chopping out of the void, directly grinding those devil vines to smithereens. However, the remnant force did not diminish, shooting straight for Yu Ji. This move Yi Yuan attacked in anger. The power was extraordinary. Even for Yu Ji, when she saw the power of this sword, her expression changed slightly too. Devil vines locking the heavens. Swish, swash, swoosh. Countless devil vines waved to form an enormous dense web, continuously depleting the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power. By the time the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power was exhausted, Yi Yuan already brought Meng Guang along and got away. Yu Ji stared in the direction that Yi Yuan disappeared in a daze. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. At this time, Yu moved closer and said, "Lord Holy Mother," letting them leave just like this. Yu Ji did not have that sort of seductive expression on her face at this time, and had a serious look. But it was akin to that of nobility, holy and inviolable. This brat isn't simple to actually fuse absolute heaven and Jiangchun, the 2 people's ultimate skills together, displaying such a peerlessly powerful sword. Right now, my injuries are not yet healed and aren't suited to get into a fight. If I really press this boy into a corner, I won't gain any benefits either. However, since he got hit by my devil flower seeds, he'll definitely become this Holy Mother's fiend slave within 3 days. We just have to wait. Here will do. The son of heaven's mandate becoming this Holy Mother's fiend slave. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Talking to the back, Yu Ji felt that it was pretty interesting too and could not help laughing loudly. Lord Holy Mother is mighty, Diyu said respectfully. Since this stronghold is already exposed, transfer then. This little guy is pretty impressive too, almost letting him succeeded. If not for this holy Mother being cautious and did a little tampering in this grand array, we'd really fall victim to him, Yuji said. This boy's formation's path attainments already reached the acme of perfection, virtually reaching the pinnacle of void mystic realm martial artists. This subordinate gathered that his battle with the Grand Yen Divine King, he most likely relied on formation's Tao attainments. That's why he didn't fall into a disadvantage, Diyu said. He was in charge of this stronghold. Regarding Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng's battle, he naturally would not be unaware. And Yi Yuan was the top priority that they were paying close attention to in the first place. According to the conjectures from the information all round, Yi Yuan very likely relied on formation's Tao attainments to remain perfectly unscathed. Under the Grand Yen Divine King's formation's Path 9 scripts, Yuji smiled and said, "It's useless. No matter how impressive, he'll become this Holy Mother's fiend slave very soon. The thing that Kanua couldn't accomplish, this Holy Mother accomplished it with the greatest of ease. These 1,000,000 years, that old thing was simply wasting time. If not for him fearing this Holy Mother and let this Holy Mother out earlier, would there be today's embarrassment?" Thud. Yi Yuan held his breath and escaped no idea how far either, finally running out of strength, collapsing onto the ground. Along the way, Yi Yuan's internal organs were already thoroughly flooded by miniature devil flowers. That intense pain practically made him faint several times. The devil flowers were like parasites. The faster his essence energy revolved, the faster the devil flowers propagated too. At this time, the devil flowers virtually occupied his innards. Thick fiendish energy was currently spreading all over his entire body. Yi Yuan's teeth were chattering, his complexion as pale as a sheet. "Lord
Ye Yuan,
are you all right? Can I do anything at all?" Meng Guang said rather flusteredly. "You help stand guard over me." Yi Yuan squeezed these few words out from the gaps of his teeth and could no longer speak. "Oh, rest assured, Your Excellency. Unless I die, otherwise I absolutely won't let people take one step closer," Meng Guang said in a panic. Yi Yuan falteringly took out a medicinal pill, Tiger Dragon Creation Pill. This medicinal pill was prepared by Yi Yuan to break through the limits of the fleshly body in order to break through the last gateway. According to Yi Yuan's cultivation plan, it should be taking the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body Pill first, letting the fleshly body break through the late stage Tier 9, reaching peak late stage. After that, consuming this Tiger Dragon Creation Pill, reaching the level of grand completion in one fell swoop from there. His own medicine pill, Yi Yuan naturally poured forth his greatest efforts. This Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was an arcane insight rank medicinal pill. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was incomparably overbearing to begin with. Even a late-stage Tier 9 physical body could not withstand that tyrannical power of tigers and dragons too. An arcane insight rank medicinal pill, the power was even more unimaginable. A moment of carelessness, and he would die from his fleshly body exploding apart. But now Yi Yuan already could not care that much. Yuji was well worthy of being a heavenly fiend god class powerhouse. These devil flowers were too overbearing and did not give him any chances at all. Since it did not give chances, then Yi Yuan could only create an opportunity. Himself, Yi Yuan swallowed the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill in one go. Straight away, the surging medicinal strength immediately started scouring the tendons, bones, and internal organs in his entire body. Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was the strongest body-tempering medicinal pill that Yi Yuan knew. The power of the medicinal strength could be imagined. Furthermore, he was jumping realms to devour the medicinal pill right now. That berserk medicinal strength was virtually going to blow his fleshly body up. HRRGGH. Yi Yuan lifted his head to the sky and howled, blue veins popping up all over. his body looking exceptionally terrifying. Meng Guang, who was currently standing guard, quaked in his boots. He knew that Yi Yuan was currently enduring tremendous pain, but he was powerless to help. Fiery, begin.
Ye Yuan roared.
Fiery's body materialized and he said stammeringly, "Big brother, really going to do this? You'll die. Hurry." Yi Yuan practically squeezed this word out from the gaps of his teeth. Fiery drew a deep breath and said, "I understand. I'll be careful, big brother." Only to see him knead seals with both hands, firing out a strand of cleansing sandal sacred flame into Yi Yuan's body. Arg! Yi Yuan's roars sounded again. Fiery was currently deploying the cleansing sandal sacred flame, refining Yi Yuan's internal organs. He was going to forcefully refine that holy mother devil flowers. Yi Yuan frenziedly activated the tyrant dragon regeneration art and restored the wounds within his body crazily. The tiger dragon creation pill was like tidewaters, scouring Yi Yuan's internal organs and the meridians all over his body wave after wave. Yi Yuan's internal organs were advancing with incredible speed. However, because the medicinal strength was too fearsome, the tiger dragon creation pill's impact on his fleshly body was far fiercer than the remolding. Blackish-red bloodstains seeped out on Yi Yuan's muscles. At the same time, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was still tempering Yi Yuan's innards impertinently. Yi Yuan felt like he was just like a balloon at this time. It was as if he might explode at any time. The tyrant dragon regeneration art was a very powerful cultivation method. Yi Yuan had long cultivated it to the degree of peak tier 9. But the tyrant dragon regeneration art being hailed as undying and imperishable, that was referring to the divine Tao cultivation method. But what Longting knew was merely just the first half. Under such intense devastation, Yi Yuan's body was currently approaching collapse. Currently, the tiger dragon creation pill was like floodwaters that breached the bank, while the tyrant dragon regeneration art was blocking up the hole. However, it seemed like the tiger dragon creation pill was a bit more ferocious in the end. The gap was continuously enlarging, getting bigger. The reason why Yi Yuan wanted to forcefully increase his fleshly body realm was in order to strengthen the internal organs and have the innards be capable of withstanding the cleansing sandal sacred flame. At this time, Fiery did not dare to increase the power of the cleansing sandal sacred flame at all. Otherwise, Yi Yuan's internal organs would directly be incinerated clean. He carefully controlled the cleansing sandal sacred flame power, using it to restrain the holy mother devil flower's growth. As for whether Yi Yuan could break through or not, it could only completely depend on his fortunes. But this situation at present was clearly not very optimistic. Fiery looked at Yi Yuan with a worried look but was powerless to help. Fleshly body tempering was an extremely painful process. Completely relied on one's willpower to control. Split. The flesh on Yi Yuan's body cracked open inch by inch. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. When Fiery saw this scene, he could not help feeling torn with anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Hang in there, big brother." However, Yi Yuan's consciousness became weaker and weaker. His entire person was in a completely messed up state. Not only did he have a devil seed planted by Yu, but there was also even the tiger dragon creation pill ravaging his innards and fleshly body. Apart from this, there was also Fiery's cleansing sandal sacred flame, attempting to refine the holy mother devil flowers. Even if Yi Yuan had an iron will, he could not withstand such devastation too. Yi Yuan's consciousness was gradually falling into the limitless darkness.
Ye Yuan. Ye Yuan.
In his confusion and trance, Yi Yuan seemed to have heard someone calling his name in the depths of this darkness. "Who's calling me? Could it be that I'm already dead?" Yi Yuan said in puzzlement.
Ye Yuan.
That voice sounded out once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Who are you?" Roar. A heaven-shocking dragon roar pierced through the darkness, transmitting into
Ye Yuan Sears.
A silhouette appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and look and could not help shuddering all over. That figure was actually exactly the same as him. No, wait, this person's head actually had two horns. One. It's me. Who are you? I'm you. You're me? What does that mean? I've already slumbered for over 500 years in the depths of your consciousness. Today, I finally awakened. Yi Yuan's entire body quivered and he said, You're the atavism dragon. Soul? Ha. You're the one who's the atavism dragon soul. I'm you and you're me. Yi Yuan did not rejoice in the slightest and instead frowned and said, I'm clearly of the human race. Why would I possess an atavism dragon soul? You only have half human race bloodline. The other half is naturally the dragon race. I only have half human race bloodline? Could it be you're saying that my mother is of the dragon clan? At this time, titanic storms surged in Yi Yuan's heart. Ever since birth, Yi Yuan had never heard his father mentioned before about his mother's existence. It was as if he was a motherless child. Yi Yuan had once asked Ji Zhengyang before about the matters concerning his mother too, but Ji Zhengyang did not utter a single word about this. He only told Yi Yuan that his mother was already dead. As a result, Yi Yuan did not think that much either. Only reaching this life did Yi Yuan feel maternal love from Ren Hongling. Now, he actually had an inexplicable mother pop out. Furthermore, this mother even originated from the dragon race. All of this seemed to be a fantasy tale, but if not for so, how could he accomplish it with high proficiency when he cultivated dragon race martial techniques? Even the divine rank dragon wave, Yi Yuan learned it within an inconceivable amount of time too. Such talent, it was already not enough to use monstrous to describe it. That is, of course, how can a human possibly possess an atavism dragon soul? The other Yi Yuan gave such an answer. Then, who in the world is my mother? When he asked this, Yi Yuan's emotions were actually somewhat flustered. After all, towards this incomparably mysterious mother, Yi Yuan still held some awe, as well as grievances. Very sorry, I don't know either. I'm just your other half. In this respect, what I know isn't much more than you. This query needs you to unravel it yourself. The other party's answer greatly disappointed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Fine then, what's the use of you appearing as well? To impart you the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art Divine Tao chapter, said the other Yi Yuan coolly. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, but he still said disappointedly, It's no use. I already don't have time to go comprehend the divine inscriptions. The other Yi Yuan said, Don't need to comprehend. As long as I fuse into one with you, you'll naturally know it. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help opening his eyes wide and said, You aren't joking, right? How can divine inscriptions possibly not need to be comprehended? The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, The atavism dragon soul is the strongest among all of the demon race's physiques, not one of, because this kind of physique possesses all of the dragon race's first ancestors' memories. In theory, one is capable of fully reaching the dragon race's first ancestors' height, as long as one is capable of awakening the inheritance memories. This dragon race descendant will be able to directly learn this cultivation skill and martial technique. Of course, the hardest part about the atavism dragon soul is also awakening. Yi Yuan was extremely alarmed when he heard. No wonder the white tiger spirit was so jealous back then. It turned out that this physique was actually freakish to such an extent. Divine inscriptions, this kind of profound and hard to fathom things, one would actually immediately learn it. That was also to say that as long as one completely awakened the atavism dragon soul, they would be able to become the second dragon race's founding ancestor. What kind of existence the dragon race's founding ancestor was, Yi Yuan was not clear at all. But Yi Yuan felt that it was very likely an origin deity realm existence. Then, How did I awaken the atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan asked curiously. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, originally, the first time you awakened should be the moment you corroborate your Tao and become a deity. But with your powerful will plus your unyieldingness and unwillingness to take things lying down, all these made you successfully awaken a small portion of the atavism dragon soul. Yi Yuan, at this time, was like a sieve spraying blood from head to toe, looking very savage and terrifying. If not for the tyrant dragon regeneration art, he would have already died God knows how many times. Fiery's complexion flickered incessantly, tears already welling up in his eyes, his entire body shaking. He knew that Yi Yuan already reached the brink of death and likely could not hold on much longer. Why, Your Excellency, nothing must happen to you. You quickly wake up. Meng Guang was powerless to do anything by the side and was full of worries. He felt that Yi Yuan was an extraordinary great figure. Just now, if it were somebody else, they would probably have long left him behind. But Yi Yuan did not forget to bring him away before he left. To Yi Yuan, he was just an insignificant minor character. But Yi Yuan brought him along without any hesitation. At that moment, he was absolutely a burden to Yi Yuan. Hence, the agitation in Meng Guang's heart could not be expressed using words. But now, Yi Yuan's entire person looked very miserable. He had clearly already reached the verge of death. But just as Fiery and Meng Guang lost all hope, a miraculous scene occurred. Those cracked open wounds on Yi Yuan's body were actually slowly healing. Yi Yuan, who was originally on his dying breath already, his life force thriving once more as well. Even though this process was rather slow, but he was indeed recovering. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's medicinal strength was still overbearing, but the recovery speed of Yi Yuan's body had already surpassed the speed of his destruction. Under the powerful protection of the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Yi Yuan's body was frenziedly absorbing the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's medicinal strength. His fleshly body was also breaking through rapidly. Yi Yuan awakening the atavism dragon soul one time, he immediately comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's Divine Tao chapter. Just like the other hymn said, he did not need to comprehend at all and immediately understood it. It was just a shame that his awakening this time only had the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level. The Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's Divine Tao chapter was similarly divided into 9 levels. For Yi Yuan to want to cultivate the cultivation method at the back, he still required another fortuitous awakening. Furthermore, to really unleash the might of the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, one required a corresponding level of physical body to match it. With Yi Yuan's current physical body, even if he comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level, it was also completely different, compared to a deity realm powerhouse casting it. Without going through mystic chi flooding the body and achieving deity realm, the so-called grand completion realm was merely a joke. The power of deity realm was not what Tao profound realm could surmise. Of course, even so, with the augmentation of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan's speed of recovering the fleshly body increased more than 10 times over. The atavism dragon soul's first awakening was normally when breaking through to deity realm. Yi Yuan's awakening this time was still because it was triggered by the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art in the end. Hence, the inheritance that he grasped was pitifully little. But the awakening this time was not that useless either. Apart from the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, he even grasped another dragon race martial technique. Under the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's overbearing medicinal strength, Yi Yuan broke through to peak Tier 9 very quickly. But it was not over yet. The medicinal strength of the Arcane Insight rank Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was too tyrannical. Yi Yuan's fleshly body rushed toward the realm of Tier 9 Grand Completion. Following the increase in realm, plus the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Arts recovery ability, the medicinal strength of the Tiger Dragon Regeneration Art was no longer able to cause any damage to Yi Yuan. His appearance already recovered to his original appearance. When Fiery saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed. Double up, Fiery. Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, big brother," Fiery said with an excited look. Pulling through the most difficult hurdle, there were no more obstacles at the back. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's fleshly body finally broke through to Tier 9 Grand Completion. At this point, Yi Yuan's essence and spirit, 2 paths, both reached the realm of Grand Completion, only missing an Essence Energy realm. As long as Essence Energy realm reached peak Divine King, he would reach the qualifications to assault the Deity realm. As for the realm of Void Mystic, Yi Yuan did not need to go through it at all. Moreover, his concept's comprehensions had long already thrown Void Mystic realm powerhouses behind God knows how many times. Fiery, use your full power. Refine. Yi Yuan commanded once more. Fiery drew a deep breath, instantly urged the cleansing sandal sacred flame to the limits and started refining the Holy Mother Devil flowers. Ugh! Yi Yuan's complexion instantly turned red. That agony of being immolated instantly spread throughout his entire body, making him perspire profusely. Fiery had already comprehended divine Tao laws currently. The might of the cleansing sandal sacred flame, even if Yi Yuan reached Grand Completion realm, it was hard to resist it too. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art and crazily recovered the internal injuries. Although the Holy Mother Devil flowers were impressive, facing the cleansing sandal sacred flame's full power refinement, they were finally refined away, bit by bit too. However, the most terrifying thing was not the Holy Mother Devil flowers that grew, but those roots that had already penetrated into the internal organs. To Yi Yuan, right now was cutting away the flesh to treat the wounds. He was guiding the cleansing sandal sacred flame, continuously burning his internal organs, completely eradicating those stubborn roots. This pain was enough to make the average martial artist go crazy and commit
suicide.
Seeing that Yi Yuan was fine, Meng Guang finally heaved a sigh in relief. But at this time, his heart could not help feeling sympathy again. He saw through some inklings and knew that Yi Yuan was using this sort of method to remove the Holy Mother Devil flowers from Yi Yuan's sweat-covered forehead. He could guess how terrifying the pain Yi Yuan was suffering at this time. But Yi Yuan actually did not even furrow an eyebrow. This perseverance, this willpower, they made Meng Guang's countenance greatly moved. He could not help secretly heaving a sigh, thinking to himself that it was indeed no accident that Yi Yuan could have today's accomplishments. People only saw him rise with comet-like speed, but did not know how much effort that an ordinary person could not imagine was put in behind him. This was a true powerhouse. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a long turbid breath. Meng Guang's entire body trembled, and he sighed with admiration as he said, "Your Excellency is truly a god." These few days of experiences, if it were others, they would probably have already died no less than 10 times. But Yi Yuan relied on his willpower and forcefully pulled through. This left him no choice but to admire. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said smilingly, "If I couldn't resist, I would have 2D. How to choose between life and death is very simple, right?" Meng Guang smiled bitterly and said, "Talking about it is easy, but with your Excellency's situation back then, probably 10 out of 10 people would choose death, right? After all, a fate worse than death seemed to be more terrifying than death." Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Fiery asked concernedly, "Big brother, how is it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo. Never been better than right now." Fiery's eyes lit up, making out that Yi Yuan's words seemed to be insinuating something. "Big brother, then we?" Fiery asked probingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Not waiting overnight to take revenge. That old demon had made this young master suffer such a huge loss. Not teaching her a bit of a lesson. She'll really think that this young master is easy to need. Lord Holy Mother, the matters over here are already settled properly. We can withdraw at any time." Yu said to Yu with a bow. "And let them withdraw at once then," Yu said coolly. Yu thought about it and said, "Lord Holy Mother, 3 days' time is about to pass. Would that Yi Yuan have? Yu Ji's face turned cold, and she said, "Are you doubting this Holy Mother's ability? Don't look at how Yu Ji was seductive and moving, having a grin on her face. All day long. She was a true fiend who absolutely killed people without batting an eyelid. Even if De Yu was her subordinate. Subordinate dares not," De Yu hurriedly said. Yu Ji suddenly changed expressions and said, brimming with confidence, "Even the absolute heaven of 1,000,000 years ago, if he got hit by the flower poison, he had to obediently become my fiend slave too. Could a mere Tao, profound realm brat still overturn the heavens? Look, didn't he come?" Yu Ji was just talking when Yi Yuan's figure appeared in her line of sight. "Teehee, obedient little brother, quickly come over and let elder sister dotes on you well," Yu Ji said as she beckoned Yi Yuan with a smile. Yi Yuan did not speak either and just flew over to Yu Ji's side. Yu Ji was smiling and even said to the Dayu beside smugly, "Saw that, you? This is the son of heaven's mandate. Now he's this holy mother's fiend slave. Later, when we find Kanua that fellow, this holy mother has to show off properly." But Dayu's brows pressed together, and he said, "Lord Holy Mother something seems to be not quite right."
Yue froze.
Looking over toward Yi Yuan, her expression could not help changing drastically. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 feet away from her, but a hint of a mocking smile flickered across the corners of his mouth. All of a sudden, evil extermination sword attacked. Fury sword fire lotus. Piercing cold killing intent locked onto Yu Ji firmly. Two mighty divine Tao laws flagrantly attacked. The distance of 1,000 feet was crossed in a flash. Yu Ji's reaction could not be said to not be quick. Terrifying fiendish energy instantly erupted, wrapping herself up in protection. Boom! This sword slammed onto that cloud of black chi solidly. The energy undulations, stirred up by two great divine Tao laws, smashed that cloud of black chi in. Deeply, that cloud of black chi was directly smashed, flying 10,000 feet away. "Ha ha ha, old hag. Just your bit of means also wish to subdue Lord Yi Yuan? Aren't you guys involved in intelligence gathering? Don't you know that Lord Yi Yuan's title is Heaven Surmounting?" Meng Guang looked at her from far away as he said mockingly with a loud laugh. The black chi dissipated, revealing Yu Ji's and De Yu's figures. Yu Ji's expression was ashen pale. A trace of blood covered the corners of her mouth too. But De Yu's situation was much worse than her. There was not an intact spot. From head to toe, his entire physical body practically shattered mushy. "Old witch, how's the taste of this sword?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. The sneak attack just now succeeding, Yi Yuan immediately felt very liberated. In his heart, since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had experienced countless times of life and death. But there had never been one time as perilous as a few days ago. He even almost became somebody else's slave. Although he survived the crisis, Yi Yuan still had indignation stifled in his heart. One sword succeeding, this turbid breath of Yi Yuan was also finally released. Yu Ji's expression was very ugly. She was still showing off with De Yu earlier, and now Yi Yuan gave her a slap with a backhand. The power of this sword was unbelievably astonishing. Even if it was her who was subjected to it, she suffered a considerable hidden loss too. Of course, the more important thing was that her face was utterly lost.
Impossible.
The toxin of the devil flower is incurable. How did you do it? Yu Ji still did not dare to believe it and questioned. As a heavenly fiend god, an existence comparable to origin deity realms, Yu Ji's confidence was not without reason. Even she was unable to break through to the deity realm today. Her methods were also not what ordinary humans could understand. But this time she miscalculated. Incurable, is it? Isn't this young master perfectly well right now? Old witch, it's best you don't be too confident when conducting yourself as a person. Oh, this young master forgets you're not a person. Even as a fiend, don't be too confident as well. Be careful of getting your face slapped.
Yeah.
Yuan scoffed. Yuji's expression flickered incessantly, becoming like a different person. From that cheerful and lively appearance, she was not surprised by Yi Yuan's sword. She was surprised that Yi Yuan was actually able to eradicate the devil flowers. Humph! Boy, do you think that by resolving the flower toxin you're this holy mother's match? You don't think that that sword really had any effect against this holy mother, right? Yuji said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Stop feigning. It's true that you're formidable, but you're likely still far from recovering to your peak state, right? If you really have no misgivings at all, it's impossible to let me leave freely on that day. If 1 slash doesn't cut it, 8 or 10 slashes should be enough, right?" Yuji's expression changed, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually perceived it so thoroughly, being suppressed for 1,000,000 years by absolute heaven. How could Yuji's strength be capable of recovering in a short time? Taking action that day with Yi Yuan already hurt her vitality, virtually exhausting all of the yang energy that she absorbed in these few months. Although that sword earlier could not hurt her foundation, if 8 or 10 swords were to come, it would really be quite enough for her to choke on. Humph! That will also require you to have the ability to hit me first before saying. Do you think that this Holy Mother will still give you that opportunity just now?
Prépare-toi dit.
Yuji was incredibly enraged from embarrassment at this time. She drew out a vine from inside her body and charged over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid. Stepping forward, he clashed. Together with Yuji, 2 peerless experts facing off. That undulation was simply earth-shaking. Hoo-hoo! Still not bringing out your true capabilities? There's no meaning in carrying on to fight like this. Or, have you already exhausted your tricks? Yi Yuan taunted with a face full of ridicule. Although Yuji was stubborn, Yi Yuan could perceive that her strength, compared to that day, was still quite a bit worse. The words that Yuji gave him on that day, Yi Yuan returned it in its entirety. Brat, do you really take this Holy Mother to be easily bullied? Since you want to see this Holy Mother's true ability, then you'll have to be prepared.
2D.
Yuji swayed lightly, retreating 1,000 feet away. At the same time, fiendish energy surged on her body, long hair fluttering, looking extremely demonic. Yuji, who fully released fiendish energy, recovered to that Holy Mother who controlled everything again. It was only to see an alluring smile hanging on her face as she said, "This is elder sister's strength. You got to receive it." Well, thorns covering the skies. Yuji's fiendish energy stirred. Countless thorn spikes suddenly burst out from within the void, virtually enveloping Yi Yuan completely inside. Each one of these spikes was exactly the same as the spikes that stabbed Yi Yuan that day. Looks like Yuji really released a major move here. Yi Yuan's provocation also made Yuji finally became genuinely enraged. She decided to utterly kill Yi Yuan this time. But Yi Yuan smiled indifferently. The fleshy body power of Tier 9 Grand completion erupted fully. At this time, the skin all over Yi Yuan's body became golden-colored, looking just like an arhat. Yuji's expression instantly changed greatly as she cried out in horror. 9 transformations, golden body. How is this possible? Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan yelled out. Divine rank, coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm shot. 4th, this coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm was God knows how many times stronger compared to when at the Medicine King Hall. 1 palm releasing, it shattered all of the spikes to smithereens like breaking dead branches. Furthermore, the remaining momentum did not diminish, crushing over towards
Y.
Yuji's expression changed drastically. Rolling fiendish energy seethed, clashing with the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. However, it was to no avail. This palm of Yi Yuan's was simply unstoppable. Although the fiendish energy was powerful, it could not stop the power of this palm at all. Yi Yuan's body refinement breaking through to the grand completion realm, his fleshy body power already reached the limits under deity realm. The power of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. But this was not the crux. The key was the 9 transformations golden body. The 9 transformations golden body was the body refinement realm of deity. Realm powerhouses. 9 transformations golden body, undying and imperishable. Of course, Yi Yuan's was not the genuine 9 transformations golden body. The arcane insight rank tiger dragon creation pill, made Yi Yuan's fleshy body, had an additional trace of Tao accumulation of deity realm. Even though it was just a trace, the augmentation of Yi Yuan's martial techniques was unimaginable. Arg! A tragic and shrill cry sounded over. Yu Ji's body was directly smashed into a lump of meat paste by this palm. Is this truly a martial technique that divine king powerhouses can display? Meng Guang was already dumbfounded from watching. He did not know what 9 transformations golden body was, but this did not impede him from being astonished by the power of this palm. Using startling the universe and making gods and ghosts weep was not the slightest bit overboard. This was a domineering crushing, a completely unreasonable overpowering. No matter how powerful you were, I just crush with a palm. Big brother, he isn't a divine king powerhouse yet. But this palm is also too unreasonable. Fiery was also shocked by Yi Yuan's palm. Meng Guang did not know Yu Ji's terror, but Fiery was perfectly aware. The might of that slash from evil extermination back then was still vivid in Fiery's mind. Such an attack could not even destroy Yu Ji. Could be seen how powerful her strength was. When Yi Yuan said to come and take revenge, Fiery actually still had no assurance in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything either. Only all the way until now, when Yi Yuan completely erupted, did he know that Yi Yuan's strength had another qualitative leap. Meng Guang nodded his head, strongly approving of Fiery's appraisal. This palm could only use unreasonable to describe. And no way, right? Lord Holy Mother actually lost to this boy. Yu was completely dumbfounded. In his eyes, Yu Ji was an undefeatable existence. In this world, only Lord Kanua could rival Lord Holy Mother. Even though Yu Ji had yet to fully recover, it was totally impossible for ordinary human experts to be her match. However, Yu Ji was defeated just like this. Fiery, Meng Guang, you guys retreat farther back. Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. The 2 people were stunned, not quite certain what he meant. But toward Yi Yuan's words, they naturally would not have doubts. So they withdrew 1,000 feet away. Not enough farther back, Yi Yuan said again. The 2 people could only retreat several thousand feet again. Farther even more. What medicine is His Excellency selling in his gourd? Could it be that old witch is brewing some killing move, and he's making us stay further away? As Meng Guang walked, he said in puzzlement. I don't know either, but it looks like he's considering our safety. Fiery said. Lord Fiery, I say, that palm just now was so terrifying, that old witch isn't dead yet. Even an origin deity realm powerhouse couldn't kill that old witch and could only suppress her for 1,000,000 years' time. How could she die so easily? Fiery said. Meng Guang stuck out his tongue, unbelievably shocked. He did not know what origin deity realm was. But deity realm, these 2 words were already enough for him to understand. No wonder someone as powerful as His Excellency suffered a major loss at her hands too. But now he gained back some ground already, ha ha ha. Meng Guang said with a laugh. Fiery also smiled. To them, these few days could really use overwhelming sorrow and joy to describe. Yi Yuan's life hung by a thread and almost died. This also made them hate Yu Ji, this old witch, to the bones. Yi Yuan's overpowering quashing also made them feel the delight of avenging a great enmity. Swoosh! A cloud of black gas turned into an arc of light, fleeing towards the distance. Brat, you remember, for this old lady, today's enmity this old lady will make you pay it back twofold. In the black gas came Yu Ji's shriek. Clearly, she already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, "Old, which you're already getting on in years. Better rest and recuperate more. This young master will send you off again." Yi Yuan took his time and took a deep breath. Roar! A dragon roar that shook heaven and earth instantly rippled out. Yu, who was closest to Yi Yuan, was immediately shook into a pile of sludge by this dragon roar. Even that fiendish energy was also shook until it completely dissipated. A powerhouse who was close to the Holy Emperor realm was utterly wiped out. Just like that. Voice of the Dragon God. This move was one of the supreme martial techniques that the dragon race already lose. Voice of the Dragon God. Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul, and the second martial technique that he learned was the voice of the Dragon God. At this moment, there did not seem to be other voices in this world. Only Yi Yuan's dragon roar remained. That terrifying power made heaven and earth change color. Arg! A shrill and miserable cry sounded out. It was just that Yu Ji's voice was completely unable to transmit out. Under the voice of the Dragon God, everything was empty. Yu Ji's body abruptly came to a stop, being nailed in the air firmly. She was originally already seriously injured. How could she be capable of resisting such a terrifying divine Tao martial technique? Her fiendish energy surged to the skies. Even if she was forced back to her original form by Yi Yuan with one palm, the fiendish energy did not diminish in the slightest. But at this moment, under Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon God, her cloud of black gas actually showed signs of dissipating. The voice of the Dragon God transmitted over ceaselessly. That cloud of black gas became thinner and thinner. Fiery and Meng Guang, the two people, used their hands to cover their ears tightly at this time. Exchanging a glance, they both saw deep astoundment from the other's eyes. When did Yi Yuan learn such a terrifying martial technique again? Compared to that unreasonable palm earlier, this sound wave attack was clearly even more terrifying. No wonder Yi Yuan made them go further away. Turned out that it was actually this reason. Even if Yi Yuan was not unleashing this martial technique against them, the two of them also felt like their internal organs were almost shattering. This was even with them going so far away. If it was nearby, even if Yi Yuan was not unleashing the martial technique against them, it would likely shock them until they were ground to dust too. However, right at this moment, the voice of the Dragon God abruptly cut off. Ha ha ha. Too bad. Just missing that little bit more. If you're able to break through to deity realm, this holy mother might have to die in your hands today. It's too bad that it's just lacking a tiny bit. Boy, today's grudge. This old lady has remembered it. When this old lady recovers my strength, I'll definitely grind your bones to powder and make mincemeat of your flesh. That shrill voice of Yu Ji's came over, mixed with ecstasy, mixed with fury, and mixed with boundless hatred inside. Two consecutive too bad revealed Yu Ji's lingering fear in her heart. Indeed, just a little more, and Yi Yuan would be able to kill her. Just missing a tiny bit only. That was a genuine death. Within 1,000,000 years, it was Yu Ji's first time truly facing death. Even when facing Taoist absolute heaven's ceiling, she was not so terrified, nor gave up all hope before either. The voice of the Dragon God was well deserving of being the dragon race's supreme martial technique. The terror of this sound wave attack actually almost forcefully scattered heavenly fiend god Yu Ji. Yi Yuan was within an inch of completing a great feat that nobody could accomplish for 1,000,000 years. It was unfortunate that it fell short of success at the last stage, because the current Yi Yuan was already extremely overdrawn. If the voice of the Dragon God continued, he himself would croak first before Yu Ji died. Don't look at how the power of the voice of the Dragon God was great. The consumption was exceedingly terrifying too. If not because of the 9 transformations golden body, Yi Yuan probably could not even last the time of a breath. Even so, he also merely held it there for the time of 3 breaths. Once 3 breaths were up, Yi Yuan was no longer able to continue. Actually, even if he had the 9 transformations golden body, Yi Yuan was at most able to persevere for 2 breaths of time as well. That remaining 1 breath was exchanged by him with his life. Regarding the voice of the dragon god's power, Yi Yuan was very surprised too. Therefore, he overdrew his physical strength to the verge of collapse before having no choice but to stop with regrets. Yi Yuan collapsed weakly and virtually could not even speak. Fiery's expression changed. Figure flashing, he hurriedly supported Yi Yuan. "Big brother, are you all right?" Fiery asked worriedly. Yi Yuan opened his mouth with difficulty but did not even emit a single sound. Actually, Fiery wanted to go and chase after Yuji. Except, seeing Yi Yuan's situation, how could he still leave? With no other alternatives, Fiery could only watch Yuji escape helplessly. Meng Guang's strength was too weak. Even if he was very far away, he was also shocked by Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon god until he was muddled up at this time too, and was completely unable to come and take care of Yi Yuan. Seeing Yuji escape, Fiery could only heave a long sigh and secretly lament. "Big brother, you're messing around too much. How could such a terrifying divine Dao martial technique be what you're capable of displaying right now?" Fiery looked at Yi Yuan and grumbled. Yi Yuan moved his lips and barely managed to smile. He did not regret it. He would really regret it if he did not give it a shot. At the very least, he knew now that these heavenly fiend gods were not really unkillable. As long as you were powerful enough, you could similarly kill them. Of course, Yi Yuan also knew that the reason why he almost killed Yuji was that he was standing on the shoulder of giants. If not for Taoist absolute heaven's 1,000,000 years of suppression making Yuji suffer a great loss in vitality, he would not have this chance either. This rest was a month's time. Yi Yuan's exhaustion this time nearly damaged his foundations. Even with the help of medicinal pills, he used a month's time before fully recovering too. Taking care of Yi Yuan these few days, he also finally got to know about the fiend race's sequence of events from Yi Yuan and Fiery's mouth. His worship towards Yi Yuan simply reached a point where it could not be any greater. Of course, what made him admire even more was still Yi Yuan's behavior. Regardless of whether it was cardinal principles of righteousness or trivial matters, Yi Yuan had no fault to nitpick. In cardinal principles of righteousness, Yi Yuan narrowly escaped death and fought the fiend race's heavenly fiend god valiantly. In trifling matters, when he fled in the face of danger, he even did not forget to bring him, a minor character, along. Ever since then, Meng Guang followed Yi Yuan wholeheartedly. On this day, Gu Yongtang came to the Moonhowl sect and found Yi Yuan. "Lord, Mystic Lord, the news over here, this lowly one has already sent it to the organization. Lord Tung made me pass a message to you to tell you sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lord Tung, that side seriously couldn't make time. Your Excellency, please forgive me." Gu Yongtang bowed and saluted as he said toward this one in front of him. Gu Yongtang also admired endlessly. The other day, Yi Yuan made Meng Guang bring Gu Yongtang over. He learned the information of Yuji being at the Moonhowl sect, and his astonishment could not be any greater too. It was just that he could not quite understand how in the world Yi Yuan survived under Yuji's hands. The specifics of the battle process, Yi Yuan did not overly describe as well. How strong Yuji's strength was, Gu Yongtang was all too clear. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually still survive under the situation where he was seriously injured. Then there was only one possibility: Yuji also sustained serious injuries. Yi Yuan fought her off. With that in mind, Gu Yongtang threw himself at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. But Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "This time, it fell just one step short of success, failing to live up to Brother Tung's trust. The failure this time alerted the enemy. Most likely, the fiend calamity's eruption already can't be avoided. Your Excellency, don't have to blame yourself. This isn't Sir's fault. Nobody could have expected that there was actually a heavenly fiend god hiding in the
Moonhole sect.
If he had known earlier, Lord Tang would probably have come over personally. Gu Yongtang said. Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Since he did not kill Yu Ji, he could not say much either. The voice of the dragon god was currently his strongest ace in the hole. He naturally would not tell Gu Yongtang. As for Gu Yongtang's misunderstanding, he obviously would not clarify either. Yi Yuan's regret was not that he did not obtain the fiend race's intel, but because he did not kill Yu Ji. Except, even if one gave Gu Yongtang several galls, he also did not dare think that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to kill Yu Ji. After all, this sort of thing, even absolute heaven could not do it. This matter is over. I wonder if Sir is returning to the Dragon Clan? Yongtang can represent Sir to make arrangements, Gu Yongtang asked. Yi Yuan said coolly. There's no need. This young master isn't returning to the Dragon Clan for the time being. You go back and report on the task then. It's none of your business here anymore. The Moonhowl sect was already destroyed. Gu Yongtang naturally did not have the need to be undercover anymore. Their hidden base naturally had to be evacuated too. Gu Yongtang received the order and left. Meng Guang could not help asking. Curiously, Your Excellency, if we're not going to the Dragon Clan, where are we going? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Chaotic Devil Sea. Meng Guang's expression turned fearful but did not know what Yi Yuan was going to the Chaotic Devil Sea for. Just as Yi Yuan was heading for the Chaotic Devil Sea, the Heaven's Secret Tower threw out another heavyweight bombshell. The Heaven's Secret Tower announced to the world that 10 days later, the 10 great divine kings would have some changes once more. This news was like a bolt out of the blue, immediately stirring up the entire divine realm. What the hell is this? The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings was just published for a few months. Could the Heaven's Secret Tower be overthrowing it again? Yeah. The last time they published the 10 Great Divine Kings was something that happened 2,000 years ago. This time, it's just a few months. Could it be that one of the 10 Great Divine Kings, or perhaps two, had breakthroughs recently and surpassed the front rankings? If I were to say, the new rankings this time might still have something to do with the heaven-surmounting Divine King. And I feel the same way too. The release this time might just be for error correction. After all, the heaven-surmounting Divine King actually fought with the Grand Yen Divine King until they were evenly matched in strength. Various versions of speculations flew everywhere, making this action of the Heaven's Secret Tower become even more unfathomable. Even though the Heaven's Secret Tower never played cards according to convention, this time was also truly too ridiculous. How could the 10 Great Divine Kings, this kind of authoritative powerhouse ranking, be changed willy-nilly? After a time interval of several months, the heaven-stabilizing Divine King made his way up the Heaven's Secret Tower once more, ending on a sour note the last time. Zhuge Qingxian had always taken it to heart, but the news that followed in quick succession made him very surprised. Yi Yuan's strength was actually really sufficient to enter the ranks of the 10 Great Divine Kings. Furthermore, he actually fought to a draw with Lu Linfeng. Even though he felt that there was some suspicions on Lu Linfeng going easy, this news was already enough to shock him. But he did not think that the Heaven's Secret Tower really announced that they were going to change the 10 Great Divine Kings. In his view, that mysterious fellow must have come to a compromise with him. No matter what, this present Divine Realm's #1 person, was no joke. Of course, this did not count that person inside. Still behind the black curtain. Still so mysterious. Heh! Didn't expect that you finally still compromised. You can rest assured. The promise that this seat made before is still valid. Zhuge Qingxian said. The other party was silent. Zhuge Qingxian continued. Whatever terms your Heaven's Secret Tower have, just put it forward. Kicking Yi Yuan out of the 10 Great Divine Kings this time also made things difficult for you guys. Rest assured this seat will find an opportunity to kill them. As long as he's erased, naturally no one will dare to question your alteration. Rather than saying Zhuge Qingxian was arrogant and conceited, it was better to say that he showed disdain on the world and was brimming with confidence. In his view, only he, Zhuge Qingxian, was able to make the incomparably mysterious heaven's secret tower change the 10 great divine kings. It was still silent behind the black curtain. Only after a long time did he slowly said, "The alteration this time is because of the heaven surmounting divine king, but it's not what you think." The meaning of the words was that you were under the delusion that the other party was willing. Sure enough, Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean?" The other party said coolly, "After a few days you'll understand. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged." Zhuge Qingxuan's face turned black. 10,000 profanities galloped across his heart. This guy harped on these one or two sentences over and over again in a secretive manner. Most importantly, the other party would not give him face no matter what. He originally thought that the change this time was because he wanted to kick Yi Yuan out of the 10 great divine kings. He did not expect that it was not the case at all. Not only was it not, hearing the meaning in the other party's words, it seemed like there was even a possibility of going further. This was simply too ridiculous, too repulsive. One had to know that between the 10 great divine kings' 6th and 5th place there was a considerable gap in strength. Could Yi Yuan still have a possibility of jostling the darkness divine king, Xikongshang, down? The heaven's secret tower had always ranked the 10 great divine kings according to strength. Could it be that in this short few months' time Yi Yuan's strength actually had such a great leap? How was this possible? Good. I'll go and kill this boy right now. The seat wants to. Take a look at how you'll announce the 10 great divine kings this time. Zhuge Qingxian was livid until blue veins throbbed, saying 3 goods in a row. He could not do anything to this mysterious powerhouse. But toward Yi Yuan he did not have that many misgivings. Done talking, Zhuge Qingxian flicked his sleeves and left. But the mysterious powerhouse did not have the intention of stopping. After Zhuge Qingxian left, another figure came out from inside. If Zhuge Qingxian was here, he would recognize that this person was none other than precisely the Spirit Bristle Divine King, Tang Yun. The Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of major power, was actually able to show up in the holy city noiselessly and appear in the heaven's secret tower. This mysterious powerhouse's means were truly inconceivable, but at this time the Spirit Bristle Divine King gave a bow towards that mysterious powerhouse behind the black curtains respectfully and said, "Elder Xian, is it really fine to let Zhuge Qingxian go and find Yi Yuan unchecked? Like so one. If the world were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked until their eyeballs fell out." The Divine Realm's number 2 Divine King was actually so respectful towards a mysterious powerhouse. Going out and saying it, probably nobody would believe it either. "Yi Yuan's strength is greater than you imagine," said the mysterious powerhouse coolly. The Spirit Bristle Divine King was slightly surprised and said, "In that case, Xikongshang can't escape his doom this time." "Hoo-hoo, just you wait and see," said the mysterious powerhouse, who smiled slightly. Massive waves stirred up in the Spirit Bristle Divine King's heart. When he and Yi Yuan parted, Yi Yuan could not even take a single move from Zhuge Qingxian. Just how long had it been? Could it be that Yi Yuan already grew to the extent where it was enough to cut down the Darkness Divine King? This boy was truly too monstrous, right? "You guys look, that young man seems to be Yi Yuan." "It really is. It's already been 10 years, right? At that time, heard that he died in the heavenly slaughter pit. Didn't expect that he actually showed up in the Azura Arena again." Back then, Yi Yuan's name shook the Azura Arena. The 12 exalts each and everyone was all vying to have him. His strength is too formidable. Back then, when activating Azura mode, he actually succeeded in the challenge. This had never been done by anyone for tens of thousands of years. Oh right, the Heaven's Secret Tower announced that the sixth Divine King is also called Yi Yuan. It wouldn't be him, right? Haha. You really come up with the wildest fantasy. When Yi Yuan came in at that time, he was merely a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist. Now, only 10 years have gone by. Even if his talent was any greater, it's also not possible to be so monstrous, right? Back then, Yi Yuan swept across the Azura arena, especially activating suicide mode. It attracted large groups of martial artists to surround and watch. Those people still had a very strong impression of Yi Yuan. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan entered the Azura arena, he was recognized by some meddlesome people. It was just that, in their view, this Yi Yuan just had a duplicate name with the heaven-surmounting Divine King Yi Yuan. In 10 years' time, a Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse growing to join the 10 great Divine Kings. This was something totally impossible to happen. But even so, it did not hinder their feelings of worship and fear towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the absolute kill token in his hands. Entering the Azura arena naturally did not pose any problems. He found a martial artist whose strength was decent and went up to ask, "Let me ask you, is the Demon King and Tan Si still at the Azura arena now?" Back then, Yi Yuan left in a hurry and could be said to have fled in panic, and did not bring them away. Now that 10 years had passed, Yi Yuan naturally had to find these few acquaintances when returning to the Azura arena. It was just that upon Yi Yuan's query, that martial artist's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's heart sunk, and he said in a cold voice, "Speak, how are they?" Yi Yuan's grand completion slaughter concept opened up fully. That martial artist felt like he was already almost going into shock. I'll talk. The Demon King left the Azura arena not long after you left. As for Tan Si, he died. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Who killed him?" Although Yi Yuan and Tan Si did not have a deep friendship, he served as his guide for a period of time at any rate. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually killed. How could Yi Yuan not be furious? It was Exalt cold blood, that person said. Weren't Exalts unable to make a move against people below? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Why, Your Excellency, back then after you left." Tan Si soared rapidly all the way, rising to the position of an Exalt. But on the first day he became an Exalt, he was killed by Exalt cold blood, said that martial artist. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing murderous intent. What a terrific cold blood. It looks like we have to settle this score properly today, Yi Yuan said coldly. Boom! Azura City's 6th level, a pavilion directly had half of it smashed by Yi Yuan with one palm. Motherf asterisk cur. Who did it? Who dares to act wildly at my cold blood pavilion? Are you tired of living? Who the hell did it? Get out here for your father. Don't you know that the cold blood pavilion is shielded by Exalt cold blood? Who the hell is so brave? A group of people ate a stomach full of dust and came out of the pavilion, cussing away very arrogantly. Cold blood was the number 2 Exalt right now, his status second only to Exalt Netherkill. Therefore, his men under his command were very arrogant too. Practically nobody dared to provoke. 10 years passed, Cold Blood groomed another large batch of phaseless realm experts under him, roaming the 6th level without any scruples. A young man, holding a tablet in his hand, slowly came in front of everyone. Starting from now all the way until Cold Blood comes, you guys all have to kowtow to my friend non-stop. Make it loud. If this young master can't hear the sound, I'll make a flower bloom on your heads, Yi Yuan said coldly. There were probably 100 people that came out from the Cold Blood pavilion. These people were all phaseless realm martial artists. There was even quite a number that was just a step away from Dao Profound. They exchanged a glance and suddenly startled chortling with laughter. Ha ha ha! You're killing your Lord Xiong. In this Azura arena there has yet to be anybody who dares to speak to our Cold Blood pavilion like this. Where did this boy come from? Are you here to amuse your Lord Xiong? The 6th-level martial artists who had seen Yi Yuan before were all dead. These few guys did not know Yi Yuan's terror. Not just them, each and every one of those onlooking martial artists also felt that Yi Yuan was being a joke. He was afraid of scaring away cold blood and deliberately suppressed his realm to phaseless realm. Therefore, in these people's view, Yi Yuan's action was not much different from seeking death. In the entire Azura arena, only Exalt Netherkill dared to provoke Exalt Cold Blood. Whoosh! Poochie!
Ye Yuan's finger lightly flickered.
A streak of tiny sword energy suddenly burst forth, piercing straight through Lord Xiong's head. Lord Xiong opened his eyes wide. He could not believe it until he died, that this young man before his eyes actually killed him so nonchalantly. Now, will you kowtow? Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Piercing cold killing intent instantly filled the entire plaza. Grand completion slaughter concept. With this, everyone was stunned. This unknown youngster actually cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. One had to know that even the 12 exalts, not one among them has someone who cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. Exalt Netherkill only cultivated to the level of 9 stars and did not reach grand completion. A terrifying killing intent immediately pressured those cold-blood pavilions. Martial artists until they knelt down. Such power was not what they were capable of resisting at all. At this time, they finally knew the disparity between them and Yi Yuan. Although similarly phaseless realm, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Plus, Yi Yuan killed Lord Xiong the moment he came without even blinking. How could they still dare to resist? One by one, they started kowtowing towards
Tan si Stablet.
Lord Tan. We were wrong. Lord Tan, if you know about this in the netherworld, let this Lord spare us. These people all started to wail tragically, like their parents died, all banging their heads away. It would not do if it did not sound out. This killing god was really too terrifying. Even if these people were guys who were numb from killing people, they would not be foolish enough to treat their lives as a joke. Yi Yuan had lived around here before and knew the rules here. If you wanted to make them submit, you would have to kill until their blood ran cold. Hence, he killed Lord Xiong with ruthless measures the moment he came up. Then, displayed his strength. They would be very obedient. Yi Yuan knew that the 12 exalts all had their own eyes and ears here. The news over here would reach Coldblood's ears very soon. Humiliating his subordinates like so, he would definitely come out. Sure enough, in less than an hour, a cold voice arrived high up in the air. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice reached first. Where did this trash come from to actually dare climb on top of this seat's head? A figure floated down. It was precisely the Coldblood who he had not seen for many years. The moment Coldblood landed, he saw the young man across from him currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Coldblood's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Yi Yuan, it's actually you." When he saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked at first. After all, the impression that Yi Yuan left on him was seriously too deep. But when he noticed that Yi Yuan was only at the peak phaseless realm, his heart landed. After that, his gaze fell on Tan Si's tablet. A hint of a mocking smile flashed past the corners of his mouth as he said, "Are you here to help this fool take revenge? Hoo-hoo, with just the likes of your 9th level phaseless strength." To be honest, when he learned that there was someone called Yi Yuan among the 10 great divine kings, he was truly racked with fear and anxiety. But now, when he saw Yi Yuan's realm, he was completely relieved. Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Kneel down now and give Tan Si a few kowtows. This young master can give you a chance to end yourself. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than death." It was as if Coldblood heard some hilarious joke, letting out a wild laugh as he said, "Let this seat kowtow? With just the likes of you? Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Yuan, you really don't know how the word death is written. You don't think that so many years, this seat's strength has remained stagnant and didn't advance all along, right?" Done talking, Coldblood's aura released fully and was shockingly 3rd level. Tao profound strength. Yi Yuan smiled and took a step forward. But just this one step, the situation changed drastically. Yi Yuan's aura instantly soared to first-level Dao Profound. But Yi Yuan's aura was not merely the suppression of cultivation realm. His essence, energy, and spirit, three paths, all practically reached the extent of grand completion now. The moment his aura released, it was truly heaven and earth changing colors because of it. Boom! Just first-level Dao Profound power already utterly overpowered Coldblood's. Third-level Dao Profound. Coldblood's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually concealed his strength. Boom! Yi Yuan took another step out, his aura rising tenfold again. Coldblood discovered to his astonishment that he was actually shackled by Yi Yuan's aura, completely unable to move. He felt as if there was somebody pressing on him from behind, pressing him towards the ground. Kneel or not kneel? Yi Yuan said coolly. Coldblood's expression was incomparably ugly, but he still said stubbornly, "Want to make this seat kneel in your next life." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he took another step out. Boom! Third-level Dao Profound. It was only to hear a thud. Coldblood could not resist anymore, overwhelmed by Yi Yuan until he knelt down. Kowtow! Yi Yuan only lightly spat a word out of his mouth, revealing killing intent. Thick fear exuded out of Coldblood's eyes. He never thought that not only did Yi Yuan conceal his strength, he even concealed so much. The current Yi Yuan was already what he could not even look up to. The strength was too scary. He was originally even counting on Exalt Netherkill to come and save him. But now he knew that if he still did not kowtow, there was only death. Now, only by waiting for his master to arrive could he be saved. With extreme unwillingness, Coldblood finally prostrated down. Yi Yuan's domineeringness shocked everyone. So strong. Just by relying on coercion, he overwhelmed Exalt Coldblood. Until he knelt down. Yi Yuan, this name seems to be exactly the same as the heaven-surmounting Divine King. He wouldn't be the heaven-surmounting Divine King, right? No way. This Yi Yuan should be that one who rose to fame 10 years ago in the Azura Arena. He was merely heaven enlightenment realm back then. It's just 10 years' time. How could he possibly become one of the 10 great divine kings? People speculated about Yi Yuan's identity one after another. But there were still many people who were not willing to believe that this Yi Yuan was the heaven-surmounting divine king. After all, breaking through from heaven enlightenment realm to the boundary of the 10 great divine kings within 10 years, this was too exaggerated. 10 great divine kings, which one did not reach such heights only after thousands of years of accumulation. The chaotic Devil Sea had never been a reasonable place. The high and mighty Exalts would also lower their proud heads in front of absolute strength. It was just that barely anyone had that strength. But Yi Yuan had it. Yi Yuan glanced at Tan Si's tablet and secretly sighed as he said, "You and I didn't have a deep friendship, but I brought you into the fire pit. This farce. Today, take it as a memorial ceremony for you." Back then, the outside world did not know what happened inside the heavenly slaughter pit at all. Tan Si even thought that Yi Yuan met with a mishap. Inside, he completely did not expect that Coldblood had long already targeted him. The reason was that he had a close relationship with Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Coldblood's kowtowing sounds were heavy but rhythmic. No matter what, his face was completely utterly swept away today. "All right, take your own life. Of course, I can give you a chance to challenge me, but you have to be prepared to never reincarnate for all of eternity." "Yeah," Yuan said coolly. The pressure on Coldblood's body immediately eased up. But the heavy weight in his heart did not ease up in the slightest. The two choices that Yi Yuan gave him were both death. Making him take his own life just like this, he was naturally unwilling. But making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity, he still felt terror. But witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, he knew that he absolutely had no chance of victory. Coldblood's gaze swiveled all around. He was waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his entire person rousing up. The previous shadow was swept clean. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 11 figures landed. Cold Blood was overjoyed and said, "Big brother Netherkill, you finally came." At this time, he felt like his soul was almost leaving his body. The pressure that Yi Yuan put on him was too great. Just earlier, he was virtually really going to take his own life. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, so what even if you concealed your strength? With big brother Netherkill around, can you overturn the heavens still? Cold Blood said, with a wild laugh. At this time, he had the exhilaration of face-slapping. Weren't you making me take my own life? Now I'll see how you posture still. He knew that Netherkill's strength advanced by leaps and bounds these few years and already reached 7th level Dao Profound. Furthermore, behind Netherkill was his master. Yi Yuan looked at Cold Blood with an amused look and said smilingly, "If I want to kill you, nobody can stop it." Cold Blood laughed loudly and said, "Who doesn't know how to brag? Yi Yuan, do you really take us 12 exalts to be someone who only knows how to eat rice and do nothing?" Back then, in the heavenly slaughter pit, a large group of the 12 exalts died. Now, these 12 exalts clearly changed another batch. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Otherwise, what do you think?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Cold Blood as well and said to Netherkill, "Have Sikong Shang come. This young master came to return the enmity of a palm." Netherkill said, "Master is already on the way over. He says that he needs your divine artifact." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Is that so? Then you let him hurry up." "Oh right, this young master will send you on your way first. Looking at you occupy this bag of skin." This young master feels disgusted. The moment his voice faded, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. Terrifying. Soul force erupted out. Buzz. Everyone had yet to understand what was going on, and Netherkill already toppled to the ground softly. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, wanting to obliterate a clone of Sikong Shang was seriously too easy. What he wanted was Netherkill's intact corpse. Seeing Netherkill talking to him, the rage in Yi Yuan's heart could not be suppressed anymore and directly erupted. Chi! Yi Yuan's sword finger rose up. The other 10 great exalts turned to dust in a blink of an eye. Cold Blood was completely dumbfounded. The 7th level Dao Profound Netherkill was killed so easily by a divine soul attack. Also, 10 great exalts were obliterated without even drawing their weapons. Just how powerful was the current Yi Yuan? However, Yi Yuan's words stirred up massive waves among the crowd. Sikong Shang? Ascent this the name of the Darkness Divine King. Could it be that behind Exalt Netherkill was actually the Darkness Divine King? Doesn't this mean that the chaotic Devil Sea is actually the Darkness Divine King's domain? Yi Yuan said that he wanted to challenge the Darkness Divine King just now? If he isn't crazy, then he really has this strength. Then he is the heaven-surmounting Divine King. The information revealed in Yi Yuan's words messed everyone up. While Cold Blood stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with despair. Heaven-surmounting Divine King. Yi Yuan actually really became the heaven-surmounting Divine King. Just what kind of a terrifying adversary did I provoke? Thud. Cold Blood directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan and wailed, "Heaven-surmounting Divine King, it was Cold Blood who failed to recognize Mount Tai even though I had eyes. Your Excellency, be magnanimous and let this lowly one take my own life. I was wrong." Cold Blood knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was seriously too great. As long as Yi Yuan did not agree, he could not accomplish it even if he wanted. 2D. At this time, he already had no hopes of getting lucky in his heart, and only hoped for a quick death. But this already became a luxury. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This young master already gave you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it yourself." While talking, Yi Yuan held a pale flame up in the palm of his hand. This flame made people palpitate with anxiety and fear. The color on Coldblood's face instantly faded away clean. Go!
Ye Yuan's palm lightly thrust.
The cleansing sandal sacred flame directly burned Coldblood's physical body clean, then wrapped around his divine soul, and flew to Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan retrieved a small bottle and stored Coldblood's divine soul inside. He would refine Coldblood's divine soul for 7 by 7, 49 days. Finally, turning into nothingness, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. The current Coldblood was merely a minor character to him. The reason why he went through all this trouble was just in order to let Coldblood experience the taste of despair and use it to memorialize Tan Si's spirit in heaven. Yi Yuan put away Netherkill's fleshly body and Tan Si's tablet. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled and he taunted, "Sikong Shang, these lackeys had followed you for a number of years. At any rate, you actually passively watched them be killed just like that." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's heart jolt. When did the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang, already arrive? A black silhouette slowly walked out from within the void, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, "Just a bunch of ants, inconsequential to this seat. What this seat is more interested in is your divine artifact." The heaven-surmounting Divine King is challenging the Darkness Divine King? Is Yi Yuan crazy? Doesn't he know that there's a massive chasm between the 5th level and 6th level? Looks like they seem to have considerable enmity between them. It seems like entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time a major conflict happened between the two. Oh right, didn't the Heaven's Secret Tower said that the 10 great divine kings would have some changes recently? Could it be referring to this showdown between them? The Heaven's Secret Tower is truly too terrifying to actually be able to predict even this sort of thing. Well deserving of Heaven's Secret. These 2 words. Yi Yuan and Sikong Shang were all set for a showdown, immediately drawing many speculations. The Heaven's Secret Tower was spread throughout the divine realm. Even though the chaotic Devil Sea was relatively out of the way, they also already knew the news that the 10 great divine kings was going to have some changes. The mysterious Darkness Divine King rarely revealed anything in the divine realm. Nobody knew how formidable his strength was either. But without a doubt, for him to be able to stabilize in 5th place, his strength must be very terrifying. Hearing that Sikong Shang was coveting his divine artifact still, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The divine artifact is right here. As long as you can kill me, it's all yours. Then this seat will come and take it." Sikong Shang's faint voice sounded out. All of a sudden, the skies turned dark. His voice showed disdain on everything, as if there was nothing that he could take notice of at all. Even if Yi Yuan was similarly of the 10 great divine kings, he did not take to heart at all. The blood-red colored sky was completely shrouded by darkness at this time. Very soon, the surroundings became completely dark, unable to see one's fingers when extending one's hands. At the same time, countless terrified voices accompanied it. I can't see anything. What's going on here? I can't sense the surrounding essence energy anymore. My God. My essence energy is currently rapidly flowing away. Sikong Shang was worthy of the title Darkness. The moment he made his move, it was as if he was going to plunder everything these martial artists were unable to see. Furthermore, the surroundings felt like the surrounding essence energy was completely cut off. Not just so, inside this region of dark space their essence energy was flowing away rapidly, even if they did not employ any martial technique or cultivation method. This style of fighting was simply too unreasonable. In the darkness came Sikong Shang's indifferent voice. "This seat knows that you're the newly ascended 6th divine king. But to this seat, it's all the same. The last time, because this seat was enclosed seclusion in the depths of the heavenly slaughter pit, you were lucky to escape. Didn't expect that this time you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep to seek death. Then, this seat won't be courteous anymore. Despair and die in this darkness then. Suddenly, a terrifying devouring force came from inside the darkness.
Ye Yuan.
Felt that the essence energy within his body was actually flowing away. Rapidly, this darkness concept carried the power of divine Tao laws and was capable of devouring everything. All connection between this darkness and outside world was completely cut off. Experiencing the initial panic, those martial artists' emotions finally settled down. They knew that the darkness divine king was not targeting them. Yi Yuan, who was situated in the center of the darkness, should be the one losing all hope at this time. Indeed worthy of being the fifth divine king. This martial technique of the darkness divine king is too unreasonable. Yeah, can't see, can't touch, essence energy is even being devoured. How to fight still? The heaven surmounting divine king is in danger. He was too reckless to actually dare challenge a divine king ranked in the top 5. Isn't this courting death? Looks like heaven's secret towers changes this time is to strike Yi Yuan's name off the list. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but because this move of Sikong Shang was too terrifying. Nobody had seen before the darkness divine king attack. But the moment he made his move, it shocked the world. The darkness concept was an extremely difficult to comprehend concept in the first place. For the darkness divine king to be able to comprehend it to such a boundary, it was simply unheard of. Cutting off essence energy was equivalent to severing the martial artist's lifeline. Reaching divine king, this sort of realm, one relied on comprehension towards heavenly Tao and maneuvered heaven and earth essence energy to battle. To a divine king powerhouse, being unable to mobilize heaven and earth essence energy and merely rely on their own essence energy to match powers with the opponent, this was simply no different from courting death. But the darkness divine king cut off all of the essence energy savagely and unreasonably, just like this. Furthermore, this darkness could even hasten the martial artist's essence energy consumption. Under this situation where one party's strength declined, while the other's strength increased, there was no way to fight at all. In their view, this move simply had no chink in the armor. Probably, even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king came, he would have a terrible headache too, right? Time slowly trickled by, but Yi Yuan did not have any movements at all. While the darkness divine king did not seem to be anxious either. He laid low, inside the darkness all along and did not make a move. The world seemed to have fallen into deathly stillness. You don't seem to be worried at all. Suddenly Sikong Shang broke the silence. Why do I have to be worried? Just based on this lousy move of yours?
Yeah.
Yuan's words exuded thick mockery. Hoo, you're very interesting, different from the people I've killed in the past. Sikong Shang did not get angry and still said calmly. Yi Yuan was silent and only said after a long time, You killed Yu Wuya and deserve to die. Are you talking about Netherkill? This boy's talent was pretty good. Being selected by this seat to become a clone was his honor. According to what I know, you shouldn't seem to have any interactions with him, Sikong Shang said, very apathetically as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. Yi Yuan fell silent once more. He was utterly infuriated by cold blood. This fellow. But the more enraged he got, the more terrifyingly calm he became. He's considered half a master to me, Yi Yuan said. Like this, no wonder. It's too bad you're going to follow in his footsteps too. Alright, time is almost up. This seat should send you on your way already. Bring out your divine artifact. Otherwise, there won't be a chance anymore, Sikong Shang said indifferently. There's no need for a divine artifact to deal with you. Hoo, what a confident young man. Sikong Shang laughed mockingly and brazenly attacked. In the darkness, a large hand smacked over towards Yi Yuan's back noiselessly. The killing intent of this move condensed and did not dissipate. It was no different from an arrow shot from hiding in this darkness because there was not a hint of omen beforehand. Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still had his back faced towards this palm. In the darkness, A hint of a cold smile flashed past the corners of Sikong Shang's mouth. As expected, only knew how to boast, was it? Swoosh! Suddenly, Sikong Shang's smile froze on his face. This palm struck nothing. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's figure shifted an angle bizarrely, and actually, narrowly avoided this blow. It must be a fluke. In the darkness, Sikong Shang adjusted the angle and smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan once more. However, it missed again. Who is the exalted darkness divine king just a coward who sneak attacks people from the back? In the darkness, came Yi Yuan's mocking words. With this, Sikong Shang finally knew that this was not a fluke. Yi Yuan really knew where he unleashed his palm from. You can perceive me? In Sikong Shang's words, they carried thick uncertainty. This darkness was absolute darkness. Could not see any light at all. And Sikong Shang's figure could merge perfectly into this darkness. Forget about eyes, even perception was unable to discover him too. Yet Yi Yuan could.